Good evening, everyone. How's it going? Welcome to another Friday, number 194 of Heavy Metallurgy. Hope you're all doing well. My name's Marty. Good to see you. Who picked this topic anyway?
That would be one of our guests.
Oh!
I may have pushed them in that direction, though, a little bit. It might have been a suggestion, but when they saw it on the list, they grabbed it and ran with it.
Right on. Alan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a busy week, kind of a crazy week, but yeah, things are all right and ready to settle in for a fun Friday night. We've got two great guests, not just one, but two in for all the fun tonight. And a big hello to everybody in the chat who's coming in to check out parts of this live. Good to see everybody. Hope everybody's staying warm. Hope nobody's had to deal with, all the fire situations around Los Angeles.
Crazy.
It's pretty bad out there, and it's going to be bitter cold in other parts of the country this weekend. So everybody take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Settle down, get a drink, and enjoy a few hours of some fun heavy metal discussion. We've got some thank yous to do before we bring out guests, though, right, Marty?
We do, and I mentioned this a bit on Wednesday night. Album Club, go check that out. But the Metal Tag, it's been a pretty humongous response this year. Mm-hmm. Thank you, everybody, for doing it. It's been very cool to see all of y'all's answers. It's really neat to see you dive into your collections a little bit and lets us get to know you a bit more. It's been a great turnout. And if you are new, hey, we've laid the groundwork for you to start your own channel. Metal Tech can be your first show for sure, but.
Yeah, I did see a lot of newer channels doing the Metal Tag this year, which was really cool. Apologies for folks that I have not seen very many of them. I've been so busy getting the new semester started, but I've taken note of them. I hope to circle back to some of them, but yeah, it's been really cool to see a lot of sort of channels we know well doing it, channels I've never heard of before doing it, and yeah, some channels that are definitely younger but seem to be off to a good start doing it also. I'm glad folks have enjoyed it, had fun with it, and been able to make some useful content for themselves out of it.
For sure. And I thought I was doing really good watching all of them, but I did a proper search for it the other night and realized that I've only hit a tip of the iceberg. So, yeah, I've been trying to thumbs up and comment on every one that I've watched, and there's a lot more I've missed. So time will hopefully get that fixed. And I'm glad to see I'm that predictable in the chat. I might as well just throw my list away and go drink beer in the corner or something, because everybody's got me figured out pretty good.
Yeah, folks kind of know they're calling their shots early here.
Well, without further ado, Alan, do you have anything more to add before we jump into this?
I don't think so. Yep, we definitely want to say a big thanks to the Metal Tag folks. We meant to say it last week and just completely glossed over it getting last week's show started with Hunter. So apologies for that. But no, I think we are ready to get right into this. So why don't you bring out the guests?
All right. Melanie loves death metal. How are you doing, Mel? Your mute's on. Rookie mistake. Oh, my God. Rookie mistake.
Hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I didn't realize I muted it, but I guess I did. Hey, doing good. Happy to be here. I'm excited for this one.
Good to have you as always.
Mm-hmm.
Get this guy out here. That's Craig Zahler. Welcome back. How you doing?
Hey, Craig.
Thanks for having me back. Happy to be here.
We got the Nile Dream team back together, reassembled here for this. What's been going on with you?
Like you mentioned the fires out in California. Obviously, I know a lot of people who work out there and live out there. So just hoping that they do okay. And certainly that's not going to speed up moving to production, but people certainly have bigger priorities in their world than facilitating my movies of people talking trash and hurting each other. Like, they have real life problems right now. So I wish those people the best. Outside of that, and in enjoying metal and seeing movies and kind of doing what I do.
Right on. Thank you, Randy, for the super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're stoked for this episode, Randy, as well. All right. Well, this was Craig Zahler's idea, and Alan stoked.
I provided a list. Craig saw something he liked, and that was that.
Yep.
And knowing that you are a list-oriented person, I see you sliding into this list with little or no trouble. Are we correct in that assessment?
Yes, I compulsively make lists all the time, and mixing genres and mediums and compare. It's sometimes to a demoralizing degree. I remember I was in the editing room cutting Dragged Across Concrete, and I was eating an incredible sandwich at the time from this local Italian place, and I rated the movie we were editing below the sandwich I was eating, which the editor wasn't told by that comparison. So I really like rating things and ranking things. I mean, I was writing movie reviews and getting hate mail back in high school, and then on to Metal Maniacs to be the #1 hate mail recipient there. It always comes from the place of, like, if you make a list, it causes you to revisit things, or why do I like this one a little bit more than that one, and stuff like that. So I find it really, really useful. And sometimes it's kind of academic. Right now, I'm going through the whole Cannibal Corpse catalog, and just sort of, I think I've listened down to the whole thing twice in the last couple weeks, and just wanted to rate a bunch of the middle ones. Like, I know my top 2 and my bottom 2. But it's interesting to do that, and you learn something like, oh yeah, Patrick O'Brien is writing a lot of good tunes, in this phase. Alex Webster here, and all that sort of stuff. So I find it useful with just a better understanding of why things work for me and why they don't. So yeah, I think probably a top 125 metal albums on Rate Your Music. I recently rated the entire Sodom catalog, which is not easy to do. That's a lot of splitting hairs.
I mean, after you get past 5, it all could be, whatever.
The same. Yeah.
to do a ranking like that. But yeah, I enjoy lists, partially because it, right now I'm listening down to the entire Cannibal Corpse catalog and the entire Pentagram catalog. And I was like, oh yeah, Review Your Choices really is the best one. And so just sort of having those sorts of experiences. So no, it was not difficult for me.
How about you, Mel?
I don't know. I like making lists too. So I thought this was going to be a fun topic today, because I don't think I've actually fully thought through in terms of heavy metal. So not just death metal as my all-time favorite albums. So
that made this a lot harder. If we did a black metal column, a death metal column, a traditional metal, I mean, that would have been,
that's easy mode.
We could have really opened up and done this week after week after week, but this made it a lot more challenging.
And by the way, it's not like we couldn't at some point do those. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is just sort of the ultimate final boss insofar as here they are and where they stack. I mean, one can assume Melanie loves death metal, that coming with that background, and so, a lot of it would be death metal, but it'll be interesting to see what doesn't stack or what stacks higher. So, for me, an interesting thing,
because folks, Melanie only lets a little bit out of what she's into on her channel. I mean, she made her channel Melanie Loves Death Metal. It kind of, I think, backed her in a corner. She likes a lot of different stuff. Anyway, go ahead, Mel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a couple surprises in here. There is quite a bit of death metal that people already know on my list, but I do have a very strong heavy metal background in regards to traditional metal and the legends like Judas Priest and Iron Maiden and stuff like that are the gateway bands that really got me more further into metal. So a lot of that stuff is stuff that I do listen to very often, but again, I don't always talk about it or show it off on my channel, so people just assume that it's only death metal. So, but that did make this harder for me for that reason, because I could have easily had, Obituary, Cannibal Corpse, all of my favorite death metal albums, and it would have been for 15, but then I was thinking well, no, but this has to be there because I still listen to this album, so much, and it's not a death metal album, but it's a metal album. So yeah, it was fun to do though. I had a good time today. Listening to all these favorite albums all day really put me in a good mood. So I should do that more often and go back and listen to my favorite albums and not just fixate on newer stuff all the time.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah, that's another thing also that happens with lists and why I enjoy them is it compels you to return to some of the ones that you've overlooked, and sometimes you can discover new favorites or things slide around in terms of, oh wow, that one's better than I remembered, or that one's not quite as strong. So that's an enjoyable consequence of making lists all the time, is revisiting all that sort of stuff.
And it's fun. When we get together, I mean, you and I, we, listen to a lot of music and a lot of air guitaring and singing along and discussing, maybe we get into some lists. There's some friendly debate and argument back and forth. It's always fun. Yep.
Well, we're good enough friends that I allow you to be wrong just all the time.
Whatever. We're good enough friends where I just let you feel like you're right, and that's cool. How about you, Alan?
So, yeah, I'm kind of on the same page as Craig with this. I know a lot of people tend to crap on the whole list idea. It's like, oh, it's all like relative to which day of the week it is and which, house Scorpio is in at the time. And yes, tastes are going to change. Sometimes you're in the mood for different things. But I think, there's value in making lists beyond just entertainment value. Like Craig said, it kind of forces you to sit down and think things through a little bit more seriously if you take it seriously. It's like, all right, why do I have a problem with this album? What is it specifically that's making it come up at the bottom of the list? Or, hey, I never really did pay much attention to these albums, so how do they kind of fare if I sit down and focus on them a bit more than I used to? So, I think there's definitely value to be had in it, for sure. The project for me really wasn't that hard, at least not as hard as it seems to have been for you and for Melanie.
I'm kidding mostly. It wasn't terrible, but
I know.
There's some jostling on the list,
For me, it was pretty straightforward. And the reason for that is back early 2000s when metal, forums were popular. One of the topics, of course, that would come up, every so often was, what are your favorite metal albums? And, a lot of people will just kind of, like blob, top of the head list some stuff. And
I was trying not to interrupt you. Sorry, that's
oh, no problem. Yeah,
music
old school. Yeah, old school. I hope you caught that. Craig showed it on screen there for you. But those topics would come up, and I always felt bad. Like if I just named some things off the top of my head, I know that hours later or the next day I want to think of some other album that really should be there. So I started just keeping a list on a spreadsheet where it'd be like, okay, like here's top 25 albums, or here's all the albums I would give like an A+ grade to, and then I could kind of pick through them and compare them. And I did that for years. Like about every 6 months or to a year, that topic would come up on somebody's forum, whether it was Metal Maniacs or Lapland Metal or someplace else. And I still have all that data. So this was pretty easy. I went back and looked at it. It's like my top 4 really haven't changed in the last 20 years. So in terms of doing the top 5, it was really only a question of, who's in the number 5 slot at this point. And there's a handful of albums that sort of, could be there. But that was the only one I really had to sit down and figure out was like, who was going to be the last one in. The rest of it honestly has not changed for me in about 2 decades. But it's still a fun project. Like Melanie said, these albums, we know them all so well that, well, sometimes we don't go back and play them all that often. So it has been nice to revisit them and kind of remember like, the track list on this one is just really amazing top to bottom. I forget how well it's sequenced or things like that. So it's been a fun and pretty easy assignment for me. Marty, your official take on it?
Officially, I mean, ultimately, once I wrap my head around the fact that I can't really put anything as favorite of all time that's recent. I just can't. I've got so much stuff in my history that I've lived with since I was a teenager or younger. To discredit those albums in favor of, the shiny new coin just isn't fair. And, looking through my list tonight, I realized that everything I picked, I've listened to so much, I could put it on right now and love every second of it. So I knew my list was good at the end of it. So really, it wasn't that hard. The jostling, the wanting, I mean, we ended up doing what? We're doing the top 5. That's our intense breakdown, but we're also doing like top 15, essentially, like honorable mentions.
We'll mention honorable mentions,
mention stuff leading up to it. I mean, there's stuff that didn't make the list that kind of breaks my heart. And, it just, the way it is, no one's holding a gun to my head here. And at the end of the day,
where's that damn intern with that gun?
I can change my list if I want to, but no. But having said the fact that it makes it a lot harder, a lot more of a challenge to lump all the genres together and do it that way. There's a lot of black metal not represented on here. It's just because it's just the way it is. It's so much later in my journey. Yeah, there's some great, amazing things that I consider some of my favorite records. And I think back over all the episodes of Heavy Metallurgy where I say, oh, this is definitely a top 5 album for me. I've said that probably 50 times. And now, now here it is where the rubber hits the road. I'm actually looking at my top 5 saying, fuck, yeah, this is a lot harder.
Alan, you need to go through those old videos and just put in buzzers or X's.
Yeah.
Probably there are like 7 different Halloween albums that landed in that.
Right.
You're not wrong, Craig. You are not wrong.
Well, one of the things that's also interesting with this is in terms of what is going to peak for you in these special spots, because I can say, like, there are more albums I rate at that highest tier of excellence in black metal than death metal, but probably 8 albums of death metal I like for every album of black metal. There's so much more death metal. I just feel black metal peaked more. So it's when you look at things like that, it's just an interesting thing insofar as where your tastes lean, and certainly stuff with traditional singing and that extra element, where there's a whole other gigantic melody component added in by the vocalist that isn't there as much in the extreme musics. It's just an interesting thing and it's one of the things why I think it's interesting to not say it's an all black metal list or all death metal lists or all thrash or all traditional metal, is where does it stand with those things? Because there's not someone singing in black metal who I think does what Halford does or what Dio did or what Eric Adams does. They're doing right things for their music, but there are different goals and there are different sounds with that sort of thing. So I can understand why you might feel obligated to that other stuff that you grew up with and that has that other element in it.
Yeah. So we may have a lot of ground to cover tonight. How should we do this? Should we just take turns going through our, first 15? So. We did 15, right? It wasn't 20.
It was honorable mentions. You didn't have to have a set number.
It's a top 5, and then there was the idea of 10 honorable mentions.
Okay,
just to say like what was sort of gnawing at the heels of that top 5, and it sounds and for me certainly at a comparable level to that 5th pick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Craig wanted to start with the honorable mentions, which kind of makes sense. Save the good stuff for a little bit.
We'll just do one at a time. Go around circles. Melanie, we'll start with you. Number 15.
Honorable mentions one at a time. I was thinking we would kind of run through the honorable mentions, but we can, however you prefer, because I was planning on doing 10 minutes on all of them or so.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd say, let's just bulk the honorable mentions so we don't take way too long on them.
Gotcha.
I think Craig.
All right.
I'm with Craig there.
All right. So first up, I have Destruction Infernal Overkill. This is probably what I consider to be like my favorite thrash album of all time. Just never heard anything like this. Just sounded so evil and sinister sounding. And just I've always loved this band. So I recently started finally getting all of their vinyl into my collection that I wanted for the last, I don't know how many years since I've started collecting. So definitely had to put this in I think I did 10, but I definitely pulled more than 15. So I'm not going to do these in order. I'm just going to grab things and talk about them.
I just want to say one thing on that. The opening riff in The Ritual, arguably the best riff to come out of Germany.
Yes.
Like that. Sure. There's no superior riff to that opening riff. Please.
Yeah. That is an album I can listen to and never get tired of it. Absolutely never. That and like the first 3 or 4 albums that they've put out, I just listen to them nonstop. Next is probably a shocker for people, but Machine Head's The Blackening. I don't care for Machine Head's newer stuff at all, but those first several albums up until this one, I've always really, really enjoyed. Just phenomenal band live. I saw this tour live. This is mostly a nostalgic pick for me. I think my brother and my cousin were huge Machine Head fans, and they're the reasons why I listened to them. And this was the first album I ever got by them. Actually, my father-in-law bought this for me, funny enough. So I've always loved this album. Pretty much this. I still love it. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the newer stuff they put out. I don't really follow the band anymore, but this one has always stuck with me. So one of those weird albums that I said will probably come up tonight that people won't expect at all. Obviously, Malevolent Creations Retribution. I consider this one of my all-time favorite death metal albums. It had to come onto the list today. I've talked about this stuff 1,000 times on my channel, but just amazing stuff. I don't need to talk anymore about that. Everybody that watches my stuff, they know how obsessed I am with that album. Let's see here. The next one, obviously, again, I tried not to do all death metal, but it was really hard. Suffocation's Pierce from Within. I've often said this is a desert island album for me. This will be one, if I were to pick one or out of three, this would definitely go with me. Just such a gateway for so many death metal bands that I've gotten into from this. The reason why I listen to brutal death metal, there's just so many things about this album that I absolutely love. I think Frank Mullen sounds the absolute best on this album, and I just love this album to death. How many was that? 4? All right, I'm steaming through them all. Let's see here. Probably a shocker. I debated putting this in here because I wasn't sure if we consider this metal. Because sometimes it feels more of like a rockish kind of album for me.
Mm-hmm. It's
But
always
I
hard
love
to pin
Danzig.
that one down.
Yeah, I love Danzig and I love the Misfits. So a lot of people don't know that. This is actually a holy grail album for me. This is not an original copy. This is actually a bootleg that I found on Discogs forever ago. If I ever get a OG copy of this, I will die happy. But I love this album. Everything about it. Mother obviously is the reason why I started listening to Danzig. You just always heard it on the radio, saw it on MTV and all that stuff. And I just became such a huge fan. Actually, I knew him first before I started listening to the Misfits, and I love this album. I had to put it on here and talk about it tonight. But again, some people would question whether or not how metal it is. I don't know.
I bet once he goes to retire, all that stuff will get reissued.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I hope so. Obviously, Cannibal Corpse had to come on here. The Bleeding is always considered my favorite album. I know it's very controversial considering it's Chris Barnes. People can't stand him anymore. And just the lyrical content of this album is not the best. However, this one has always been my favorite one. I absolutely love the Barnes era. Cannibal Corpse have always said that. And this one, I just had to throw it in there. Again, it just felt weird to make a heavy metal list and not throw in some of his favorite death metal albums. How many was that now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I've only got a few more before I get into my top 5 that I pulled. Again, another questionable one because some people, depending on who you ask, say Black Sabbath is 70s rock. But Sabbath, Black Sabbath. This is fun. Ironically, my favorite Black Sabbath album outside of the Dio ones. But in terms of Ozzy, I've always absolutely loved this one. I pulled the picture disc because it's bigger. But I have a CD version of it too. Yeah, some people might question this though, but it just, again, I always associate metal with Black Sabbath. So many people debated the controversy around this about how they're not actually a metal band, but whatever. I think they are. So I put them in here.
They are. That's actually not a debate worth entering. Like they created this genre. Not every song in every moment is metal, but overriding those are all metal albums.
Yeah, for sure. And then this will be my last I wrote Carcass's Symphonies of Sickness. So Heartwork has always been, like I always have said, Heartwork has been one of my all-time favorite Carcass albums, but along with this one, and I have a really hard time picking between the two, and I went with this one because I've just been listening to this so much more lately. I've never heard anything like this before when I first heard this band, and I hated it when I first heard it. But now I listen to it and I'm just like, it's such a perfect album. Everything about it is so good. It's just so like messy in the best possible way. And with the style of music that I listen to on a daily basis now, like this just always scratches the itch. So I had to at least throw Carcass in here because I've considered them one of my all-time favorite bands for a long time. All right, that's it. I plowed through them all.
All right. Well, good showing. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Zahler.
A few quick things before I jump into these. There's some favorite bands of mine that aren't going to be in the honorable mentions. And a favorite band is often a band that has a bunch of excellent albums, but maybe not one at this level. I'm very much into Man of War. You can't see the logo. But I'm very much into Man of War, Sign of the Hammer, Kings of Metal, Battle Hymns, but they don't quite hit the level for me. The two Iron Maiden Diano albums those are what got me into metal, and I relish those. And I think the first 6 albums of King Diamond, that's probably the best 6-album run in metal history. I can't think of another one that I would rank above that, but those albums don't quite hit this. So I just wanted to mention that. And I'm very into Judas Priest as well. And Painkiller would be the one, but Painkiller has Metal Meltdown, and I think that song sucks. I think it's kind of a goofy Saturday morning cartoon, and if it didn't have that, it would be in the top 5. I just think it, and the All Guns Blazing, round, 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 I think that's bad. The rest of that song is good, but I mean, Hell Patrol, Touch of Evil, One Shot of Glory, that album should be in my top 5, but it has Metal Meltdown, and I've never been able to get past disliking it. And while a bunch of the albums I'll mention will have songs that are below par, they don't actually have songs that I dislike the way I dislike Metal Meltdown. So that's, Rob Halford is my favorite singer in rock history, so I just wanted to mention that. And they have Defenders of the Faith, Hellbent for Leather. They have a bunch that I adore, but that's ultimately why they're not in here. So I will do a nice smooth segue from Melanie's. And so Necroticism, Descanting the Insalubrious. This is one of probably 10 albums I could bring up in this discussion of what album has the largest number of incredible riffs. This is part of that conversation. Literally that 3-hour thing that I did with Marty and Melanie, where we went over the new Nile album. I could do that with this. I could probably do 4 hours on this. So I'm not going to derail the whole show on this. This is an incredible, extremely sophisticated album where they make it all work. The time changes, the riffs, really everything is on this one. I like Symphonies a lot as well, but I feel that album, the last 4 cuts, only one of those is top tier. And this has Incarnate Solvent Abuse and Carnius Cacophony, which I think are their 2 best songs. So this thing is incredible. Sirthungal, Paradise Lost. I went into great detail on this one when Marty Allen and I went through the entire catalog. You can hear me attempt to sing many of these songs. Go It Alone is not good. I'm not going to defend that as a good song, but I still think it's decent. And this album ends with 3 masterpieces. Masterpiece is a word I use sparingly, but you're going to hear me use it a lot tonight because I'm talking about my favorite albums of all time. I mean, I got to guess I've heard upwards of 3,000 metal albums. So when you're talking about the 15 best that are out there, that word's going to come out, and there is no other album I can think of that ends with 3 masterpieces, with the exception of Pink Floyd's Animals, which I think is the only perfect album ever made, and it is 3 masterpieces. It has an intro and an outro, and then 3 masterpieces. But this ends with 3, and it's incredible. Mayhem's Grand Declaration of War. Yes, I'm showing this version. This is one of a handful of remixes that I think is better than the original. The drums sound better. The guitars are beefier. The techno-ish song is worse on this version, but everything else is better. View from Neil and Time to Die, and then the Doom song. It's always been weird with the track listing on this. I think it's Completion of Science and Agony. Those are incredible, very forward-thinking. These riffs are alien from the alien future and incredible. And Maniac's performance really his presence reminds me of Roger Waters, which is to say an imperious, commanding performance. Hellhammer's drumming on this is obviously legendary, incredible. And I really do recommend this remix. It's better, with the exception of that one song. On a similar note, we've got Mayhem Wolfslayer Abyss. The only EP that I'm putting out here. This is an Obliteration Manifesto. There isn't anything that quite functions like this in terms of you just really kind of wiping your mind clean. And
very feral album.
It is, and the production on this one is great. I wish Grand Declaration of War had this production, and another Hall of Fame performance from Hellhammer. Incredible stuff. So Lost Horizon, Awakening the World. This album is absolutely phenomenal. This is not the only time I'm going to talk about this band this evening. And I know many people prefer this to the second album. I prefer the second album. More on that later. This album is incredible. This is the second best power metal album ever made. The vocal performance is great. Actually, the drums sound much better on this one than they do on the follow-up. And Welcome Home, Denial of Fate, World Through My Fateless Eyes. Like, these are incredible songs, and they're different songs. The main composer here, his name, I'm going to guess it's pronounced Wojciech Lisiski. Feel free to correct me on that if anybody knows the proper pronunciation. I think I'm hearing some music. He's an incredible composer and visionary. I really hope he does more stuff. This album really has a lot of fairly simple riffs, and then the arrangements and the layering of vocals and the time changes and all of this sort of stuff. This is really an excellent example of the sum is greater than its parts, and a definite reaching for and achieving excellence throughout. A phenomenal album. Let's go back a couple decades. Deep Purple's Machine Head. This is certainly a very early on classic for me, and something that was opening the gateway to metal. Legitimately, half of this album is kind of hard rock, and there's even some psychedelic stuff on here. I think you listen to Highway Star, and that is, outside of some Priest and outside of some Black Sabbath, this is really like the root of a lot of metal. If you listen to Richie Blackmore's guitar solo on that, the hammer on, the stuff, I think the infusion of classical music that would run rampant, certainly in all the power metal that Marty loves, I think it came from here. And, you know, I know Dave Murray and Yannick, those guys were Blackmore guys. And Marty Friedman and Megadeth, they're Blackmore guys. Like, lead guitar in metal, I think, owes more to Blackmore than any other player from the 70s. Iommi's great, but there aren't people who sound like Iommi. And there are a ton of people who are trying to sound like Richie Blackmore and heavily influenced by him. And Ian Gillan's singing, Ian Gillan screaming. At this time, this band could boast arguably the best lead guitarist, maybe inarguably the best lead vocalist. The screams that Ian Gillan was capable of at this time, when he was in Jesus Christ Superstar, in Rock, Fireball, that whole era, phenomenal. He torched his voice. By the time you get to Born Again, which is an album I like, and I like a lot of his later stuff, he doesn't sound like he does here or on Child in Time. This was one of the, like Rob Halford, this is a guy who could shriek, full voice shrieks with all these overtones ringing. Unbelievable stuff. But so Highway Star, Space Trucking, a song that climaxes through Ian Pace's phenomenal drum work, arguably the best drummer of all time, playing with arguably the best singer of all time, with a guitarist who's pushing things forward. So this album, admittedly, a chunk of this is hard rock, and then there's some sight stuff on here, but this is a foundation album, and to me has enough metal to make it. And speaking of not enough metal to make it, Blue Oyster Cult is my favorite band of all time. My favorite album by them is Spectres, and 2/3 of that album is not metal and almost not even hard rock. So that's why they're not going to make an appearance tonight. I adore that band, but they don't really fit for me in a top 15, top 5 discussion of greatest metal albums of all time. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. So this is an incredible album. And Die Young, one of the greatest songs ever recorded. The riff in Heaven and Hell, fantastic stuff. Really just, it's Children of the Sea. It's kind of everything that was good about the first few Dio solo albums, and a lot of what was good about Sabbath, and this is sort of right at the intersection. It's incredible stuff. Wishing Well is great. Very earnest Dio on this, and really, really high quality stuff. So in the conversation of the greatest riff albums of all time,
that's perfect. That's a perfect riff album. 100%.
Yeah, At the Heart of Winter is in that conversation. I mean, there's no doubt. Tragedies Blows at Horizon, I'm conjugating it the way he did in Norway. Tragedies Blows at Horizon, Where Dark and Light Don't Differ. This is Withstand the Fall of Time. This is incredible stuff. Solar Fall, there are amazing moments of it going to arpeggio and then the entire band lurching in with a roar that are some of the most like thrilling moments in metal history, in music history. Fantastic stuff. This was the first time Sabbath was really doing all the playing, and there are some missed notes, a couple of botched fills, very exposed, not hidden at all, but incredible stuff. And Horg was clearly the right drummer to find out what parts of these very tricky, very syncopated riffs to accent. Like in riff royalty, Sabbath, I've heard it said both ways. Is there a consensus on how we say this guy's name?
I think he says Abat. That's what he says.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how Abat says it.
In riff royalty, this is certainly a contender with number 4 after Tony Iommi, Jimmy Page, and Dave Mustaine. And I say this about Jimmy Page, I don't really like Robert Plant's entire upper register. Like, I enjoy a fair amount of Led Zeppelin stuff, but I accept rather than like what he sounds like when he sings college. Those riffs are absolutely undeniable in that band, and the swagger and syncopation. So this is in that conversation. To me, one better than At the Heart of Winter, Sons of Northern Darkness. Both of these are certainly vying for that number 5 spot. This, if tasked with what's the best black metal song of all time, I could certainly say In My Kingdom Cold. That thing is a masterpiece. And speaking of Ian Pace, the fills that Horg is doing, very much like the stuff in Burn from Ian Pace in My Kingdom Cold, putting in that errant floor tom after the Open the Gates, boom. Incredible stuff. Within the Dark Mind, also a masterpiece. So this album to me has 2 masterpieces. Both of the opening cuts are really good. I know Marty's not a fan of Tyrants. I think that song is great. The only reason that this song didn't land as my number 5 is I think the second to last song is kind of good, but it followed on 2 straight up masterpieces like Hall of Fame black metal songs. And then the last song is slightly better than that, but you're coming off of this incredible high, and then you kind of have 2 good songs that really seem like, oh, we've got like 15 minutes more of music that's not as good as the highlights. So it's a lot of time not at the peak, but incredible album. And then my last honorable mention, Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning. Thin Lizzy, one of my favorite bands of all time. This one certainly, to me, has more than enough metal to get it on this list. John Sykes is absolutely shredding in this. You get all the tasty, full, seemingly kind of composed Scott Gorham stuff and Phil Lynott, top 5 favorite vocalists in rock history. I mean, one of my favorite genre of music is metal, but like kind of right next to it are prog rock and soul. So him bringing some of that sort of soulful style is incredible. I would have killed to have seen Thin Lizzy perform with him. And Heart Attack. Holy Wars is a palm muting twin guitar classic, and this is just loaded with great riffs. Heart Attack, the concluding album, that's how you conclude an album, and terrific stuff, and with like paint feeling solos by John Sykes. Really evidence of a very experienced band putting on a masterclass show in terms of all of the details, all of the layering, and songs that are kind of good, something like This Is the One, the opener, and not the opener, the second track, This Is the One. Like, that's a good song made excellent by the additional layers of harmony guitar and some of the vamping that Phil Lynott is doing and all of that sort of stuff. It's really an amazing. Thin Lizzy were obviously an incredible live band, but this shows people who know how to take their songs and enrich them with all that the studios have to offer. So incredible. And if not for talking about incredible runs of albums, I think Renegade has an incredible title cut, and Angel Death is great. The rest of that album, I think, is sort of okay. And if not for that album, then kind of the last 7 albums by Thin Lizzy would be maybe my favorite run of albums by any artist ever. But Thunder and Lightning, an incredible way to go. And Jailbreak is also phenomenal and has a fair amount of metal on it. But this one is the most metal and actually also my favorite. I think this was these guys really at a peak insofar as maximizing whatever material they had. So those are my honorable mentions.
I agree with you on all that, other than you missed out on The Sun Goes Down, my favorite song on that album. I love
That song's beautiful.
the somber, atmospheric masterpiece.
That
Love it.
song's beautiful. And I think that might have been Scott Gorham writing it, or at least he's a co-writer on it. They played that when I saw the John Sykes version of Thing Isn't Going On. That song's beautiful.
Yeah. All right. Alan.
I kind of just want Craig's list. It's probably better than mine.
Your mic is super hot tonight. Super hot.
Mine is?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you were typing, it was like,
All right.
like blocking out the audio. I was going to say something. I didn't know how to say, quit typing. I knew what
Let's
you were
see.
doing.
Is that any better?
nice.
Let's try this. Is that any better?
A little bit. You
Little
got
bit,
a nice
maybe.
mechanical keyboard there, Alan.
Yeah, I don't like this one very much, but it's what I've
It's
got
like
for
thunder
now.
clapping from the heavens, and every time
Huh.
you're good. You're
Usually
better.
that-
You're better
Yeah,
now.
usually it's usually if I switch this off, it stops that. But
It's better. It was super hot, but
okay, that helped a little bit. All right. Yeah, I didn't quite pull 15. I worked out a top 10, and I had two that kind of float at the edge of the top 10. So I won't quite have a full 15 to go through here. We'll just go ahead and beat Marty to the punch. Everyone's waiting for it. Halloween Walls of Jericho floats somewhere outside the top 10, but very close to it. Classic power speed album. It's an old favorite. I know every song on it. I love Kai's vocals on it. He's got a very strange, almost reptilian voice, but it kind of fits for the material here. It's blazingly fast. I think people forget just how fast Halloween were early on. I mean, they always, could play pretty quick, but this really is a speed metal monster and a really fun album, start to end. Someone comes up, just outside the top 10, as does Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. I mean, this run of Halloween is some of my favorite music ever made. So yes, there's going to be multiple entries of this stuff here.
huh? That's crazy.
How dare I? Of course, but
I'm leaving. This
yeah,
place is crazy.
Yeah, the deal with this album is, of course, it has those few goofy songs. They don't bother me a ton. I'm pretty tolerant of the levity that Halloween brought to the table most of the time, but and the top songs on here are beyond phenomenal, with things like Eagle Fly Free and such. I Want Out, they're timeless. So another one that's really good. Both of these end up a little outside the top 10 because they are not ones I go back to as frequently as some other stuff. Whenever I play them, I still love almost every note on them. But I have noticed over the years they get played a little bit less and a little bit less. So moving on then, this would, I guess, be technically number 10. Yep. Jagdpanzer's Ample Destruction. One of the most overlooked U.S. power metal albums. I think if this had been on something like Metal Blade, people would automatically put it up there next to things like Metal Church's debut and the first few Omen albums. Being on the Azra label and having the band kind of disintegrate before they got a chance to offer a real follow-up, they just kind of got condemned to obscurity, and the album just really doesn't get that high in the pantheon. And it's not just, Harry Conklin's voice. He's one of the best power metal singers the U.S. has ever produced. But you also have, incredible guitar work on here from Joey Tafola. The songwriting is really rich and varied. They have kind of a unique take on the power metal perspective. It's not just like ancient medieval fantasy stuff. It's not just driving cars and chasing girls and, drinking beer stuff. It's this kind of weird mixture of things that's almost based in like, urban combat, where you're not worried about swords or going to crush your skull with a baseball bat kind of antics. Fantastic album. I picked one of the weird picture disc promo versions of it to show here because oddly I don't have a CD of it. I've got like 10 different vinyl pressings, but no compact disc. Let's see. Also top 10, but not quite top 5. Sabotage, Streets, a rock opera. I know a lot of folks don't like this era of Sabotage, but I think they did some really interesting stuff, especially early on during this phase. And this album is, one of the best concept metal albums in terms of, telling a story front to back, having the music fit perfectly with the theme, having songs that stand well on their own instead of having to be in the context of the story to make any sense. That's a big downfall for a lot of concept albums for me. So I was like, overall, this is great, but if I were to listen to just one song, I don't know if it holds up very well. Not a problem here whatsoever. Very deep, very emotional album. Fantastic stuff there.
Very meatloafy album, but it grew on me.
Monkeys are well represented on that album as well.
Monkeys? Yep. Yeah. Indeed they are. Let's see. Another one. This is one I thought about, and it could have gotten that 5th slot, but it doesn't quite get there, is Merciful Fates, Don't Break the Oath. Timeless album. It's got some of my favorite moments ever on it. Again, it's coming in at number 8, so again, no one gets to bitch that I'm underranking this.
I'm actually shocked you have it, given that you would have riffed it for whatever that ever album was.
We might talk about that album a little bit later, Melanie. So,
he had to make room for Rogue Male on the end of his top 5.
No, you're thinking of Dwayne. Dwayne's the Rogue Male buff. But yeah, anyway, this album, of course, is incredible. A Dangerous Meeting, still, just one of the must-hear heavy metal songs of all time. It's really good. It's almost start to finish. The reason this probably isn't quite top 5 is, I do go through phases where I'm just not in the mood to listen to King's voice. His falsetto doesn't bother me, but there are times I'm just really not in the mood for it. So it stays outside the top 5, but it's top 10. Number
Marty almost tipped over when you held that one up, by the way. I saw Marty look like the Invisible Man had just given him a gut punch, and then he had to write himself.
A little bit of onset dementia or vertigo was happening here. Yeah.
I don't know what to say. It's top 10. But maybe that's not high enough. Number 7. I thought this might be number 5, but it just misses out. Manila Road's Crystal Logic. Manila Road obviously did a lot of great stuff over the years. This one, early when I first got into the band, it was always this or Open the Gates, but this is definitely the one that's kind of won out long term. It's got their 2 best songs in it, for my money anyway. And again, this is my list. Folks can disagree, but it's my list. It's not wrong because it's mine. But yes, you've got Necropolis and Riddle Master. Riddle Master, kind of one of their best, heaviest, doomy moments. Necropolis is just, pure, absolute, brilliant fun. It's Manila Road probably at their heaviest or close to their heaviest. And they always worked well in that mode. Yeah, I've been on record before saying once you go a few albums later and they're really leaning a little bit more and more into the thrash side of stuff, just doesn't appeal to me quite as much. But yep, this is a gem. And number 6, and I think the only thing, everything I've shown so far has been 80s material. One from the 90s, Fate's Warning with Parallels. This is as close to a perfect album as I know of. It's probably song for song better than some of the things I've got in the top 5, but again, favorite is sort of an emotional attachment, not just a clinical breakdown. But yeah, the performances on here are off the chart in terms of you've got not only Matheos, but Oresti is at the top of his game. Zonder plays his brains out, and he's incredibly good behind the kit. You've got a production from Terry Brown that just could not be better for this kind of material. Ray Alder is in his prime. It's absolutely top-notch stuff and has held up for me. This is one of those albums, kind of like Craig was saying before. I've been listening to it for 30 years. I can put it on and it takes only seconds before the hair will start to stand up on the back of my neck. It just is still that good and has that much impact after all these years. So those are my honorable mentions. Basically, I think I did 12 through 6 there. So Marty, I do believe it's your turn to run through yours. I may hop out and hop back in to see if I can get the mic to sound a little better.
It's fine. Don't change anything. Whatever you did, it de-emphasized the hotness of it.
It's better now.
On this computer, if I had the volume just like even 1 or 2 notches too high, it will do that to the mic. So I just had to back off the volume was all. But thanks for letting me know.
Yep. Well, my first one is a double cheat.
I knew you were going to cheat on this assignment.
Not gonna be. It's an
it.
honorable mention, so it doesn't matter. Kiss Alive. Not only is it not a metal album, it's not even a studio. Well, I guess it was recorded in a studio. There was not a lot of live on this album. Let's be honest.
78% studio album.
Yeah. But
we never said they couldn't be live albums, so that part's okay.
Like Frampton Comes Alive, which I believe the bass guitar was tracked live.
The bass and one piece of the drum kit was tracked, and that was it. The rest of it was in the studio. So yeah, it is what it is. But honestly, this is probably the first album. My grandmother bought this for me, this very album. And, well, this came out in 75. I don't know if this was 77 or 78 when I got into Kiss, but as a child of the 70s, if you don't acknowledge Kiss, I mean, how could you not? They were on TV. You saw them. They were a spectacle. Their songs were, tongue-in-cheek pop music, reworked British pop songs in a rock fashion. And hard not to like them. And this band is solely responsible for putting me on my journey of music. If it wasn't for this band, I would have been listening to Mac Davis and Rita Coolidge and Kenny Rogers and Tom T. Hall until I like whatever's on the radio type of guy. There's people out there that are like that. Fine. But nope, Kiss actually, it made me care about getting records, looking at the liner notes, looking at the pictures. They had free stuff in their posters, a gun or, tattoos or stickers, or it appeals to the kids for sure. But Kiss Alive is solely responsible for getting me moving in the realm of music. And this is a weird pick for, number 14. It could have been a bunch of other albums, but Manila Road's Atlantis Rising. Why this one? Why not Crystal Logic? Well, this is the first one that I heard other than a mixtape that my friend Jeff Wagner made for me that I wore out. And when this promo showed up in the mail for whatever magazine, it was Worm Gear or Metal Maniacs, it clicked. And it clicked really. And to be honest, this is the comeback album for Manila Road. They had a bit of a hiatus after kind of spinning out of, they kind of lost the muse, broke up, got back together. And this is a long line of well-produced albums. This is a really good, well-produced album. It's heavy. It has a modern sheen, but it still sounds like Manila Road. The songs are really good. It just showed that Manila Road's a band that came from the 70s, but they could translate well into a modern metal era and still sound like themselves, even though you have another singer that's entering into the realm here. They really embrace the metal sound on this. What were you going to say, Craig? You went digging.
I did. What's that cover that you have? Is that a Chris Verwimp cover? Because that looks. I'm trying. Is it?
This is the original album cover here. And this is the reissue on High Roller Records.
Is that Chris Verwimp? If that's how you.
Nope, it's Alexander von Wielding.
Oh, I don't know who that is. Anyway, I was just looking at him like I don't recognize that cover.
Yeah, it's a reissue on High Roller.
I will say, sort of like Jethro Tull, I think this is a band that has some extremely pretty acoustic songs and simpler songs, and the one on here, Lemuria, I think is the best one he ever wrote.
Yep,
really like simple, somber, mostly acoustic tunes. It's a really good one. So surprised to see that choice, but I didn't recognize it when you held it up, and then I saw what it was.
All right, next up, Sinister's Cross the Sticks.
Ooh, that's
Out
a good
of
one.
all the death metal albums, why this one? Well, this is the one that effortlessly crosses the line between thrash and death metal. And being an old thrash kid, this album, it was complicated. It was strange at times. The disjointed, awkward, obtuse transitions or time signatures or riffs. This thing, I love taking this on, well, not the record, obviously the CD. I take it on a road trip and it's just an air guitar, drive with your knee and, play these weird, screwed up, obtuse riffs. I absolutely love this album. And I was bummed the album after this, Diabolical Summoning, they went for more of the US death metal thing. And people like, oh, that album's way better. Well, nah, it lost its character. They dropped sounding European and went to, Cannibal Corpse, and
Yep.
I get it. It's what the times were, but this here is a dark, twisted, awesome, killer vocals, Corridors to the Abyss, Compulsory Resignation. What great songs, man. 1-2 punch right there. This album is perfect from start to finish. Produced by Alex Krull from Atrocity. Next up, man, I wish this could be higher in the list, but it's kind of a late comer but it's Awakening the World by Lost Horizon. God, I mean, I remember when Craig Zahler was playing this for me for the first time. I'm like, look at these jerks in capes. They're telling me about, being positive and I am enough and I can go forth and conquer because I am a true metal warrior. And I'm like, I don't need this kind of positivity in my metal. This is stupid. Positivity's for dummies. Well, it took a little years and maturity and realizing that this is one of the best power metal records out there. And they do so by way of combining European power metal with speed metal. That's always the perfect union when it comes to this stuff. And you've got probably the second best vocalist in power metal, Daniel Hyman, and next to, of course, Michael Kiska. This album we talked about in the album club. I'm not going to go on and on and on.
Mistake one. You're allowed to have made it, but that is mistake one.
What?
Performance like those performances on the Lost Horizon album. But continue. Mistake one.
Listen, this is my list. No peanut gallery chattering. Yeah, this is perfect record for me. The riffs are amazing. Absolutely stunning. Welcome Back towards the end. I mean, they got Tank in the Gas. Track 8, they're writing one of the best solos in metal. That whole solo on Welcome Back is holy crap. My air guitar cannot keep up with it. It's so fucking good. Where am I at here? Oh man, yeah. This is another sad one. I wish it was higher on my list, but Storm of the Lightsbane, Dissection.
Yep.
It's just I was listening to this the other day, trying to see where it was going to sit on my list, and it is rare to find an album with such mature, beautiful, amazing melodies. This thing is just absolutely swarming with amazing guitar work, twin guitar lines. I know the band was trying to be a black metal band on this, and I know a lot of people classify them as black metal. I really have a hard time calling this a straight up black metal album because it has a lot of Swedish melodic death metal in its heart, I think, and you could hear it in those twin leads. I mean, the musical maturity on this isn't your average black metal band. It just isn't. It isn't. It's so much more advanced than that, even though he tried to make it
Are you
raw.
saying it's too good to be black metal?
I'm saying it's too good to be some black metal. I'm not saying all black metal. I'm saying some black metal. But this to me is just an absolute flawless record. There's nothing on here that it sounds like a misstep. The piano stuff, I mean, it's majestic. I love that 6/8 triumphant, march. I love the exacting blast beats and Soul Reaper and Unhallowed. Absolutely stunning vocal performance. The guitar work, again, the melodies are so mature, so good. How do you follow this up? And obviously, he didn't. He didn't try to best it. He did something different. I can see that, even though I hated it. Okay. Next up, man, this should have been higher too. Rust in Peace. Another absolute perfect record for me. Even Dawn Patrol. It fits on this record. It's got its place. It's silly. But with one album, Megadeth completely shit all over everything Metallica's ever done. I'm sorry. It's the truth. From songwriting.
It is the truth.
The performance, the guitar work, the drumming, vocals are tough, but they fit perfectly on this record. This is definitely Dave's best vocal performance, I think, in his entire career. It's just everything is so perfect. Even the production, it's perfect. It's pristine, but it's not so clinically perfect that it distracts you from what's going on. Because sometimes albums can be a little too clean. This is clean, but still you're so focused and transfixed on these riffs, solos, everything on here. It's just awe-inspiring. An amazing thrash record. I love the first one too. I know Chromie is a big proponent for the first one being the best thrash metal album ever. I love that record, but I still am stymied by the fact that the crap that's So Far So Good So What came out before this. You would have think there would have been a better album before something this good, but I don't know. This is an amazing record. I know Zahler is going to fill us in on that more. Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
I'm about the spoiler nature of my shirt. I was like, outside of doing costume changes for this, is appropriate, and I have a lot of rules in terms of I need to have seen the band live to wear the shirt and all this sort of stuff. So yes, you will hear much more on that later.
This is another favorite that I wish was in the top 5 but couldn't be, and that's Overkill's Feel the Fire. I absolutely love this record. Always have loved this record, always will. It's, to me, the best Overkill record. It's the most punk Overkill record. They kind of embraced the thrash stuff and went from there, but I think this album fits Blitz's voice the best. The bass work, everything, the drumming, Rat Skate's drumming has a punk sheen to it, sloppiness at times, but they hold it all together, and they hold it all together with really well-constructed songs. Catchy as hell. The lyrics stick in your head. Everything about this record I love. I've listened to this album probably 5 million times. I could put it on right now and want to listen to it 3 times. Next up, another heartbreaker. I wish it was higher up in the... Where am I at
I
here?
thought this might make the top 5.
Should have, but it just couldn't. Extreme Aggression, Creator. We've talked about this on the album club. This album is another perfect one for me. It's Creator growing up. They're Terrible Certainty. I like that record, but kind of a transitional record. Kind of the songs weren't there yet. Here they're here. They finally figured out how to write a really good song without, like, Toxic Trace. What a great song, but it's like 5 intros that start that song off. Get to the song. Here there's no filler here. It's all lean and mean, well written, excellent German thrash metal. Absolutely love this record. Where am I at? Yep, 2 more. Keepers 1.
What?
By Halloween. Not in the top 5. I figured someone else would be covering that for me. So Twilight of the Gods,
Melanie's
I'm
got you
Alive. Yeah. Halloween. I mean, what a great album. And I really have a hard time. My son and I were talking. He's like, what about Keepers 2, Dad? I'm like, I love that album too. How can you not pick something with March of Time on it or Eagle Fly Free? But this, I think, is a better record. A little less fun stuff on here, which I don't mind them for that. But this is the album that spearheaded the whole European power metal sound. They evolved out of a speed/power band into European power metal. This is the one. This is the album.
Yeah, for my money, that album is far better than the sequel.
Right.
I'm with you there, though. Better than Raw. Like, to me, I could go back and forth on either of those.
Yep.
I think that those are both kind of the top tier for that band.
Last of my honorable mentions, and I wish it could be higher again. Iron Maiden Killers.
I am shocked.
Yep.
I for sure thought that would be in your top 5.
This is one of those, coveted perfect riff albums, perfect song records. I don't know, however you want to say it. Paul Di'Anno, to me, is the true voice of Iron Maiden. Hate to say it. I love the Bruce stuff too, don't get me wrong, but he just worked here. He had the punk street brawler type of caterwauling style that worked. Somehow he made it work on these first 2 albums. Yes, the way his voice was and where the band was going, he wasn't going to go the distance with Iron Maiden. It just isn't true. Wasn't going to make it. But his time with the band is amazing, and this album is amazing from start to finish. And God, people say Number the Beast. They start naming off all these Bruce records. I'm like, have you heard Killers? Have you sat down and listened to Killers? I mean, the whole album. I could just. It doesn't matter what I say. There isn't a shit song on here. Even Drifter. As cheesy and rollicking as that song is, it's fun. It's a good way to end this album. Anyway, yep. And I do want to say I'm mad as hell that this other perfect riff album didn't make my list. I had to cut it out for something else. So this is another one of those perfect riff albums for me. So
that one didn't either. Yeah. Before we go back to the top of the batting order, did want to just take a quick second to say thank you very much to everybody who did super chats. We didn't want to interrupt everybody as they were going through their honorable mentions, but we did get them on screen, and we typed thanks into the chat for y'all. I really do appreciate the donations, folks. That's really, really kind of y'all.
Y'all rule. Yep, so much. So we're down to the nitty gritty, and we're going to
start. 5 left.
Only 5 left. Melanie, what is your number 5?
Well, sorry, Marty. Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast. I realized I should have called out Dissection. I actually had it pulled and I didn't show it before. I even wore the freaking shirt tonight, and I like forgot to grab it when I was going through my list. So that's on my top 15 as well. So this is the first like Iron Maiden I ever heard. I mean, I was born in '84, so I was fairly older when I got into Iron Maiden. So, but these were the, radio was the only thing I had access to, and I was hearing like Hallowed Be Thy Name and Number of the Beast and Run to the Hills, and like that's who I knew Iron Maiden as. So I became obsessed with this album, and it still is an obsession. I have every single one of their albums, including the newest ones, and I still listen to like the first 5 or 6 albums nonstop. And I do love Killers, and I do love the self-titled. I love the Diano albums, but I've always been more of a Bruce fan, and because that's just when I first heard them.
Sure.
Fear of the Dark is also one of my favorite Iron Maiden albums, as well as Killers is my other one. Like those are my like top 3, and then obviously Power Slave. But this one has a pretty nostalgic, emotional attachment to me. It was like the first metal CD my parents ever bought me. Like they were totally fine with me being into Iron Maiden back then. Metal was such a genre that they were not into. They were 70s rock, prog music. And another fun fact is my wife, the first time I ever like met her in person, I was wearing an Iron Maiden Number of the Beast shirt. And nice. She did not care. And that was how I knew she was the one, because she did not care at all. But I had that shirt on, it did not faze her, like nothing. So to this day, I know there's just always like those connections, but it's often the one that I don't know. I love every single song on this album. I know it's so cliche to love this album as much as I have, but this really, truly was like the very first like heavy metal album that I really, really, really fell in love with. And again, a lot of it has to do with just what I was able to get into and what I had access to back then. Sure. Unfortunately, I wasn't as involved into the scene like everybody else was. So yeah, I think I have so many copies of this because they've reissued it so many freaking times. This is whatever the enhanced version was that they put out like back in 1998.
The CD-ROM section. Oh, I gotta get the CD-ROM. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever watched it. Yeah.
I did.
My computer could handle it.
it only has Run to the Hills and Number of the Beast on it, and then there's exclusive photo galleries, which I need to find a CD-ROM to pull those photo galleries from. But I have every single one of these enhanced CDs that they put out back then.
I have a bit of them too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question. I was in terms of the CD-ROM, I listened to stuff on a CD player. I just had an experience at a Korean market where I was changing CDs, and the guy behind the counter was like, "What is that?" I was about to take out a CD, but I had Tomb of the Mutilated in my pocket. I'm like, but about the CD-ROM things, I am rebuying all of my albums that have enhanced content or CD-ROM, because for whatever reason, the albums that have the CD-ROM thing, they skip a bunch extra, and I found it across the boards. I need to, like, with however they're making contemporary portable CD players, if it had enhanced content, those albums they skip all over the place. So I am actually, I don't know if anyone else has had this problem. Maybe I'm the only person who actually listens with a portable CD player. But just an aside. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like it's like, what else can you say about this album? Everybody knows it. I honestly don't think I've ever run into somebody that said they don't know this album. Like a lot of the times, if you bring up Iron Maiden, like this is what they think about.
Yep.
And it's funny because I actually own like 3 shirts of this, because this is some of my favorite artwork. And one of the shirts on the back, it has like 666 like written really big.
My kid has the same shirt. My kid has the same shirt. Yeah.
And I never wear it because it's like I don't know if I should wear that. Like people, my neighbors, like I walk my dogs all the time. Like I just don't know. So I bought another one to wear because I absolutely love this album cover. But yeah, Hallowed Be Thy Name is still like one of my all-time favorite Iron Maiden songs. I know it's such a super popular one, but you know, I've got Sirius XM in my car, and whenever I have like Ozzy's Boneyard on, if this song is on, I crank it and we'll just sit there and listen to it. And I don't need to because I know the song. Like I have it, I have access to it, but I'll still sit there and listen to it until it's over, no matter where I'm going. And I feel like just Iron Maiden has that hold over me for so many songs that they have and so many albums, and like this is one of the very few bands where even though like I own all their stuff, I can stream it anytime I want. If I ever randomly come into like a room or if it's playing somewhere, like I will be fully engaged into the song and just completely forget about what I'm doing or who's with me, because like they just have that power over me. It's one of the very few bands in my life that I'll do that for. So, but yeah, like I said, I don't know what else to say about this band. Like everybody knows this album, and just it was impossible not to put this in my top 5 just for the amount of times I've listened to it and how much it has meant to me in like my metal journey. And it's a big gateway and the reason why I listen to a lot of music I listen to.
You know, it's a big bummer about that album nowadays is the fact that when Nico McBrain retired, I saw so many people say, "Oh, I love his performance on Number of the Beast." I'm like, dude, that's Clive Burr. Clive Burr. Getting rid of Clive Burr is a detriment. I mean, I love Nico albums too. Don't get me wrong here, people. But Clive Burr was a tighter drummer. He had more interesting fills for me anyway. And that album rules because of The Prisoner. I love Hallowed Be Thy Name too, but The Prisoner.
Oh yeah, Prisoner's so good.
That's my takeaway track from that one.
It's 6 minutes, and like at the time, like Hallowed Be Thy Name and The Prisoner being longer than 4 minutes was like weird for me, because you know obviously I was in the prog and like Yes and stuff like that, and like obviously Pink Floyd had longer songs, but when it came to metal music, it wasn't something that I ever really like envisioned for a longer song. And like, but Iron Maiden was like, they just did it flawlessly. You didn't even realize how long of a song it was.
All right. Zahler.
So my fifth choice.
Oh,
nice.
I am a little surprised.
I am really surprised too.
So here's the thing with the Scorpions. This was one of the first bands that I was ever into, let's say at the edge of metal. Obviously, there's some of their stuff is hard rock. Some of their stuff is straight up metal. And then if you go back far enough, there's a psychedelic component. If you start flying to the rainbow, getting in trance and talking to the Lonesome Crow, you have that experience. And but this is certainly one of the first metal bands that I was ever into. Is this and Twisted Sister and Quiet Riot were sort of like the three that I heard. And so like I make fewer decisions out of sentimentality than other people do. And this is an album that I enjoyed when I was a kid a lot. And actually my appreciation for it has grown over time because there were aspects of it that I didn't care for, or I wanted it to get back to the kind of party stuff that now are my favorite moments on the album. So this is an album that's been a companion for the major part of my life, where some of the stuff that is pretty somber, like filled with melancholy, really, really hits me now in a different way. So just an aside, I know like a lot of people who are into the Scorpions are going to say, you know, the Uli John Roth stuff. And Uli John Roth was a phenomenal lead player. Uli John Roth also sang in the band, and that was not a good move.
Yeah, that didn't work well. I
mean, at times he makes Ace Frehley sound like Jeff Tate. He really ruins some of those out. And like Virgin Killer is pretty much torpedoed by his vocal performance. Also, in terms of songwriting, I think he was still kind of stuck in the psychedelic jam world. And the Scorpions and Judas Priest, to me, are kind of the first two bands I always mention when I say actually getting streamlined a little more commercial was better for them. Like, I'm a huge Priest fan, and I definitely like those first four. But to me, Rob Halford really landed as a vocalist on Hellbent for Leather. And that's the album where he just carries it and has a different level of swagger. And with Scorpions, there was an amazing pop sensibility that, let's say, mostly comes from Rudolf Schenker, because he seems to be credited with most of the music. Klaus Meine is credited with lyrics, and I think I've heard demos of this band where Rudolph is literally like humming the melodies. So it really is mainly coming from him. He's the Steve Harris, Joe DiMaio, Alex Webster of Scorpions. And when their sound got cleaner and a little bit more polished and a little bit poppier, I think that they got better. Same thing with Priest. Like I, as I said, I'm a huge Priest fan, but I think Hellbent for Leather, and maybe it was partially the intervention of James Guthrie produced that, a Pink Floyd producer, really maximizing Halford's abilities and bringing out all these other registers and a different level of swagger and confidence. Whereas like a song like Exciter, I don't think the lead vocals are good. And I think he really knew what to do kind of everywhere across the board and became my favorite singer. Klaus Meine arrived on the scene completely formed, like maybe not Lonesome Crow, but Fly to the Rainbow. He's the Klaus that you're hearing on Crazy World, like 15, 16, 17 years later. He arrived. He's like visually and sonically a little bit closer to German Dio in terms of the kind of singer. And so to me, what the best Scorpions songs do, something like Holiday or We'll Burn the Sky, and, things like that, they are fists in the air and fists wiping away the tears. That's kind of the premise for me of this band and why I adore them so much. And I saw them on the Crazy World Tour in the 90s, and in 2000 when they were out with Dio and Deep Purple, and then maybe 2007 or 8 was the last time I saw them. But there's a melancholy, like a deep current of melancholy, despite how poppy and catchy some of this is, that always makes their music multidimensional. And like a song like Holiday, this is like, in terms of power ballads and things in that world, I mean, this is really very, I find it very, very emotional. So that's one of the reasons I've always enjoyed this band. Certainly I'm not going to show a lot of albums that went like triple platinum, but this one did, just in the US, and I don't even know internationally. But so a lot of the key is you get the poppy riffs of Rudolf Schenker, that like, so Bad Boys Running Wild, the bump, 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 bump. You get that really kind of buoyant, punchy swagger, and then out in the streets, dogs are on the run, the cats are all in heat, and you get like, he just comes in like a laser, and it's great. And one of the things that's so great about this album, and this is to me the comparison holds with Thin Lizzy's Thunder and Lightning. These are masterclass musicians who have been making album after album after album. They have a producing partner with Dieter Dierks, and they know how to take a good song and make it very good, a great song and turn it into a masterpiece. And those sort of decorations and embellishments are all throughout this album. So like in Bad Boys Running Wild, in the verses, there's a fade in on this almost Alex Lifeson or Andy Summers-ish arpeggio that they just sort of fade up and fade in to just give it more character. And then you get to the Bad Boys Running Wild and that chorus, and Matthias Yabs, the lead guitarist at this point, I'll tell you one thing that he does better than Yuli John Roth or almost anybody is coming up with these little answer fills to the vocal lines and all of these gorgeous little elaborations. And Rudolf Schenker is really writing riffs where he's giving a lot of space for lead guitar in a traditional lead role that's not like leading riffs, for lead guitar to come in, harmony vocals to come in, all these sorts of decorations. Really, really great stuff. And even things like after the first verse finishes, the whole band calms down, and then like putting in those pauses. It's just masterclass stuff in terms of doing all that sort of stuff. You get Klaus's charming pronunciation of the "and you better get out of their way," and then get out of their way. It's, like you get that sort of the more Germanic version of it. So Bad Boys Running Wild, one of clearly this song's at the edge of like a glam metal, hair metal kind of thing, and certainly one of the few best ever written. And then Rock You Like a Hurricane, probably don't need to go into much detail on that, but there are even like the details of like the third verse when the beat gets there's a backwards mask. I think it's a bass drum hit, but they change the beats, and then they also change the accents of like some other news bump bump as opposed to bump bump. So they're doing all of these little shifts again because like I don't know how many shows the Scorpions played in those first 15 years. I'm gonna wager it's in the multiple thousands, and they are just gonna have a different level synergy, and it's just really, really great stuff. The solo in Rock You Like a Hurricane is great, and obviously the come on like that does. And so then we get to the next song, which is to me the first of these songs that when I was little kind of made me sad, and I didn't really like. I don't know if I want to hear this one, or I didn't really like it as much. But I'm Leaving You. This is a classic Fists and Tears Scorpions tune.
If you don't make one point here, one connection, I'm gonna have to come in. Go ahead.
I know your thought because you say I almost wrote a sign to
lead off riff. Anyway, go ahead.
Just beat it, Marty.
I don't hear it, but
you're just see, here's where you're wrong. It's fine.
But this one, this one has a nice drum intro and just chills every time it starts, and also a really nice separation of like the rhythm section, bass and drums are doing something different than the guitar, and underneath the arpeggio and the really clean the ooh I'm leaving you, and all that really soft Klaus singing is really, really gorgeous. And then like the expert songwriters they are, a very smooth I can't stay, and then there's that winding lick, the
Beat It chorus. It's the Beat It chorus.
What?
It's the Beat It chorus from Michael Jackson.
I don't hear that, but I know you do. But it's the kind of synergy of like just a masterclass band. It's like now we're just gonna have the held melody and the winding lick underneath it, and there's just really the whole thing when it goes into the post chorus, the keep me in your mind till I come back to love you, that stuff. And then they put in another harmony voice of like there are a bunch of Klauses who are going like keep me in your mind, and they just hold that underneath it, and they're all layered. And it's just gorgeous stuff. And then like from 3:45 to the end, the all of the stuff that Matthias Jabs is doing, all of his lead work is just beautiful, and back and forth with the voices. And this is the masterclass stuff. This is what you're getting on Thin Lizzy's Thunder and Lightning. This is the one where it's like this was a really good song, but through all of these things, they're showing what you can do with a studio, and it's just absolutely amazing stuff. Then Coming Home, another one. That one I actually did like when I was little because it has the sad beginning of the every morning when I wake up. that whole soft part, and then he talks about the whole sunrise, and you hear the guitar play the sunrise. That and then it leaps into that whole double time. And a very fast thing, and actually like some bass lines that sound like Joey DeMaio bass lines in this song, like really moving around the fretboard from Francis Buchholz, and the whole like the year after year out on the road, and then hand off to Matthias, like doing all the harmonic pinches and noises, gorgeous stuff. Like this is the master class continues on this thing, so it's really, really great stuff, really high energy. From that sad beginning. The next song is the same thrill. This is the misstep on this album. It's a misstep twice over. Once because it's forced, and it's kind of like they're trying to do a song like Now off of the the previous album, and it just feels forced. The chorus isn't really good, but I think that it's mediocre. I don't think it's bad. I think the biggest sin of this song, besides just not being good enough to be on this album, is it also has a very similar tempo and drive to the fast section of Coming Home. So it feels a little bit like a redo. It feels like you're kind of in the same exact space that you were in the last song, only the last song was absolutely excellent, and this one is not good. Then we get to Big City Nights, which is another, like, you know, here we are with the punchy Schenker opening, and cool little bass lines, the boo-doo-doo, boo-doo, all of that sort of stuff moving around. And again, the synergy of a band that's been playing like for as many years as they have, and as comfortable in the studio as they clearly are at this point. And a lot of really diverging and excellent bass playing in that. And then this is of the sad parties that this band has, of the fist in the air and wiping away the tears, this one's a little bit happier. This one isn't. This one, you're allowed to have a good time. Probably there's a hangover and some sadness or loneliness afterwards, but you're allowed to have the party. The slow departure in the middle, that's sadder, I think is great. The whole thing, there's no dream if you can't make true if you're looking for love, that whole section. The harmony guitar underneath the later choruses, again, this is a kind of thing like it's too many guitars for them to quite have on stage, but a way to really push it to the next level. Then we get to As Soon as the Good Times Roll. This thing is a masterpiece. This is like the Scorpions, their entire catalog have like a few songs at this level, and this one really moves me to tears. And this is another one, like as a kid, I kind of didn't get it, because what's the seeming chorus, and actually not the seeming, the actual chorus, the hard times go as soon as the good times roll. I will not make you endure that. But it then goes from that and to a section that I can't think of another band quite doing this. You get this strafing guitar from Schenker, from Rudolph, the bum, 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 bum. Like, so he's pulsing it almost like a reggae pulse. And actually this band has one reggae song on the Love Drive album. But it's almost like a reggae. It's almost like a reggae pulse, but it's very, it's fairly ugly and pretty aggressive and pretty fast. And that's when Klaus starts doing like, all your life, yeah.
Maybe it'll help if you did this.
What's up?
You cover up one ear when you do that, and this seems like a lot of singers do that. They cover an ear.
No.
Then you'll get it.
No,
then do this.
Two ears might be better. That whole thing, and it progresses from him doing all those really held long melodies, and it's beautiful stuff, to him going into the all your life, all of those other vamping variations. And I'm pretty sure this is Rudolf Schenker, not Matthias. It's Rudolf Schenker is trading leads back and forth with the all your life, and the and all of that back and forth trading. It's like two lead voices, and absolutely beautiful, spellbinding stuff. That's then followed by Crossfire, another great song with this kind of, military snare. And obviously this one is just somber. This isn't the sad party. And really, really well done, serious kind of song. I mean, this is definitely like a serious song that you would get kind of in the 80s, of them sort of embracing a very strong anti-war statement. And then coming to the fore, there's a point where they kind of make a marching band out of Herman Rarebell's snare stuff, and it's really, really nice. And they bring back in, there's almost like a Wasted Years run of playing like a high string and then doing all these hammer-ons, that they fuse that stuff in. And in the final choruses, again, like a song that was great. They're just pushing it to that next level with all of these little ornaments. And then you get to Still Loving You, which is obviously a giant hit for this band. I think a great one along the lines of Zoo, Holiday Will Burn the Sky, Send Me an Angel, in terms of like just an amazing power ballad. Another one, I think Rudolph does the leads in this, and as opposed to Matthias, and they're very, very heartfelt and earnest. And it's you get like the shaping of the song of the kind of the clean guitars that then turn into a harmony guitar sort of duel, and then all of the sotto voce Klaus stuff that comes in, very, very beautiful stuff. And kind of the hint of the metal or rock to come when it's a love, he just hits that much louder and much sharper than he's hit anything before. It kind of hints at this song. So in terms of songs that like, I don't know, obviously there was a point in the 80s where we were getting a million power ballads, and certainly this was a gigantic hit and is in that mode. And I'm not sure where this stacks historically. I mean, this album is 84, I think, or is it 83? 84.
84.
I've got to think like this is a template for a ton of them. They're just not usually, like, even the best ones are not done quite this well in terms of very thoughtful guitar from Schenker, beautiful vocals, great layering, and an amazing album. So this is, you know, in metal, particularly the underground, there's a lot of times like the old stuff's the best, the first stuff is the best, and as bands get as they kind of like codify their sounds and get more commercial and smooth out some of the rough edges, like certainly some things can be lost with some bands, and it's like I don't need to hear any Creator album after Coma of Souls, and but this is a band that really learned all their lessons and I think got better. And I like a lot of the Uli John Roth era stuff as well. But this is a real masterclass. And they have a lot of albums I very much enjoy. But this one really shows people who know what they're doing in the studio, and everyone who's playing is part of a team. And that was like, you hear the Uli John Roth stuff. He's taking a lead solo and it's about his solo, but he's never quite giving a song in terms of underneath the chorus that's repeated what Matthias Jabs or what Rudolf Schenker are giving songs on this. And this really does feel like everyone is supporting to bring the song to the next level or raise it up a couple of levels. Phenomenal stuff. Love the first thing.
Yeah, when I was 13 years old, I bought that tape for the side boob and ended up spinning the hell out of it. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. That, between that and Def Leppard's Pyromania, the tapes were interchangeable in my little Sony Walkman for great
Yep.
stuff.
Do you still like Def Leppard's Pyromania?
I do. Love it. Love that
Interesting.
record.
That's like one of the few albums that I've gotten actually sick of over the years.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's so much rock radio. It's hard not to.
That's why. I think that it's just so, like, every time I turn my car on, if it's not Sirius XM, it's like a local classic rock station. It's always like a Def Leppard song from that album.
Yeah, my school bus when I was a kid was an 83. There was a kind of a scary rocker dude named Swig. That was his. Everybody called him Swig. He had a boombox. He was playing Pyromania. That was the first time I ever heard him. I'm like, this is awesome. That Swig guy's really cool.
Sweet guy.
He had like the perfect. He looked kind of like he was like a fatter Bruce Dickinson. He had like the perfectly cut bangs and the long straight hair and a denim ripped up jacket and carried this shitty boombox around playing Pyromania. Yeah, Swig.
Yeah, I've always found, like, I enjoy Pyromania, but I've always found it just a bit too uneven. There are just some real misses on there. But the Joe Elliott brattiness, like, let's drums, like that brattiness that he does, that's more on the next album. I find pretty charming.
All is forgiven when they get to Billy's Got a Gun. That can you feel it in the air? So good. The layered vocals and love it. All right, Alan. Number 5.
All right. Well, we've talked about this band a couple of times already tonight on honorable mentions and stuff. But to make the top 5 for me, you know what they say. If you listen to Fools, the mob rules.
Such a great fucking record. My God.
Everything about this album just works perfectly and has never gotten old and has actually got better and better over time.
It's the best Sabbath record. It just is.
I guess it is. And I never really thought of it that way, again, until breaking down Sabbath's catalog. Because I have a tendency to always think of, Ozzy era Sabbath as kind of separate from non-Ozzy Sabbath. But yeah, if you got to pick one, this album, none of the Ozzy albums, really float up into like, the top 10, top 15 era for territory for me, even though I like a lot of those albums a ton. But this album has just consistently always been great. And again, it's one that when I kept all those lists for years and years, posting them on forums, this was one that always just kind of kept steadily creeping higher and higher and higher in the rankings. And it's up here in the top 5 now. You've got amazing cover art. It's a cool, creepy type of, cover. It right away makes you start asking questions and thinking about what the heck's going on. It's great storytelling type of artwork. And this is Hildebrandt, I believe, right?
Hildebrandt.
Yeah. Just passed away.
I once tried to get him to do promotional art for me, and we spoke at length about that album. He and his brother were one of the all-time great fantasy art duos.
Yeah, they did tons of the dinosaur, children's book art and stuff as well. Yeah. And yeah, Greg just passed away back on Halloween a few months ago. But yeah, the cover art alone is worth the price of admission. The production by Martin Birch is perfect for the sound here. I mean, it's following up an incredibly good and incredibly popular album, In Heaven and Hell. Craig's already talked about it. That album's got its own character. For me, that one, while I like it, it's always does feel like it's still leaning backwards a little bit, both in some of the songwriting, in the layout, the cover art, the band sketches on the back. A lot of it kind of still looks and feels sort of 70s-ish, which is not an insult at all. It just feels like it's still leaning backwards a little bit. This is such an 80s album. Everything here is much more gritty and loud and just, sort of, up in your face. And the track list is almost impeccable. You have one of the best opening songs on any album ever in Turn Up the Night. It just launches out of the speakers at you. It never lets up. There's no pause along the way. Ayami's on fire. Dio is just raving. The rhythm section is just, driving it forward. We always talk about how it's important to make a big opening statement with that first track on an album. I don't know if any album ever did a better opening track. And there's a lot of killer opening tracks out there. This is Turn Up the Night's in the running. Any concerns that the album's going to somehow lose speed or be a one-hit wonder are immediately put to rest. You've got Voodoo as number 2, and that song just has such a dynamic pulse and rhythm to it. It's, Ronnie is absolutely taking front and center, but everyone is locked in really tight. The song leaves no doubt that you're on to something special. Sign of the Southern Cross is Heaven and Hell, but arguably better. If nothing else, you haven't heard it nearly as much, so it sounds fresher even after all this time. But yeah, it's a monstrous song, perfect for Ronnie's kind of big storytelling, epic grandeur delivery. Yeah, you've got the instrumental E5150, which it's an interlude, but it kind of works. It's leading into the title track, and it's got this weird kind of, again, spacey, futuristic kind of sound, but also a very disquieting kind of vibe to it. It's leading into the title track, so you're thinking about the cover art, and it somehow just kind of fits in with this very surreal and disturbing scene that's adorned the cover. Title track is absolutely classic. Can't say enough good things about that. And that's side one. Side one, you haven't missed a beat. Okay, you guess some folks will say you didn't need the interlude there, but again, I think it sets up the closing song really nicely. You move to side 2. Having a song called Country Girl on a heavy metal album will always make you stop and be like, is that a good song? What's that about? It's a fantastic song. Again, it's got this huge riff that starts it off, so you immediately know okay, nope. The title may seem strange, but it's going to be killer heavy material once again. Again, Vinny is great on this album. Giesler sounds great on this album. Everyone is just on their A game. So yeah, Country Girl has a kind of a weird title, but it's a great song. Track 7 is the one moment where if there's a weak link, it's track 7. It's Slipping Away. And it's not like it's a bad song, but it's not on the same level as these other ones. The chorus has this weird little stutter to it with, slipping away, da, 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 slipping away. And it just doesn't feel like it's got the same energy or the same drive as everything else here. It's not that it's slower. I mean, there's other slower songs on here, and they're monstrous. this one just doesn't feel like it quite gets there. But then you've got Falling Off the Edge of the World, which is a great track. It builds. It's got that, terrific gallop, at one point where, Ayami just takes off. And then it wraps up, in absolutely classy fashion with Over and Over. Sometimes you want albums to go out with, sort of a big banger. And this album could have, but it's had so many bangers, it doesn't really need to. So this is one where letting the last song really kind of wind things up. It's time to put the bar stools on the tables, turn down the lights, close the doors, and kind of shoo everybody on out into the darkness. And that Over and Over works perfectly to just let everything wind back down and call it the end. Thank you very much. Good night. Hope you have sweet dreams with this in your mind. It's an incredible album, like I said, almost start to finish, and it has only climbed in my rankings over the past 20 years or so. So yeah, when I sat down and hashed all these things out in recent weeks, it's like, this is the one. This is the one that, like I said, my top 4 have been locked in for decades. Nothing's changing there. The only question was who was going to be number 5, and this beat out all comers. So my number 5 is Black Sabbath, The Mob Rules. Marty, your turn.
I remember playing that for S. Craig Zahler for the first time on a trip to the Milwaukee Metal Fest. I think I heard his brain go pop.
More on that later.
All right.
Good deal. Yep, I've had my fun. So Marty, your turn for this round. What have you got at number 5?
All right. Well, it was a toss-up between this or the album came out before it, and I just had to end up going with Necroticism, Descanting the Insalubrious by Carcass.
Very nice.
This album had to be the death metal album that was in my list. Symphonies of Sickness is it's neck and neck. I love the riffs, the filth of that record. Here,
Filth.
this one is cleaned up a little bit, but I gotta say they maintain that filth. The filth is there. It allows, the cleanliness allows the songs to evolve even more. The riffs, the sharp, Jeff Walker's sharp, nasty, gristled vocal style. Bill Steer's in there too with his deep gutturals, but there's something about this album. I cannot tell you how many times I've spun this. And typically when you get albums that have a bunch of like spoken word or samples in between songs, the samples are the first to go in your mind. Like, I never want to hear that again. I'm sick. I love it. I can recite every single one on here, and it just gets me pumped for the song. It's just all part of the experience here. But I think probably Corporal Jigsaw Quandary is the most recognizable with Ken's double bass intro. They had the video for it. Also, they had that ridiculous video for Incarnated Solvent Abuse with they're beating on the hefty bags and low budget to the hilt. But there's something sophisticated about the riff work on here. It is very good. It is not just knuckle dragging, power metal or power chord riffs. There's a lot of intricate note work on here. The way the songs are constructed are very smart. And the lyrics are very smart. Even though they're very tongue in cheek, it's just so perfect for a band like this. And this is the main reason why. I mean, this still deserves the Carcass logo. This still belongs on an album like this. And I worship this record from start to finish. And when Heartwork came out, man, I liked it. I listened to it a lot, and I can sing along with all those songs. But they lost the name for me. It was too slick to be called Carcass anymore. They lost that like you're walking onto the slaughterhouse floor sound. It sounded too clinical, too perfect. From the super slick Giger artwork to the font logo, as superficial and lame as it is for me to even say that. The song, it still sounded like Carcass at its core, but it was just too slick. But I'm getting sidetracked. I was very bummed at Heartwork, but I come around. I enjoy that record. I do like it, but this is another album I put it on. I want to listen to the whole thing multiple times. It might be even in my car for a week. It's just, and this is one of those, I've listened to this album so many times. It has influenced my guitar playing when it comes to writing death metal riffs. There is a song on the first Glorious Dead album called Putrefactive Adoration that I wrote a good chunk of it. And it was coming up with the riffs. Got done listening to them. Like, God, this sounds like it could have been on Necroticism. The riff style. Early in a band, I was in a band called Prosthesis way back in the day. I was writing around this time this album came out. Riffs I would come up, this riff is awesome, it's great, and then 2 days later realized that it was a Carcass riff note for note. So subconsciously this stuff seeped into my brain and it was coming out through my fingers, and it just how much this album has influenced me as a guitar player, which I'm not a very good guitar player. I'm never ever going to compare myself to Bill Steer here, but I'm just saying that it rubs off. Yeah, exactly, Justin. The medical samples are killer. They add to the overall atmosphere of this. Even the last song, Forensic Clinicism, I extract the gullet to end up in my bucket. I mean, come on, man. It's so cheesy and campy. It's Carcass. It's sick. It's supposed to be a gristled mess. You listen to Carcass and you could tell the singer has long, snarled up dreadlocks. You don't even have to see the picture to know that what the guy looks like is exactly what this vocal style is and how the band should be. And I hate to say that's superficial as hell, but there's something very special about, this band, especially coming from England, the whole grindcore thing. These guys stood out. Yeah, they were in that realm. Napalm Death seems to, Bill was even in Napalm Death for a hot minute, but Carcass just quickly surpassed Napalm as far as musicality goes. Napalm stuck to the punk aesthetic a little bit more, even though they did branch into death metal. Carcass embraced the death metal side of the grind, and I really appreciate that. And they refined it as they went on. And though Symphonies of Sickness is right up there with this here, I had to pick this one out of as many times as I've played it. I still get excited listening to this record. It's still exciting. Hearing the tone of the guitar, the way they're tuned, the sound, everything. I guess if you really had to critique, the weakest link in this is Ken Owen, which is lame to say because he's a good, solid drummer, but he's not a super flashy drummer. You know what I mean? What are you going to say, Craig? Go ahead.
A few things. First off, Frank, your list is that's some. I mean, Lightning to the Nations, Rust in Peace, Angel Witch. I'm very pleased with that list. The others, are fine, but those three are great choices. With Ken Owen, and the first letter of mine, the first thing of mine ever published in Metal Maniacs was talking about Ken Owen, and he wasn't as locked in and as showy, but the grooves that he's coming up with,
very groovy,
and stuff like that. Like I'll take Ken Owen over Gene Hoglan any day.
Yeah, I'm not slamming on being a bad. I like it. I'm just saying that as far as the riffs are so good, I don't care really, as long as he's holding down a groove and everything. It's fine,
there's some really amazing part. The Incarnate Solvent Abuse, like that, I think is one of in terms of beautifully written drum parts. That thing is great with all of the catches, and then even the first song that ends with that part that sounds like the Who's Won't Get Fooled Again with all the bump, bump, and all the catches and all that stuff is great. But Ken Owen isn't showy like some of these other guys, but creatively, I he is at the top of the heap for me with death metal drumming. But obviously, he's at the very forefront of doing some of this. So obviously, on Rika Putrefaction and Symphonies, it's rougher, in terms of finding little errors or little rubbery tempo things. But I think creatively, he's phenomenal. So I just felt I had to defend him.
Yep. So yeah, that was my number 5, and Melanie, we're into number 4. I'll be right back.
I've got Fear Factory's Demanufacturer.
I love that record. I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that.
Reese Fulber was a nice addition to that band. He did a really good job from Frontline Assembly. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is probably the only industrial metal that I really enjoy. But this album was very much peak high school album for me. That has always stuck with me ever since hearing it. And one of the first real true heavier than heavy metal, close borderline death metal bands that I really started to get into when Soul of the New Machine came out, and then this one just blew me away. I think this is like the best Fear Factory album ever created. This is at their peak. This is the best music they've ever written. Burton's vocals are the best. Raymond Herrera is one of the most incredible drummers, in my opinion, especially on this album. Dino Cazares is just incredible. And then, like just so many amazing things about this album. But yeah, I love everything about this album. And the clean vocals on this with Burton C. Bell was always kind of a little bit of throw off for me because I didn't really listen to a whole lot of music outside of heavy metal, like Iron Maiden and stuff like that. With the clean style vocals, when it came to like more of a death metal style of album, like those clean vocals always threw me off. Like I was never like a Linkin Park fan or any of those like new metal bands. With this one, it never bothered me with that. And Self Bias Resistor is always one of my all-time favorite songs, just as a whole. Like song gets stuck in my head. But everything about this album, the fact that it's a concept album based on a man's struggle against a machine-operated government, like that's just their like theme across the board for Fear Factory is those machines and fighting them. Like the nerd in me absolutely loved it. But just again, I always have said this is one of my all-time favorite albums. It has not like got aged on me. Like sometimes those like 90s, like newer style of metal albums or a little bit more cleaner vocal styles. Like this one doesn't feel like that to me. Like it still all sounds perfect and good for me. And yeah, I don't know. Everything about this album, I've always absolutely loved it. Like it's just basically what I would consider an album that people probably wouldn't expect me to love as much, considering the content of my channel and how like brutal and like old school meat and potatoes death metal that I show. And then I pop this up, and I know the Fear Factory is a very hit or miss band for a lot of people. Like a lot of them, people don't really care for them that much. But again, like I said, this is like the only like industrial style of metal that I really have enjoyed throughout the years. Everything about this album, I don't know, I just love it. There's not a single like filler on this. I like the cyborg style of machine style of like sampling that they put into this. And like I said, Raymond Herrera's drumming is just absolutely incredible. His double bass, like just I remember the first time I ever heard that, it blew my freaking mind.
He's a machine. It might as well have been a drum machine. I mean, he's so tight and perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. And when they came out with Mechanized and that was a drum machine, it was like, I remember just like crushing my soul a little bit when I knew that, knowing like who they used to have in their lineup for that. Yeah, Genesis is good. I love Fear Factory. I like all their albums. I don't think that from my opinion, I don't think they have a bad album.
I stopped after that one, but I do love that record. Yeah.
I think, but this one has always been my favorite. I think it's very borderline death metal. There's so many parts to it that feels like a 90s death metal album. And then there's some parts where like Burton's vocals are a little bit more of like a hardcore style of vocal, like not so straightforward death metal. And then of course he's got those clean vocals that I just kind of was like, what is this? Like it was a change from their previous album. It definitely was. Soul of the Machine was so different compared to this one. And if you are new to Fear Factory and you listen to this first and you go backwards, you're kind of just like, what happened here? Like they trended a little bit differently with this album, but it's always like a welcome change for me. Digimortal was bad, but it was also like peak high school for me. So that's another nostalgic album is that I don't hate, but I don't listen to a whole lot. I just noticed that Simon said that in the chat. So yeah, this album, I love it. I hate how hard it is to get these albums. I know they've just started reissuing them again. And like an OG copy CD, like this is some burned copy that I still have from when I was in high school. Like I made my own CDs back then.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Like this is not this is like a bootleg copy I made myself. But so
I'll keep my eyes out in my travels. If I stumble across one, I'll snag it for you.
Yeah. I've never found
You're not
them
getting
out in the wild. Yeah, I've never found them out in the wild, but I know that like Run Out Groove, they reissued the vinyl and stuff like that fairly recently.
I don't know if I want that on vinyl.
It's a 3 LP. It's a pain in the ass.
It's just a CD. It's very CD sounding. I mean, vinyl warms it up. It's supposed to sound the way it sounds on CD. Anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, I love this album. Self Bias Resistor, like I said, is like just one of my all-time favorite songs. I just everything about it. Like I will sing the songs loudly, and like I said in the chat, if I get drunk enough, maybe I'll start singing later when we get closer to my top 3 album.
I gotta say,
So,
Melanie, that's a very much a product of the '90s. But I listened to that album driving around. I don't know, a couple months ago. It still works today. It's very relevant. It was modern at the time it came out. Again, Reese Fulber, his inclusion, just very rich synth tones. He's just had an ear for.
Yeah.
You bring a guy that is very well known and knows his shit when it comes to electronic music and bring it into a band like Fear Factory. I mean, they didn't use him as much as they could have, but man, it's just a good mix. I always like that record. I love the Soul New Machine as well, really good. But that one's it's a special record, very '90s. It's very much a '90s thing.
Such a '90s album, but it doesn't usually. Sometimes like something sounds so '90s, I kind of like But for this, it never lost its lore for me at all.
All right. S. Craig Zahler.
So here's the second Lost Horizon album, and this is without question my favorite power metal album ever.
It's so good.
And I understand. Initially, I liked the first one more. The drums are punchier. It's a little bit more of a traditional metal sound. The drums definitely are better recorded on the first. This one leans heavier into the keyboards, new age aspect of it, which is something that really kind of sets them apart insofar as what they're doing with the keyboards. Obviously, tons of metal bands have keyboards or should I say soul healing euphoria generators.
Yes.
Called in this band. And that new age component is stronger here. And I thought I could be wrong. This is an interview I read 25 years ago, but I thought Vocek said something like he was a little disappointed or people had pushed him a little bit to dial down the keyboards on the first one, and this was a little bit more how the band is supposed to sound. And I agree. Again, like that if this didn't exist, the first album would be my favorite power metal album of all time. But this does exist, and it's A Flame to the Ground Beneath, and
which is a killer title.
It's a killer title, and essentially. This is Zachary is saying magical pop. It is absolute magic. And this is a kind of a crude description would be like cyborg man-o-war fueled on crystal meth thrown into like new age. And I bring up the Man-O-War comparison partially because of the will to power manifesto and confidence that this band has, but also because neither band is really about very, very tricky riffs. And a lot of it is set like it's more a rhythm guitar thing. There are a bunch of great riffs on this, and there are a bunch of great riffs in Man-O-War's catalog, but they tend to leave a lot of spaces for other layers to go on top. And this is my fourth favorite metal album of all time, but it wouldn't be in the conversation of like the 10 best riff albums or something like that, because this really is a lot of like riffs, sometimes like symphonically arranged in terms of the guitar is descending and the keyboard line is rising, and then you have a really contoured vocal part on top of it. So kind of going through this, it starts out with this transdimensional revelation, which is just an intro. And you have synths, you kind of have lightning, laser sounds, and it's sort of setting you on the journey to outer space. And also it's a bit like, particularly you're listening on headphones, it's a bit of a reset button to your brain for all of the information that is going to come in at high velocities and incredible levels of testosterone and creativity that are about to come at you. So Pure, the first song proper, this one is this thing is just a whopper insofar as it starts out, there's a snare roll that sort of brings you into the song proper, and a lot of it is kind of chugging and moving at pretty quick speeds, and the dialogue between the vocals and the guitar, that Daniel Hyman is the singer on this album, and this is a historically great performance. And a lot of my favorite singers don't sing this high. This is the this is the godlike performance in this stratosphere. Like
he still does it, on the Sacred Outcry. Some of his bad, he like doubles like these high searing, super high. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's great, and there's a lot of push with keyboards, and so like just as an example, there's a part where he says no, and then the guitar kind of follows that line. Like there's this back and forth of the lead guitar that Wojciech Lisiecki, the main composer, the guy whose band this essentially is, this dialogue that he's having a little bit kind of at a different level of speed and power and intensity into the Scorpions thing, but a little bit like that, where a lot of it's not. I don't feel like you wouldn't listen to demo versions of these songs as the riffs and have any idea how magical this is going to be. And the same thing is if you listen to Love at First Sting and you listen to demos of the riffs, you would have no idea like how spectacular this is going to be. The drum performance, also my favorite drum performance in the history of power metal. It's phenomenal. It's beautifully arranged parts, fills, always propelling stuff, but finding these nice decorations and a frontal voice with the drums, and atypical ride accents and all this sort of stuff. Just great, like really, really great material. Then the second song, Lost in the Depths of Me, third best song on the album. And the first like minute and a half sort of functions like an overture. And there's a grandness that's going on with these guys. And like the propulsion is just real constant with these guys, and kind of go through all these different parts in this like minute 30 interlude, and then there's a at 134 there's a riff that and it kind of like, and it is a lick that you could hear on a Manowar track, and it kind of moves forward, and you think like, okay, now it's going to be something like that you would hear on an early Manowar album. And then it just drops into these new age keyboards and this really, really open stuff, which is quite nice. And that moves into a roll like it's actually, I think it's a 3/4, not a 6/8. But this thing like Blood of My Enemies, and you hear a lot of the echoes of that sort of stuff in this. And the bass playing in this song is phenomenal. I point at 3 minutes 40 seconds. It's like Geddy Lee stuff is going on. And a lot of Daniel Hyman's best moments are these sort of asides where all of a sudden he's singing in the stratosphere, like he's singing sort of in the zone that you might expect, and sort of let's say like a mid tenor or a high tenor, but like just this, why all this grief? Chains not on me. I'm not the chosen one. Can't do it at all, but that's the part.
That wasn't terrible. I've heard worse. Frankenstein.
And it moves through all of this great stuff, and these switches from pulsing like a 3/4 beat to a 6/8 beat, and really tremendous stuff. The next tune, again, Will the Fire Burn? This song is the closest thing to kind of like an almost regular power metal song in here. It's a great one, but this is simpler. There's some nice chime accents at the beginning. Really very nice. A bit more of a somber chorus, and the tom accents from the drumming are just amazing. Lisiecki's solo is great. Some great yells. Song of the Earth is the next one. That's like a really crystalline synth intro that leads into Cry of the Restless Soul. So Cry of the Restless Soul happens, and your life has changed, because this is the best power metal song ever written. I'll put in that conversation Welcome Back by Lost Horizon, World Through My Fateless Eyes, also by Lost Horizon, another song on this album, Teeth of the Hydra by Omen, Lady of Winter by Crimson Glory, Victims of Fate by Halloween, Bright Eyes, Mordred's Song, and Blood Tears by Blind Guardian, and The Faceless in Charge by Hebrea. More on them in a moment. That to me is kind of the competition for the all-time greatest power metal songs. But Cry of the Restless Soul wins. So this album came to me later in life than some of these other albums did. And this is an album in my personal life, I need to earn the privilege to listen to this album. I need to like complete writing a novel. I need to finish making a comic book. I need to finish making a movie. To earn the privilege to listen to this album. Cry of a Restless Soul brings me to tears every time I hear it. That is the there is so much amazing stuff going on in this song. As I said, like I just listed off like my favorite masterpieces of power metal history, but this is the one I can rank above all of these. Like hail to thee, force of will. Indeed, this is that song. So it starts off with that hail to the force of will, and there are all of these toms and these sporadic chugs that are going underneath. Excellent stuff. And then it takes off. Like then the momentum starts happening. And I can't really sing the drum fills, but at 53 seconds, there's an open section where they give the drummer all of these amazing spots. I need to get his proper name. His proper name is Preternatural Transmogrifier. It's Christian Nyqvist. But these are some of the most musically compelling drum parts ever written. It's gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. And the lead guitar lines in this is it's just so good. The all of this sort of stuff. Hold on one sec. The grief is nothing. That whole section in terms of having crescendos, which these songs do in a genuine way. The whole part where Hyman is singing the grief is nothing, life should be, never been for misery. That whole section that ends with the will is the power, and then it just launches forward. It's unbelievable. Like the emotional journey there is absolutely phenomenal. The glasses are shattering all over, I'm sure. And then the lead guitar comes in and does a reprise of the theme from the beginning, and it gets eventually to that part that's searching for a true relief, finding life, and will be your first, and then last one will be your death. And there's a yell that follows that. I will not attempt that yell. That is like the most emotional yell, like in terms of a belting high tenor yell. It's absolutely amazing, and it's just kind of like this. The desperation with it, and the glory, and the confidence, all that stuff. That is one of the best moments in music history. And then it comes back to the.
Damn, at least Craig sings more aggressively than Doc. Yes,
but that is, and then it comes back to the cry of a restless soul, and then all of these rolling double bass parts follow, and with no snare, so it's sort of like you're floating, and it's missing this directionality. And the best is at 7:52, as it's sort of moving into this sort of fade out zone with the rolling double bass and all of this chugging that feels kind of symphonic in nature. You hear there's this yell in the background that's like, that kind of just like, it just pans across, and it's like, you just see him, he's like distant in the cosmos passing by, and it's unbelievable. So that's my answer for the best power metal song ever written. And but it is followed by Think Not Forever, which is on that list. When I named like 10 other songs that are in this conversation, the one that follows is on that list. That is also a masterpiece. And there's a Blood of the Kings, the bump, 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 like that kind of pulsing lick from Manowar Blood of the Kings is in this tune. They've changed. It's not exactly the same, but it's that sort of pulse. And the chorus, if you think forever, things will never change. When you find yourself again, you should follow its way. And I like, it's incredible. incredibly emotional. This song, I think, is one of the runs co-written by the bassist, Martin Fernagin, something like that. And the bass lines are amazing with this. And eventually that chorus goes to the when you find you truly believe, yes, the whole you should follow your spirit as your guide, going way up in the stratosphere, and all of these melodies that are and then underneath that there's all of these rhythm parts that are just incredibly well laid out, that are just doing completely different stuff while that melody swirls around. Keyboards go on top. Just amazing stuff. So those are like back to back. I think like maybe the number 1 and number 2 best power metal songs ever written. And that was, for a while, that was my favorite. But eventually, I think when I was walking down the streets of New York and tears are pouring down my face when I was listening to Cry of a Restless Soul, I'm like, no, this is the one. This is like this is the one that moves me beyond all others. It moved me while I was listening to it for this album. Fortunately, I had saved up a couple of earning the privilege of listening to this album. I'd saved up a couple of slots so I could listen to it for this, but it's absolutely amazing. And then you get the last song, Highlander, which is certainly in a band that's sort of all about like crystal meth, cyborg, man of warrior excess. This is the most excessively excessive of all of their tunes. The amount of like fake endings and seemingly conclusive parts going on in this song. It's glorious stuff, but all of it works. And this goes, the on a mountain, I saw it. That whole thing just absolutely puts you in the space, and just wailing, beautiful, beautiful power metal stuff. And but also like really nice subtle details when the Hyman sings that line, the rain from heaven is falling, and then the drums, boom, 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 boom. And there, it's kind of giving you the raindrops in the toms. Really, like there are a million of these details. I could talk about this album for 10 hours. There are a million things going on like this in this album, and and a lot of different characters. You get the macho guy from the first album, the whole this is my law, this is my way. Hey, you get that whole thing where he's the tough guy, which is something like I think Halford was the first to really pull that off on Hellbent for Leather. I think he's really doing the macho thing really, really well there. And Dio does some of it. Eric Adams does it extraordinarily well. And so you get the macho, and then the thing that follows this. Marty, can you sing the na na part for me? The na 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 na.
No, I can't. Not drunk enough.
I did it anyways. So, all of that stuff is great. The opening theme returns, and there's so much going on. It feels like you've got about 2 Rush albums. Like there's a bit of moving pictures going on in this song. You've got a couple of Rush albums there. The lead guitar stuff is great. Double bass is great. This is a song. I mean, I was laughing the first time I heard it, the amount of fake endings that this has. And eventually it goes to that lead line, the da-na-na, 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 with that trill, and the rhythm guitars are just like this is symphonic arranging. Like there's a lot of stuff where people talk about symphonic power metal. Probably almost none of that stuff is stuff I listen to, but that lead line with the keyboards kind of running up, and then those rhythm guitars moving in their complete own different counterpointing direction. It's incredible stuff. I have no idea what Wojciech Lisiski is doing with his life now. He gave me 2 albums that if the cost of these albums was $10,000 a piece, I would pay it. The albums that like I have to have major achievements in my life to earn the privilege of listening to this. Please, if anybody knows him or anybody can give him make more music. This I'm not alone in thinking that this is an extraordinarily special album. We've discussed on this the awful thing that happened to Jeff Wagner in terms of his home, and I sent him a bunch of CDs and a CD player. This is certainly amongst like the first couple things he wanted.
I just sent him out a box today, finally.
Yeah, and this is a truly, truly special album, and it's so through and through metal in terms of that will to power and the empowerment that and death metal has a lot of this as well, but that like empowering aspect, and it's more positive than a lot of that sort of stuff. But there really is like there is so much good energy with this and so much creativity. It's great stuff. Just a quick aside on Lost Horizon, because I know these two albums are discussed a lot on this channel. So I don't like the other Daniel Hyman stuff. I think it's all kind of fine. None of it clicked with me. But if you need a Lost Horizon fix, I think that the only real at all solutions are this second Luciferian album, which is Wojciech Lisiski. This is his. This second album, there are absolute instrumental passages for extended periods of time that just sound like Lost Horizon.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
death metal
totally.
singing.
Yep.
It's death metal singing, but there is Lost Horizon magic on here. One of my favorite death metal songs of all time is on this album. So that is a way you can find it. And the other is this first Hebrew album, Defying the Rules.
Which you turned me on to, thank you.
There is to another Lost Horizon album. The song Faceless in Charge on here is a masterpiece and is in that conversation for the all-time greatest power metal song. The bass playing, the drumming, the arrangement, the ambition, everything. The other Hebrew albums, the second and third, I think are pretty good. They're nowhere near this thing, but that one song in particular, Faceless in Charge, is a flat-out masterpiece. So for people like me who are seeking more Lost Horizon and maybe aren't as good as like locking their Lost Horizon album away in the safe only to come out when you've earned the privilege of listening to it, those are the only two other fixes. But if anybody knows Wojciech Lisiski, tell him to email me through my website, and I will just start talking. I'll just start throwing money at him to make more of these. These two Lost Horizon albums are phenomenal, and they stand on the mountaintop of power metal. They are the best ever in the genre, and absolutely, absolutely phenomenal albums. Pinnacle achievements for the human race.
I would agree. I second that. Alan.
Yeah, well said. And yes, that first Hibria album is a cut above.
Rules.
And the second and third ones are really good too, but that first one's really special. Not as special as what I'm going with next. We've talked about this album many a time, but my number 4 all-time favorite metal record is Riot's Thundersteel. People are split on this album. Some people don't care for this era of Riot, and that's okay. It is very different from what came before. But yeah, it's Mark Reale reinventing the band and sort of preempting how power metal would go in the future. I mean, this comes out around 88, about the same time Halloween is sort of inventing power metal for Europe. But Reale was playing around with this for a long time. It took a long time for this album to come together. He worked for a long time on demos, lineup, changes and stuff. There's a version of the title track that was recorded as early as 1985. So yeah, the album, even on the album, there's technically 2 different drummers. Everyone cites, Bobby Jarzombek being on here. He only plays drums on about half the tracks. On the other half, it's Mark Edwards, who was supposed to be the drummer, but I think he had a commitment to Steeler, who ended up needing him around that time, and he made his choice, and so Bobby came on kind of late in the game. But for me, yeah, this I love tons of Riot's albums, but this is definitely the one. What really kind of puts it over the top in a way is funny. It's Tony Moore's vocals. They found a new vocalist who was not a metal guy. Tony was singing or was learning to sing in a pretty fancy music school in New York, focusing on classical and operatic kind of stuff, not rock music or pop music or anything. But they got him on board for this, and he delivers an outstanding performance. Mark, of course, sounds fantastic, and the new rhythm section of Bobby and Don Van Stavern, kind of borrowed from the San Antonio scene. Yeah, it all just clicks perfectly. The first 7 songs on here are flawless. They don't miss anything. You start with the title track, which is as great, again, all-time best opening track. These guys in Mob Rules, we'll duke that out another night. That'll be a fun topic sometime. But yeah, Thundersteel is absolutely, top-notch pinnacle power metal. It's powerful. The guitar solo is insane. Moore's vocals, do everything you need to. He's got the range. He's got the power. It's fantastic. You've got Fight or Fall after that. Switches it up a little bit. They don't just try to do burner after burner after burner on here, which I appreciate. They show, that they've got, more variety than that. Fight or Fall is a great sort of, again, it's one of those moments of, stand up, be counted, don't let the bastards grind you down kind of thing. You're going to, stare in the face of death and last. That whole empowerment thing that Craig was just talking about with Lost Horizon is here. Track
Definitely.
3. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I just said definitely.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sign of the Crimson Storm. Yeah, another one, a little pacier song, but works well. This kind of song gives Tony room to really let the vocals soar, and it gets that big sense of grandeur. This is really the kind of song that was meant to be heard by thousands of people in an audience in some gigantic stadium, which Riot probably did not get to do on this tour. This was not the most successful time for them in terms of commercial appeal. But yeah, Sign of the Crimson Storm, amazing. Flight of the Warrior, just, beautiful, galloping harmonies, Tony's voice, this is really one of those songs that, again, like the Lost Horizon material, it just makes you feel good about being alive. You just want to go running down the street, hands in the hair, screaming, hell yes, take on all the world kind of moments. And we haven't even got to the best song yet. My favorite, at least, on here is last one from side A, On Wings of Eagles. Fantastic song, just from the first second. The guitar just picks it up and runs with it. It kind of boils down to, in a way, just, it's a fighter jet duel story being told. But it's told in a way that you can interpret it other ways if you want. It can be two sort of fantasy, ironclad angels duking it out up in the stratosphere with some kind of, lightning swords. Or, it can just be, a couple of F-14s, going after a MiG or something. But it's, again, told in this very kind of classy way. It's not just, shoot down the enemy, blow them up or anything. I love the way they did the storytelling aspects to it. That it's not a song, it's a movie in my mind. I watch this dogfight and duel play out every single time I play that track. Moving into the last half of it, Johnny Depp's back again. They rein it in some here, but this song has a great energy to it. It's a little more thoughtful one. It's anthemic. You can just listen to it and be like, yeah, cool song, nod your head along. But it's one of these, going back to the neighborhood. It has a little bit of a feeling akin to something like, Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA. You've come back from somewhere and the scene is not the same again, and you're trying to recapture that vibe, but things are different. And it's all put into a power metal context here, and it works fantastically. Blood Streets kind of follows on that. It's almost like Johnny's Back Part 2. But again, it's a little slower, but Tony's voice carries it beautifully. We're 7 songs in, and it's as good a run of 7 songs as is on any album. The album does kind of trip across the finish line. It's the one knock against the album. Run for Your Life is okay, but again, being just okay does not cut it here. I've just reeled off 7 songs that I consider to be absolutely timeless, and the song's okay. It's missing a beat. The chorus where they're trying to do the whole run for your life, and kind of a little bit of a deeper voice is like, huh? I don't quite work. But it's a lot better than the closer. This is an album where it kind of does land with a thud. Buried Alive, Telltale Heart. It's too long. It's trying to do something a little more experimental is not the right word, but they're trying to make a bigger, longer tale out of it. They wanted to do something like a Rime of the Ancient Mariner, and it just doesn't come together. The intro takes way too long. The song never really feels interesting. It just feels like a really dull, forgettable number. If I could take the last 2 songs off this album, it might honestly be my top album of all time. It'd be a notch or 2 higher on the list. The fact that I don't really care for the last 2 songs and it still makes it to number 4 just emphasizes how much I think those first 7 songs are untouchable. So yeah, that is Riot's Thundersteel in a nutshell, and that is why it's number 4. I can't find a better run of 7 songs for a power metal gem like this. So yep, folks had called it early on, knew it was coming, and there it is at number 4 for me.
People are the people watching are clamoring for you to sing. So start preparing your voice a little bit. And it's kind of funny is we're sitting here, we have a active chat going here, and the chat in the Discord is going as well. So
oh, cool to know.
Folks, go check out the Discord server. It's like the old chat room days mixed with the old message boards, and it's basically the community we have in the chat room in the Discord server talking all week, recommending albums to each other. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. So
yep,
definitely go check it out.
The show notes down below. And sorry, but after I'm teaching 4 classes this semester, so by Friday night, the throat is not ready to sing. So I'll let Craig take care of the spotlight on that.
For people who don't know Riot and want to, like, that album is really, really strong. I enjoy it. These are my favorites, Born in America and Fire Down Under. So
those are fantastic too. Born in America is very underrated.
Yeah, I mean,
such a bad album cover though.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Most of them are for Riot.
It is maybe the worst album cover of any album I like, but this is incredible stuff. And there's a little bit more Manowar heft for any Manowar warriors out there on this thing. There's a lot of swagger. Anyway, I don't want to derail. Thundersteel is spoken about a lot, and these are as well. I'm a big fan of Riot and just wanted to recommend those. I had them in arm's reach.
All right, number 4 for me.
Number 4.
I got to start off with just reading 2 verses. Sorry, bear with me here, folks. This sums up how great this album is just by these lyrics. I search alone, dark the night, deep at the blackest forest, and down to the devil's hoppy yard. On my way to Salem, I lit a fire. Magical brimstone sparks, ashes from the hazelwood. Dancing with the banshee, fire rose up to the sky. The dead of night parts the sky. The Salem witch, hunting eyes, militia spells. She flies the ocean's shore of Kildare over tombs of the harpy fields. Lonely girls ride the great beast, virginal goddess of hunt, Diana.
That's why Taylor just made $2 billion on the Eras tour.
Exactly. I gotta say, the lyrics are so fantastic and so crammed into this album. It's just but the way John Arch does it, the way he sings these lyrics, they're very poetic. They're very studied. They're not typical, rhyme type lyrics. There's the opening moments of The Sorceress, this album just completely blew my mind. I was forever enchanted by this album. It has such an atmosphere, such an otherworldly world building. I mean, The Sorceress alone, the whole Salem witch thing, it played into the 80s with all of the, Satanic Panic, the witch movies that were out, Get the Witch type stuff, Witchfinder General, and I can't think of any off the top of my head right now, but there was a bunch back then. This album just dug in with an atmosphere, and this is one of those records. There's songs like Guardian. I cry when I hear this. Exodus. I cry when I hear the song. The way the lyrics
track.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just the way the words are sung, what the words are saying, and the way he interacts with the melody lines in the songs highlights them, even though people are like, oh, he's too, Ray Alder's better because Ray Alder, he doesn't cram every riff with a million words. Well, I don't know how John Arch did it, but yeah, he crammed a lot of words in here, but he made them melodious. He made them work. He sold every single Word. He sold every single song. This was my first Fates Warning record, and I went backwards from here. And the two before it I love as well. Spectre Within is another absolute classic, and there's, the Night on Brocken has a few songs that are okay, but some really, like Damnation, there's some really great songs on that album. But this one here is this is one of those records I put it on and I have to sit down and listen to it. This can't be wallpaper music. This has to be on. I have to be sitting in front of it's like listening to Lost Horizon. I have to sit down and, yeah, I can drive around town and listen to it. My kid has gotten into Lost Horizon, and we listen to a lot in the car. So, I mean, it's kind of made it a car album for me, but this here is one of those I just have to sit down and, clear my whatever I'm doing, stop and just sit and enjoy this record. Sorceress sets off this album perfectly. Valley of the Dolls, probably my least favorite song on the album, but I still love it.
Love it, yeah.
Fata Morgana, what a great, heartfelt song.
That's a great song.
God, it's so good. Guardian, again, cry.
Great song.
Yep. Giant's Lore.
Oh, God, that kills me.
The stories on this album and how the stories interact with the music, it's just fucking beautiful. And Time Long Past, and of course Exodus. What an amazing end. And it is sad because it is the end of Arch in this band. And I'm a guy, once I glom onto a band, I want them to stay the way they made me feel, the chills they gave me, the cry, tears they made me cry. I want them to keep doing that. And when they change, they got Ray Alder on, and I listen to No Exit, and I hear like Anarchy Divine. That song he's trying to sound like John Arch on that record, on that song, and other songs. And I'm just like, I never warmed up to him. I liked No Exit. I didn't love No Exit. And as they got more sweater wearing and bald cat petting as they went on, more NyQuil metal. We'll call it NyQuil metal. We'll type it just anyway. Well, I give a shit. I could give a shit anymore. But this here, and then to hear Jim in interviews later, like discrediting these records. Oh my God. It makes me want to flip over a table and light something on fire. It's just, what the hell? I understand you moved on, but it's my number 4. It should be my number 1. It's not. I just love the record so much, and it's a special record. And to still get worked up emotionally, that's the power of the song and what they were doing at the time and the way the album was recorded. It's a very mystical sounding record. It's got a very dreamy quality to it. Great, amazing solo work. They're not noodly busy solos. They fit. They serve the song well. It's just everything is in service of the song. John is wordy. He just is. And I should have pulled the CDs, but John came out of retirement and did a Twist of Fate 2-song EP with Jim and the drummer, the guy from Dream Theater. God, I can't remember his name. Drummer of Dream Theater, the guy that's back. You're all looking at me like, who is the drummer for Dream Theater?
Yeah, sorry, I'm distracted with the chat.
That's not Zonder, is it? Zonder's Fates Warning.
No.
Mike Portnoy?
Mark Portnoy plays on the Twist of Fate EP. Those are two amazing songs. It's like he hit pause on his career. He went and he was a furniture refinisher or whatever, antiques refinisher for how many ever years. Comes back, puts out 2 amazing songs that sound just like Fate's Warning from, like the follow-up to Spectre Within, or the follow-up to Awaken the Guardian. And it's amazing. I could still put on those. And then him and Jim did Arch Matheos. The first album's better, but they're both really good albums. I know you're a fan of the second one.
They're both. Let's just say they're both really good.
Yeah. But anyway, Fate's Warning, up through the first 3 albums, Awaken the Guardians are crowning achievement as far as I'm concerned. I like them moving forward. I know I'm busting balls, but for me, I am a product of the Arch era, and I will always be an Arch fan. I'm not an Alder. I'm not Team Alder. I'm Team Arch. But anyway. Yeah, that was and I did want to say, my son, he also made a top 5. He wanted me to share with the class here.
Nice.
His
Cool.
number 5, I forgot to mention it. His number 5 was Rage's After Lifelines,
Okay.
which is a new album.
That's the new one. Yep.
Yep. His number 4, I'll just stop at number 4 here, is Halloween Keepers of the Seven Keys Part 2. So, where will he land? He will eventually, I'm sure, make a short appearance on Heavy Metallurgy at some point when I feel he can contribute to the conversation and not be a 14-year-old. But anyway,
Fair.
yep,
Fair.
those are his 5 and 4. And cheers to you, Parker. I love you, bud. And we're back to Melanie.
All right, this is probably like the most me pick ever. Decapitation's Monolith of Inhumanity. For people that don't know, this is one of my all-time favorite bands. Travis Ryan is what I consider my favorite vocalist in the metal scene. Great guy. He's talked to him several times. I've seen him several times. This is one of the metal bands I've seen the most live. And this album, I just, I don't know, like just, this is like their like what 5th or 7th album or whatever, and the ones leading up to this just didn't compare. Like they come in with this album, and it was just 7th, and it just they just did something so different with this album. They started going more towards the death metal realm. This is a perfect blend of death and grindcore, even brutal death metal at times, because there's some pretty low guttural sounding vocals on here. But this really just, first time I heard this, I was like, what the fuck am I listening to? Like, it was just absolute chaos. And their previous albums, there were several, like, they were very grindcore with some, you know, death metal leanings here and there. But this one really incorporated that chaos that I didn't think I would ever get into or appreciate, but I absolutely fell in love with this album the first time I ever heard it. And to this day, it still is my favorite album, even though I think their last output they put out last year was incredible too. But yeah, just so many things about this album that still blow my mind. Travis's vocal range is just insane. He goes from like the standard guttural growl death metal vocals to the high-pitched screams that are just like completely destroy your ears. They're just ear-piercing, and he does that live too. It's not just a studio effect that he has. Like, you see him live and he does those high-pitched screams, and then he's got like the goofy, like animal sounding clean vocals. Like, they're very goofy. It's hard to explain how he sings that way. And it's like a weird, cleaner style of vocal sounding that is still like in a grindcore vein. It's very hard to explain. But this album, everything about it I absolutely love. And there's a couple of guest vocalists on here that at the time I didn't really understand like the importance of it, because I wasn't super like into Cephalic Carnage at the time. But Leonard is on here. He guest vocals for A Living Breathing Piece of Defecated Meat, which, as you guys know, they're vegans. So that's like the theme of a lot of their albums, and like people assume like they see this and they're just like, what is this? But when you go further into the band, you understand like a lot of their music is around that lifestyle. And then also we have Mike from Devourment on this album as well, which Devourment is, you know, we all know who Devourment is, who with Projectile Ovulation. So like those things are on this album. But the one thing about this album that I just absolutely love is the incorporation of Travis's like goofy, clean style of vocals. Like, it's something I've never really heard before on like a death metal album or a grindcore album. I think it's like he's got a unique vocal style that a lot of bands can't really mimic at all. And my absolute favorite, one of my absolute favorite songs that Decapitation has ever put out is Kingdom of Tyrants, which is the last song on this album. It's got like that chaoticness that Decapitation brings to their songs, but also they have like a more slower melodic part to it, where Travis has like the eerie, creepy, clean style of vocals on here. But yeah, just everything about this album I absolutely love. And then of course it's Wes Benscotter, who is one of my favorite artists in the scene. With the album cover he does, I think he's done pretty much almost all of their album covers. And just, I don't know, I love that album cover. people see it and they're like, "Oh my god!" And I'm like, "No, that's awesome." So they're one of my favorite, just one of my favorite bands. So I love this album. I've always said it's like a perfect 10 out of 10. Whenever I talk about all-time favorite metal albums, this is always in the conversation. But yeah, everything about it is phenomenal. I don't know what else to say. I could go and sing and do some low, deep guttural screams if you would like, but I would choose not to do that for the sake of the audience. But this is one of those albums that I will sing front to back, like beginning to end, every single vocal. And sometimes I'm like, how am I making this sound out of my voice right now? Because I'm trying to do what Travis is doing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I just don't understand how he does what he does with his voice sometimes. And like I said, he does it live too, so it's not just a studio thing. He's pretty incredible when it comes to that being that front man of the band. So yeah, good stuff. And like I said, the albums leading up to this were very like grindcore-ish, and not like a little bit flat, and honestly in my opinion, not as memorable. And then they make this album, and then from here on out, I think that it's some of the best stuff that they put out in their career.
I gotta say, what the hell was the name of the second newest album? There's Atlas something.
Death Atlas.
Death Atlas. Yeah. Was that you? Zahler may have sent that to me. I don't know. I loved it. That was the light switch for me, and I got the album before it, and I like that one too. That band played Traverse City, Michigan, less than a mile from my house, and I'll always have respect to any band that wants to drive all the way up here to play. And I wish I would have liked them more when I saw them, but they were good. They were good. Great band. Definitely a great band.
Travis is really good about, the whole band is really good about being close with their fan base. I saw them, was it last year? And it was in like some little smaller venue here in Tampa. And like he just walked around and hung out and talked with people. And like they're a relatively bigger band in the scene. They're on Metal Blade, and like you would just never know. Like he's pretty deep into the underground music, so he listens to a lot of more underground bands and stuff like that. So just that like down to earthness about it has always been something that I really enjoyed about the band too.
All right, where are we at? Number three.
All
right, Craig.
So, as I said, like my fifth had there were many of the honorable mentions could have been number 5. Lost Horizon was clearly number 4 and has been probably since like a year or two after it came out. That's a special release. And number 3, Emperor Anthems to the Welcome to Dusk.
Yeah.
Like this is absolutely colossal.
I tried to work them into my list, but I just couldn't find a spot for them. I love the first 2 so much. So good.
And for me, I can say in terms of just different bands at different parts of my life that got like Pink Floyd got me into music. I was listening to that when I was in elementary school, and that opened the door. Iron Maiden Killers got me into metal and turned me into a metalhead. Carcass got me into extreme music, and this is the album that got me into black metal. So this was really like door opening for me. And I've heard tons and tons of albums in this style, but there's a uniqueness to the character of this album. And I really like In the Night Side Eclipse, I think is great. 9 Equilibrium, I think is great. The 4th album, Prometheus, I'm not that into. And I probably every time I spin that one, I like it less. And it feels a little bit more like it's an Ishan solo album. And his solo career always just feels a little bit too disjointed for me. There's always great ideas. He's a really smart and innovative guy. And but this album, I really feel is just a pinnacle. And a few things about this, like this is the first drummer, went to jail, and though now apparently seems to be touring with them. And so this is a new drummer than Bard. Like the guy who's on the first album, he's extremely tight with the beat and really, really locked in. Trim is a wilder player, which actually when I went to Norway and interviewed Emperor for the release of the last album, and I asked him to describe the difference, and he talked about the tighter flow of Bard and the wildness of Trim. I think at the time there are some moments on this album that I think are the fastest music I'd ever heard, in terms of anything where they're actually trying to hold on to the tempo for any period of time. But really what this album is, and I always see it as a dividing line, and in some ways I still think it's an album a little bit from the future, is this is an album with almost none of the rock roots of heavy metal. And whereas Lost Horizon, there's still, I mean, there's a Man of War core to that, and obviously Scorpions, there's a ton of hard rock in this. This is an album where it really starts feeling like a tapestry of all these different elements, tons of keyboards, guitars, like counterpointing guitars, multiple voices. Not even often, it doesn't even seem like there's a lead singer. It just seems like different voices coming out of different spaces, and it really feels other in that way. It really doesn't feel like, you know, there's a ton of great primitive black metal. Marty turned me on to Moonblood, and I have, you know, probably 20 albums of theirs once they started officially releasing the demos and stuff like that. And I do like a bunch of the primitive stuff, but this really, to me, feels like kind of the furthest evolution that really feels like metal in terms of evolving away from the rock roots. So this album in particular, I have adored this since it came out, and has always been my number one favorite black metal album, and has always been in this conversation in terms of my favorite albums of all time and my favorite metal albums. So there are, I'll go through it. So the opening, the Alsvater, the Oath, is an intro, and certainly at this time, most black metal albums had an intro and an outro. This one, for the most part, it's feedback noises, whispered sounds, a keyboard that sounds like it's Mortiz playing it, who at one point was involved with this band. This sort of unintelligible rasp narration. There is, I think, the biggest misstep on this album is in this intro. There's a bum bum ba-na-na, bum bum ba-na-na, like a keyboard line that's it's a sampled horn.
Sounds like an Alpine something or other.
Yeah,
come get the
schnitzel. Yeah, it sounds like it's the sort of thing that summoning does extraordinarily well in terms of doing a mock fanfare and synthesized instruments, and it's the biggest misstep on the album. In a way, it's good, I guess, to get it over with, but it's also the kind of thing the course correction is immediate, because you have that, and then it shifts keys, and then all of these unpleasant harmonies come in, and then they're like these roaring guitars. It sounds literally like 100 guitars, and that's something with this album, partially because it isn't high definition the way the last two Emperor albums are and all the Ishan stuff is. There is always a little bit, for me, there's a little bit of a question of what exactly am I hearing? What is a buried keyboard layer that's implying stuff, and the amount of compression going on.
I will interrupt you 1 second. When I interviewed Isan on the phone for this album cycle, and he said there were parts of this album that had 15 synth layers.
Sure. I completely buy it. When I interviewed him, when I interviewed him for Prometheus, he talked about the composition process, and the hardest thing was him to know when to stop adding layers.
He said it's effortless for me. I could keep
because
going.
You can always add more, and to me, this was the right level. And I know he's. I mean, I was in a room with him and Sam Moffat, and we were listening to King Diamond's "The Eye," which is my favorite album by them by far, and very close to being in this part of the discussion. And I think a little bit like, I suppose a little bit where he went in on that last Emperor album, but isn't here yet, is that idea of like trying to have every single emotional color in a song. And so some of these songs I feel are a little bit more focused with that, whereas later on there's a little bit more of that, like here's the sad part, here's the angry part, here's the ultra aggressive part, here's the glorious part, and all of that sort of stuff. So anyways, this intro it has that one misstep when the keyboard comes in, and then it's redeemed with all of those roaring guitars, and then all the voices, the chanting, no idea what they're saying. I've looked at the lyrics. I've listened to this album probably 40, 50 times. Eventually, this album went into the safe of I need to earn the privilege to earn this album, to preserve it for old time. So it's still fresh for me when I'm a dying old man. And it's a great song. It's a really good intro outside of that one moment. And then it goes into Ye Entrance Imperium, and holy shit. the first time I heard this, it's just like it's just like humans are making this music. It's so fast. I think if the opening riff is the one that was Euronymous, which is sort of the descending line with the toms and and all those sort of accents, and then it ramps up. It feels like the fastest thing I've ever heard, and then the tempo jumps up to like this hyper speed. Again, I think the first one was the song the lick that came from the Euronymous Mayhem rehearsal, and then it turns into that dissonant E-song, like the brown now, and all crazy fills. And Trim is bananas on this. He really he really is going it's insane.
He's always at the point of sounding like he's about to fall apart. He's
right,
so...
and there are some spots on this album where he loses it or flips the beat. Well, what I would guess is accidentally, because I think this is someone constantly playing at the very edge of his ability, and it wasn't. This is the kind of thing like I feel confident saying like almost any band playing something at this with this complexity and this speed would quantize this stuff at this point. And so that's something that this album still has, which it feels like a performance. It doesn't feel like it was manufactured. And the first album, there's just a drummer whose sense of tempo is better in terms of like he never does anything that sounds off the beat. And whether they did it to a click or not, I couldn't tell you. But like all of that stuff is great. And then it moves into a really ugly breaking riff at 152 where it's just really dissonant, and these keyboards that sound like almost like a carnival is being flushed down the toilet, where it's a dun 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 dun, and then the keyboards are doing this line like it's crazy stuff, like in terms of the amount of counterpoint and ugliness that's happening. 255, it surges forward, and it's really like there's so much music happening, it's hard to distinguish what's going on. And this is where the addition of the clean vocals that's really happening on this album to a much larger degree than the first. The first has Inua Satana, which has clean singing. But when it gets to the suddenly I memorize, kind of gives you some handles so you can orient yourself in this maelstrom. And then the ending, the bum, 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 very much a classical music like cadence. Like that ending is not like the thought of hearing something like that on Demistri's Dom Satanas or Transylvanian Hunger. You're not going to hear like a classical music cadence the way you get that sort of stuff. Next song is Thus Spake the Night Spirit, or you get the cranky night spirit. I always kind of picture this bird kind of in the intro, and a lot of this has this like kind of dissonant climbing the fretboard lick, and it goes for a while, and then eventually it gets to, hold on, what's this part? There is an open section with two guitars playing just completely different parts. And I unfortunately have the or maybe fortunately, because I won't try and sing it, the melodies from the last song stuck in my mind. This is a hard album to discuss in this way because there are a lot of things that stick, but there's so many layers. And so the open section at 125 has this, it's the there are these two counterpointing lines, and then it turns into this thing that sounds almost like High Speed Thin Lizzy, where they do this like this cadence trill at the end, where the two guitars come together in this twin guitar harmony after playing total counterpoint. Like I don't think I'd ever heard counterpoint this to the fore ever in metal music before this, and it works. It doesn't seem like a gimmick. I mean, obviously there are people like Richie Blackmore and Yngwie who brought in classical stuff, but the two guitars playing completely different parts that then unify in the end, it's great. Like Trey Atziktote in Morbid Angel was writing some stuff where it really divided that way. And so it's a weird mix of like classical music mixed with additive meter, stuff. So the beats are dropping in and out, and then really, really dissonant stuff. And then it gets into kind of, there's the whispered segue of the spake the night spirit. And it drops into the 3/4, that really melancholic riff. That's kind of the whole second part of the second part of the song. And more really pretty Ihsahn singing. And his singing, when it was mixed in this giant wall and bed of guitars, and allowing that sort of space with the night spirit, embrace my soul, like all of that stuff. And it's like fugued like classical music in terms of the different lines that are overlapping. Beautiful. Next tune is Ensorcelled by Chaos. This one, the last one, Ihsahn wrote on his own. This next one is Ihsahn and Samoth together. So this starts off with an absolutely savage blasting attack. Like really crazy fast. And then it drops into like a 6/8 section, and with all these string parts, like these almost like pulse violin parts of like all of these different layers are really, really nice. And then eventually it gets back to the dissonant chording at the end. And I've kind of assumed like the stuff that sounds like classical music in this song, I assume Ihsahn wrote that, and the stuff that's super dissonant, I assume Samoth wrote that. I don't know that that's the case. Then we land on The Loss and Curse of Reverence, my vote for the best black metal song of all time. And just like Cry of a Restless Soul on the Lost Horizon album, I'm like, there are some competitors. And in the black metal world, you've got Skies at Our Feet by Drooped, In My Kingdom Cold, Tragedies Blows at Horizons, Within the Dark Mind, all by Immortal, A Blindness and Subsequent Seers by these guys on their next album, Distant Flame Before the Sun by Summoning, an album that
love that song.
Claws of Time by Dark Throne, and in the Lives Whereupon You Lay by Mayhem. But if I've got to pick one song that is the top, like best black metal song of all time, it's Lost and Curse of Reverence. With probably number 2 is Come Damnation by Keith of Callison. That thing is incredible.
Oh, so good.
That song is such a masterpiece, but also tons of thrashy riffs in it, so it doesn't really embrace.
Attila rules on it too.
Yeah, it doesn't really, and Frost's performance is totally unhinged on that.
Yeah.
That little EP, if there's one song on it that's mediocre, if it didn't have it, it would have been included tonight.
Yeah.
But Lost and Curse of Reverence opens with blistering dissonance, and then you get to what I feel is that like probably the riff that turned me into a fan of black metals, and it's the and it's that thing with those squeaky bats, that noise, that those squeaky bats. That's it. Like that's the riff that turned me into a fan of black metal, and that eventually got me writing about metal, and eventually flown to Norway to interview these guys. Like it's that riff. And then that thing just sort of moves from that mid-tempo and then just jumps into a dissonant section with incredible blasting. Tons of riffs. I won't go through piece by piece, but it drops into a really melodious harmony guitar section where like Ihsahn is yelling lies, lies, and there's this pizzicato, like this plucked part, and into a really, really pretty, could almost be like a Thin Lizzy guitar harmony part, though. Na 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 na. And underneath that, all of this counterpoint climbing as this thing is descending. Again, like this really is not feeling much like rock. It really is feeling like someone is figuring out how to do classical composition, but have it nasty and atmospheric and incredible stuff. Really moves well to its climax of the rip my fucking heart out, and then it drops into again and all of the fills, and slows down again a little bit more classical style, and again, and he keeps doing those screams, and like for this song is just an amazing crescendo moment. Next tune, Acclamation of Bonds. This one has a little bit more of like a major key upbeat section. And then it moves into a whole heavier, spookier section with some trilled licks and some kind of science fiction lead lines. Really good. But this is like, when I say that, like, you can hear, it sounds to me like, I don't know if they were limited in the studio or they just accepted some of the live stuff, but at 5:35 in this song, there's a part where Trim is playing the beat, but he flips. And it sounds like he's kind of doing a bass drum snare, like bass snare, and then it becomes snare, bass. That doesn't sound necessarily intentional. It still works, but he sounds like he accidentally flips the beat. And then the next tune for me is another masterpiece, which is With Strength I Burn. And this goes into, just moves straight into really like pushed mid-tempo riffing. The pinch harmonics are incredible. This moves into that sort of stuff, and then at 125 it sinks into a deep 6/8, and every time that happens I get chills. The for once I wish to see, that whole section, and eventually the entity behind the voice, that section is absolutely beautiful stuff. And there's a key shift when it moves into the slaves are those of this world. That is a little bit more hopeful. And upon these seas, when it leaps forward again, like voices coming at like left and right speaker, different times, all of this sort of fugued action. And then that whole section moves to the no, I know not what will burn, and I get chills again. This song gives me chills 3 different times as it ends into that sinking tremolo riff at 4:49. That like I can't sing a tremolo riff very well. Tons of counterpoint underneath it. And then there is a dissonant break in this thing that at the time I'm like, this is the fastest music has ever gone. That it's like, and it's a kind of speed like probably Nile is consistently playing at a speed like that now, but in 1997, I don't know who was playing at that speed when it like goes into that crazy fast dissonant that really ugly break that breaks it up. And after it goes through that really ugly break, Isan did that, hear my call, and then it moves into a flowing 6/8, chills the third time, solo over the symphonic guitars that are moving in different things. Trim is moving all around on the kit, starts doing all this sparkling stuff on the ride. Just a masterpiece. Like really like this song is absolutely a pinnacle. This is one where I'd be like, this is the best song in heavy metal history. I would not argue. Like this is, I don't think this has really been surpassed. It really is a high watermark. It has all the sophistication and counterpoint and all the classical stuff that Ihsahn was bringing in, but there's a savageness that was still happening with Emperor on those first 2 albums. Less so on the third album, though. I really do adore that third album as well. And then the final song is The Wanderer. This is kind of a slow 6/8. Again, like a lot of all black metal albums at this time. Like most of them had an intro and an outro. This is a good one. It's kind of like the last song on the new Nile album. It lets you sit in the world of the album with the full sound of the band and sort of reflect on the experience you just had. It's very, very nice stuff. So to me, like a high watermark in music history, and just an exceptional album. And I think In the Night Side Eclipse is absolutely fantastic, but I do think that this is better.
I gotta tell you that key change in the end of With Strength I Burn, where the wolf is no longer free. That, oh my God.
Yeah.
Chills every time.
Yeah.
It's like the most impactful moment on the whole album. That key change right there. Oh,
yeah.
So good. So good.
Absolutely. Amazing stuff.
All right. Alan, number 3, sir.
Sorry, just getting unmuted there. All right. Number 3, some people might consider a little bit of a cheat, but we never said this didn't count.
Hey, now, you were giving me shit about cheating.
Well, and again, my top 4 have been locked in forever, so it doesn't, whatever. It is my third favorite album of all time. It's a live album, which is why I'm saying, yeah, it's not a studio recording, but it's a live album.
It's an album.
One of the albums.
It's a cheat. It's an album. I don't think it's a cheat if it's an album. You know?
Yeah, that's like, and we were talking about this in the chat a little earlier. If like EPs were fair game, like I might have had one of the Armored Angel EPs, or if I could squash the two of their EPs together and call it an album, it would make the top 5. But it didn't do that. This might be the album I've played the most times ever. If not, it's in the running. It is Iron Maiden's Live After Death. Someone guessed earlier I was going to have Iron Maiden at number 1. Well, you were close. They made it to number 3. Yes. Now I know Bruce, does not necessarily sound, top of the game here.
It's a long tour and he's tired.
Yeah, these shows were recorded late in the tour and stuff like that. And he still sounds good. I mean, it's not like he's completely roached out or anything by this point. He still sounds great. Big things with this, just for me, are that it covers that early phase of Iron Maiden's career just about perfectly. I mean, you can't fit every Iron Maiden classic onto a double LP. This one comes really, really damn close, and it's a just amazing way to sort of wrap up the debut album through Power Slave. Because after this, they would start trying some different things. Somewhere in time, you would bring in the heavier guitar synthesizers and all that. Same with Seventh Son, and then different directions after that with new lineups and all. So this one kind of does feel like it bookmarks that era. And it does so amazingly well. I can read the tracks. Everybody knows these tracks, though. It's the perfect opening. Once again, you've got Churchill's speech, which is classic, not just for music, but for politics, for world history. It's one of the defining moments of the 20th century. And it goes straight into Aces High, which is again one of those fantastic album openers. And that rolls straight into 2 minutes to Midnight, and those two songs are inseparable in my mind. If you're going to play Aces High, you have to play 2 minutes to Midnight right after it. If you don't, something is askew with the universe. The Trooper is one of those songs I am not yet tired of. I probably should be, as many times as I've heard it and as many times as they've done it, and I still don't mind The Trooper. Revelations might be my favorite Iron Maiden song. It gets a little bit overlooked because there's so many great ones. Hallowed Be Thy Name is probably technically a better song, but Revelations, I just think everything falls into place, and it's one of those magical stargazer-like moments for me. Flight of Icarus, another one I'm just not tired of. We've all heard it 100 times or more, and if it comes on Sirius XM radio Monday when I'm commuting to work, absolutely we'll hear every single note of it and enjoy it. You've got 3 of the kind of longer epic songs in the middle of the album. Rime of the Ancient Mariner, of course, is became the template for every band that wanted to do these, big epic numbers inspired by some kind of classic story. Power Slave, yep, again, one of the absolute, hallmarks of their career. You've got Number of the Beast, which has never been one of my favorite Iron Maiden songs. Sorry, it just ain't. There's nothing wrong with it, really, but I don't hold it in the same esteem as most folks. But it's fine to be here. It should be here. Absolutely, it deserves to be in the set list. After this, Hallowed Be Thy Name. If Revelations isn't the best one by Maiden, then Hallowed is. The self-track, Iron Maiden self-titled track, of course. Run to the Hills is one now. I have heard this song enough. It's an old favorite, but I'm okay skipping that one when it comes on the radio these days. Running Free is a track most people aren't big on. I've never minded it that much.
I like it.
And they do a really fun breakdown in this live version. This is where they let Bruce do the famous stage banter of getting the different sides of the audience to scream back and forth at each other, and he goes off, I want to be able to tell the hearing doctor that you fucked up my hearing and all that. It's just really great. It shows off how strong he is as a frontman, not just singing, but being able to carry the crowd, have them in the palm of his hand, keep everyone entertained, for a good long stretch while nothing else is really happening except just, they're holding down the backbeat. You've got Wrathchild, great track. 22 Acacia Avenues may be the odd inclusion that maybe folks could argue that could have been taken off and something else substituted on. I like the song a lot. I have no problem with it here. Children of the Damned, again, another classic. We've got Die With Your Boots On. That one is one that I've probably heard enough times here, but it deserves to be here. And of course, they close with Phantom of the Opera, and I'll never get tired of that. It's an amazing track list. It's Iron Maiden at the absolute, apex of their powers. They could do no wrong at this point. Moving forward, they still had some strong albums ahead of them, but again, direction shifts a little bit. Different things are going to be experimented with and tried. Tensions in the band would become more and more of a problem. Maiden would never be this strong again. And I know they're a beloved band and a lot of people love the later stuff, and that's great. I'm glad that they enjoy it. To be just honest, though, if Iron Maiden stops right here, I'm okay. If I don't own any Iron Maiden that comes after this, I'm okay. Seventh Son would be the one exception to this. I know if people want Somewhere in Time, you can have Somewhere in Time. Bless your heart. Enjoy Somewhere in Time. It's just not the album for me. I do love Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, but this era of Maiden is the peak of their career. And that is why I play that album to death and why it's number 3 all time for me. It's an album I can put on anytime when I'm doing anything and just enjoy it. And that's all I've got to say about that one. So, Marty, you're number 3.
Devin says put Alan in timeout.
Again, Mike saying Seventh Son. Yeah, that Seventh Son's the one exception after that. I would severely miss Seventh Son if that did get erased. Definitely after Seventh Son. Yeah. If we could put Seventh Son after this, if Seventh Son and Somewhere in Time were switched in order, and I always feel like they should have been, then I'd bump everything forward and say, okay, after Seventh Son, I guess it would have had to have been called Sixth Son of a Seventh Son, which wouldn't make sense. But yeah, Iron Maiden, in a way, they're on borrowed time after this. Like I said, you're going to get a couple more good albums, but things are never quite the same after that point in their career for me. But for others who dig the later stuff, that's awesome. I'm glad you've gotten more mileage out of them than I have.
Right.
But go ahead, buddy. Number 3, sir.
Well, it's time. Everybody get your shot of choice ready. Here, me. All right. There it is. Walls of Jericho, Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
This album, Alan really kind of summed it up very nicely earlier on, but I have to say, Ride the Sky, the lead-off track after the intro on this album, is one of the top 5 best German metal songs ever written. It just really digs in and sells that whole twin lead guitar thing. And Halloween has always done it. They still do it. Now they got 3 guitars doing it, but I just love that locked in lead break that they do where they break off together, twin. It's so freaking good. It's so seamless. And the fact that they pull it off live, oh my God, it's so good. And all right, this is, before Keepers, of course. So this is more along the lines of a speed metal record, in my opinion. Some people will disagree with that. Speed, power metal, however you want it, power, speed. I don't know what the hell they call it. I don't know. But this album is great from start to finish for me. I love how they end the album with how many tears. It shows that they can be a bit social / political, and it just works so well. What an expertly crafted track by Mr. Vikath. And even Phantoms of Death, Metal Invaders. Oh my God. Gorgar is the goofy-ish song on the album. Song about a pinball machine. Kind of goofy. Reptile, my God. Guardians, what an amazing song. I don't know. This is the EP, the self-titled EP, and the brilliant successor to that. I just love every song on this record. I love their sound. Kai, he sounds like a rabid troll singing, and I love it. He's melodious in his screams. It just works perfectly with this pseudo speed metal, pseudo power metal style. I think I read back in the day he was saying that this was, they were super young when this came out. They were trying to be like Creator and Slayer. They were trying to be faster, more aggressive, and being raised on UFO and Scorpions, and this is just a brilliant outcome of that interpretation of the aggression and grit that was going on around them, but they just took it in a more melodic direction, I guess. But I love this record. This is another one of those I just can never get rid of. I mean, I even like this guy here. I have him tattooed on my back. I'm lying. I didn't do that. Although that's a pretty awesome tramp stamp, you have to admit. That'd be pretty sick. Could you imagine the first unveiling of that on your tramp stamp?
If you decide to go in that direction, maybe put him upside down.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. I was going to say that trumpet needs to be pointing somewhere else.
Yeah, just get the little pumpkin head tattooed at the top of either thigh, kind of, then you don't need the horn to be tattooed.
You spread cheeks and you see that face there looking back at you. That'd be so sexy. Anyway, yep. This feels
like a good grief Charlie Brown kind of moment.
Well, sorry. Number 3 for me. I love this. I will forever love this band. And it bums me out I can't put a Darius record in here, but I have to decide on the albums that have been with me since my teenage years, and this is one of them. I got this Camelot Music back in the day. Good old fucking Camelot Music. I love them so much.
I understand why you're conflicted, partially because Better Than Raw destroys that album. But anyways.
And my son, his number 3 is Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith.
Nice!
Yep.
Sounds like you're raising your own Defender of the Faith right now.
I am. Kid out metals me most of the time. Anyway.
It sounds like he's heavy duty!
Yep.
All right.
Number 2.
All right. Leprosy by Death. Everybody knows this is my favorite death metal album of all time. And I hail it as if my number 1 wasn't my number 1, this would be my number 1, if that makes sense.
That is how number 2 works, Melanie.
Yeah, thanks for that, Professor Alan. I get it.
You just really put this in perspective for us tonight, Alan. Thank you.
The only number higher than 2 is 1 if we're using integers. I mean, you can have a 1.5, I guess, if we want to get into the decimal system.
This was the first death album I ever heard, and probably one of the first death metal albums I ever heard. There's a lot of nostalgia attached to it. I remember seeing this cassette tape sitting on my brother's dresser, and just that artwork, that Ed replica artwork, being like, "What is that?" And immediately piqued my interest, and just everything about this album. I said this is another desert island album that I would bring with me. Every single song is perfect in my opinion. I love how it still has more of that evil Chuck sounding screaming on here, vocal style. There's still a little bit of a thrasher. I've always felt like a little bit of a thrasher element to this album that I've always really enjoyed. But my favorite songs on here are Born Dead, which a lot of people know that about me. Obviously, yeah, Pull the Plug is what everybody knows. But Forgotten Past, Left to Die, Open Casket, everything on here is just a solid banger for me. And I just love absolutely everything about this album. This is pretty much this, and then obviously, from here, Spiritual Healing, and then we get a little bit more progressive from Human on out. I feel like this one has always been a peak, top album for me that's ever been made. So I mean, I don't want to talk more about it because you guys all know it You guys all know this album. Like, everybody talks about it. It always breaks my heart a little bit when people are like, "Oh, that Brissy's so boring," and I'm like, oh, "Come on, really?"
At the time, it wasn't. At the time, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yeah. But I wish I could get an OG copy of this. Like, this is like a holy grail. I need to find an OG copy of this on vinyl. And I know they're out there. I know it's not. They're
Jurgen
not
Discord
super
one.
hard.
Yeah.
I know. He explained in a video like last week or something a couple weeks ago about how he knows somebody that's selling their OG copies, and that's where he was able to like get it. Who's got like all? And I'm just like,
he's pretty
anybody
connected over there. Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to, even if it's just like a US combat pressing, I would love to get an OG copy of this. Like, this was like Death and Nile and like Cannibal and like all those like death metal bands. Obviously, OG copies of those albums would be amazing. Malevolent Creation, stuff like that. But Death has always been like the one band that I'll collect more than one format in. It's kind of ridiculous. And Relapse makes it really easy to do that because they
do. Yep.
Yeah, keeping that
Every
shit
year.
in print. Keeping that shit in print, you got to. It's just one of those bands you got to keep
Yeah.
it in print.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I won't talk much further. You guys all know about this album, and this is I pulled the CD version of it because I recently got these not too long ago because it has the extra content on here that I've never owned physically. Like, this has the rehearsals, which they sound like absolute garbage, but still it was cool to own. The vinyl pressings, I do like the vinyl pressings, obviously, but I'm with Jurgen on that. They changed a lot of like the cover image and stuff like that. I think the originals will stand a little bit more true. So I'm hoping that's why I would hope to get an OG copy of vinyl. But this was just, I pulled it because I just recently got this into my collection. I'd never owned it on CD. So I was like, well, $5, Thanksgiving, Black Friday sale on Relapse, I'll grab it. It's like, yeah, they make it really easy to get these albums. So
Yep.
that's my number 2.
All right. Zahler, what you got?
A rumble of thunder, I'm suddenly under your spell. So
Turn up the night, Craig.
this,
Turn it up.
so yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, this album is absolutely incredible, and yeah. So I definitely do tie this to a car trip that I had with Marty on the way.
Was this the same car trip where we were singing along with Abba Gold the whole way down?
No, I think
it was the time before.
I think that was the one before. But I remember the sun was setting. It was a great trip, and my thing, because like I saw Sabbath on the Dehumanizer tour, and I had Dehumanizer and I had Heaven and Hell, and Dio is my holy trinity of metal singers. It's Rob Halford, number 1, and then Dio and Eric Adams. And then, in that conversation, there's Phil Lynott, Graham Bonnet, and Ann Wilson, who's not a metal singer, but certainly could have been. So those are my like 6 favorite rock singers, let's say. But I don't know how many people saw Sabbath on that tour. It was a bit of an off-putting experience insofar as what Dio was doing to the Ozzy songs. And
he didn't want to sing them.
He doesn't want to sing them, and he's making fun of them. And so I had Heaven and like it was back in the time when like each album purchase was something. I'm like, I got the Dehumanizer album and I had Heaven and Hell, but I don't think I had Mob Rules. And after that show, it took me a little while to come back. I mean, Dio's one of my favorite singers of all time and sung many of my all-time favorite songs. I'm a huge fan of tons of different Rainbow, his solo stuff, the stuff with Sabbath.
I couldn't believe you hadn't heard Mob Rules when I played that. When we played
but I know why, because I had Dio solo albums, I had Heaven and Hell, I had Dehumanizer, and I knew about Rainbow, but it was such an off-putting experience, and I don't know if other people have had that where there's just a live experience that rubs you wrong, and that sort of curtailed my getting the other one. Though it's possible I maybe didn't even know it existed because this was like 90. Whenever I saw them on that tour, like 91, so there was no internet. So it would have just been like I remember looking in the store and here's Dehumanizer, looking in the store and here's Heaven and Hell, but I don't know that I saw the other one. In any case, so this was about 23, 24 years ago when you played it for me, and I knew like first thing I'm like, this is one of the few best albums ever made. Like it was, you said something in my brain popped. Absolutely. Like there was no time for adjustment. By that time, I was already a huge Dio fan and naming Stargazer as one of the very 5 best songs.
I hadn't heard Rainbow at that point, so we could have flip flopped and traded at
right.
that point.
Yeah, and I was getting you into Rainbow, and I was always into the Dio solo stuff. But like in Vinny Appice, absolutely the most influential drummer on me and my favorite drummer of all time. So the fact that the next album was with Vinny Appice playing drums, and so let me say the album is masterful, and you've heard me use the term masterpiece to describe songs on the other album. So this album has 4 songs. I would give that qualification, which is more than the 3 albums that preceded it, and one less than the album that's to come. But everything that Alan said about Turn Up the Night is correct. Like this thing is just gangbusters in terms of the singing and the sound. So the sound is Martin Birch produced this album, and so Vinny Appice as a drummer has a very specific sound. Nobody quite sounds like him in terms of how deep those toms are. His playing in terms of all the gaps that he leaves between the fills and how hard he hits is all like signature Vinny Appice. But one of the reasons I like this album more than Heaven and Hell, which was in my honorable mentions and is very close behind this, is Bill Ward is a fantastic drummer in terms of technique. But I think and I don't know that this is the case. Does he have a jazz background?
I think he does. Yeah.
Because to
Probably,
me,
all those old guys do.
To me, he always seems like he's laying like a little bit further back in the pocket than I want him to, a little bit behind. Whereas
he's a little behind.
Yeah, he's behind. Like he's not making mistakes. Like I see all these I see all these amazing jazz performers all the time where they're playing. That's where they want to do. That's where they want to hear the beat. Cozy Powell does this actually on Stargazer, and so they're sitting back in the pocket, but I want a different level of on the beat propulsion with some of this stuff, particularly Turn Up the Night. Like it's a better version of the Paranoid riff, and so to have a guy that's driving it the way Vinny Appice drives it's an upgrade. Like Turn Up the Night compared to something like Neon Nights, Turn Up the Night destroys Neon Nights in terms of these up-tempo Sabbath songs. So that thing's great. Dio's singing in his upper register, and I saw someone in the comments said something about Dio being too dramatic. And the Dio that I like, the Dio that's ranked as one of my 3 favorite singers in rock history, is very earnest and very feels very genuine. And the Dio that I found off-putting when I saw him making fun of Black Sabbath and War Pigs and not want to sing those songs is a Dio that is overdoing it and too much grit, too much kind of caricaturish evil. And that's there's almost none of that on this album. That the purity of tone and the way he's singing that rumble of thunder, I'm suddenly under your spell, all of that stuff. It's and all of that stuff, all of those, when it gets into the chorus, the Turn Up the Night, all of the stuff where Iommi is doing all those hammer-ons and stepping on the wall. It's all of that stuff is just amazing in terms of the synergy. And so one thing also worth mentioning, my favorite bassists in rock history are Geezer Butler, Chris Squire of Yes, and Fabio Pignatelli of Goblin. Those 3 are like I have my holy trinities. I just said who they were. For singing, this is for bass. The bass sound on this album is the best bass sound ever. End of discussion. The bass has never sounded this good ever again or ever before. The essence of this juicy, rich bass sound means that when you're rating all other bass performances on all other bass albums, even including the amazing Wet and Stuff on King Crimson's Red, you need to lower it a little bit because this exists. And Geezer is phenomenal. Geezer puts chords when chords should be there. Geezer walks around when walking should be there. Geezer climbs up the fretboard and adds momentum and direction when he's playing. He is incredible.
Yes.
So there are parts on this album when you've got my favorite drummer of all time, the bassist in metal who's my favorite of all time, and the vocalist who is the best at ever to do it, Some moments of Halford might eclipse these moments, but like you have all of those guys functioning at that level, and it's really, really great. And some of the high notes, like the thing in Turn Up the Night when Dio's like, so gotta get hold, yeah, like way up there. I'm not quite sure how often he ever sang quite that high again. That stuff is incredible. The album opens up with an incredible song. Voodoo is good. Really great. All the stuttering fills from Vinny. A simpler thing. I think the chorus is a little bit more regular than I would want it. All the descending geezer lines are great. I think it's a good tune, but not a great one. Then you get the Sign of the Southern Cross. So tasked with the task of picking my 5 favorite songs of all time, all genres.
It's a doom song. I love it.
Right.
So good.
Tasked with picking my 5 favorite songs in the history of music, all genres. Pink Floyd Echoes, Pink Floyd Dogs, King Crimson Starless, Rainbow Stargazer, and this song. So I put Desert Song by MSG, let's say 6. Those 6 of all the masterpieces that we're discussing this night, I can put those 6 at a slightly higher place. This song is absolutely amazing. And it's something where I feel the arrangements and surprises and stuff like that are like, there's still moments of like, oh, like where Vinny adds in these extra accents, and the held keyboard stuff is amazing in this song. And this is one where really the sum is more than the parts. Like a lot of the Iommi stuff, you could say, well, it's there in the riff. Like you're 90% there with the riff. This is one with the keyboard layering. Is it Jeff Nichols playing keyboards on this album? I think.
I don't know.
But all of you have that somber sotto voce Dio at the beginning with the fade away, vanish into smoke, all of that stuff. And then when the toms come in, the world is cracking in half. They crack the world in half with that stuff. It is an absolute apex of like the artistic history of the human race. It's unbelievable stuff. And then that stuff is so good. And the room that they leave for Vinny, all of those spots, it just feels colossal. This just feels like one of the most gigantic songs ever written. And all of Dio's lines really, really impassioned, beautiful stuff. And there's this pulsing. It's like I don't know quite what's going on with that keyboard. I don't know if it's like if they're like flanging it, if they're putting their finger on the tape to kind of get that's happening with it. But it's something that sort of glues together with all of the openness. So this is something like if you look at the Black Sabbath song Black Sabbath on the album Black Sabbath, they're experimenting with like how slow, how doomy, how little action can we have and maintain the atmosphere. And that's a great song. I'm not ripping up, but like this is the return to that, but doing it significantly better. I mean, with a better singer and a better drummer and better production, like everything just better. The solos are circling, kind of from left to right. The clobber fills is 1 of 525. That is just absolutely genius, and something that Dio is giving you throughout this entire album are these surprising high notes to somewhere, nowhere, like where he just does like it just leaps up. It's completely unexpected. So this song has like a horror movie experience because of like these startling fills and the gaps and the high notes and stuff like that. The solo is incredibly haunting. It's just amazing stuff. Like that I can narrow down like 6 songs I rank above. Let's say roughly 40,000 that I've heard, and this is one of them. Like if the rest of this album was terrible and this album cost $1,000 to own to get this song, I would pay it. It's incredible. The next thing, I only recently learned because I like 5150. Isn't that like Madman on the Loose?
That's like the 5150 is a insane. insane tag in the medical field or something.
Right,
Isn't it?
but what I learned this is it's the Roman numeral 5, so that's a V. The I is a 1, and then the 50 is an L. So eventually, this just spells out evil, which I just looked that up.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know.
Oh my God! Wow,
it is because I always just looked at the 5150, and I just thought it was like whatever, Madman on the Loose or whatever.
double meaning, bro. You got to do more coke to roll with Wyoming. Yeah.
So this is a bass interlude. It's a fine enough leap back into Mob Rules. You get Mob Rules like another. Just this is a rolling song. It's a little more normal, like I'd say, sort of in the voodoo caliber in terms of how much I enjoy it. I mean I mean if you listen to Pentagram's Review Your Choices, you will certainly hear that riff at the beginning of that album, and it's good. It's a lot of fun. In terms of Dio overdoing the drama, this is that a little bit in this song. There's a little bit of the overdone, like a little bit too much grit, where he's kind of overdoing the drama, and which he doesn't really do on this album, other than I feel this one song. There's a little bit of that overdone stuff that you get from him sometimes, but an enjoyable tune. Country Girl, like Alan, hopes are not high when you see Country Girl, as just like when I listened to Riot's Immortal Soul and I saw there was a song on that called Whiskey Man. I'm like, this is going to be trash. The song is excellent, and one of my favorite songs ever by the band.
Dio always has to have the evil woman that done him wrong. Tarot Woman, Lady Evil. You got Country Girl. I mean, it's all.
If tasked with coming up with the 10 best riffs by Iommi, this main riff would be one of them. It's incredible. And
it's a monster.
Like that. It's there's so much swagger, and
swagger.
I know Alan is a fan of the second Minotauri album called 2. I feel Ari Harkonnen, the guy behind Minotauri and Morningstar, and a fantastic songwriter. He has like 5 amazing albums to his credit. I feel that guy in 12 different songs has done some different version of the Country Girl riff. I think on Minotauri 2 alone, there are like 3, if not 4 versions of this riff. It's an amazing riff, and probably like of a riff that didn't really sound quite like anything from the 70s from Iommi. Great stuff. And then the Dio's performance is great. The key change, because this one is like you're kind of going with it. It's enjoyable. It's a fun song, but the key change when it goes into the In Dreams I Think of You, when it goes into that whole section is really it's really, really beautiful. The sail on, all of that key change, it's just masterclass stuff. And I think some of that's got to be because it's like this album is Iommi, Butler, and Dio writing it together, because that's a change you hear all over the first 2 Dio albums, like that sort of thing, and really, really beautiful stuff. And then it sort of returns, and you get a drum-filled clinic at like 3:06. So it's all of the gaps, the Vinny Appice magic, the clobbering magic that is that guy. And then the synergy, which you definitely hear on all those Dio albums with Vinny Appice playing on it, when Dio is kind of like the don't sail away on the crimson tide, like all of the handoffs of lead vocals to drums, where they're just sort of handing it back and forth. I feel like you're getting a sense of just a great synergy with those guys. Absolutely excellent stuff. We get to Slipping Away. Alan is correct. This is the one that is definitely a cut below everything else on this album. I enjoy this song. There is the chord, that like for me the chord changes. There's a part of this that's a not as good version of Deep Purple Stormbringer. There's a part where whenever I hear it, I always think like Coverdale or Hughes is going to come in and singing about making you bleed. So there's a section that's that. What this song has, and I feel is often the case with songs that are a cut below, which I'm going to assume they knew, but maybe they didn't know. is you start putting in all these other extras. And this song has extras, including when it goes into the loudest bass break in recorded music history. Like that bass is louder than the entire album. Is you see Bert doing this, or perhaps, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, the drum fills are cool. Like, ultimately, like, this is the worst song on the album. I still enjoy it. Those bass breaks are absolutely ridiculous. Legitimately, they sound like an error, but they give the song some character that it's like, we're going to make this the loudest bass guitar. Like, you almost need, if you want the appropriate listening volume, and I don't listen to things at the volume that make my ears ring, but I do listen to things loudly. In a way, every time I listen to this album, I should go to this bass break, set the volume, and then go back to the beginning. It's an enjoyable tune, but it doesn't compare to anything. So I said this album had 4 masterpieces. Sign of the Southern Cross, Country Girl, Falling Off the Edge of the World is another masterpiece.
Oh my God, what a great fucking song.
Incredible song. And it's one of these things in terms of the intro. There's some really, really nice stuff with like the sotto voce stuff, and then keyboard, and then there's this and you think it's going to be some like giant slow doom song. Like it has this quiet intro and then kind of a second intro that's this monstrous monster heavy riff. And then you get to the main, like the that hammer-on lick. That's kind of the main lick, like a lick that doesn't sound like anything else Iommi had written prior to this album. And perhaps it's Geezer, perhaps it's Dio, I don't know, but a different, definitely really like up-tempo, different kind of lick for them. Actually, something that sounds like a little bit more in the Mustaine in terms of the kind of fingering and the syncopation of it. Really, really amazing stuff. And Dio's performance, there's an urgency and earnestness with all of this that's incredible. And it's like all of it builds to this abrupt conclusion. We are falling off the edge of the world. And then the it's the edge of the world. And it just ends.
He was always the king of vamping.
Yeah, he is. And this ending, it's like it's the end of the world. Like, and it really, like, this is one where I think the music, even if you didn't have the lyrical content, like, it had so much momentum and there's such an urgency, and it doesn't it doesn't allow itself to really kind of resolve or linger. Like this, clearly there's a version of this song that's like 15 minutes long that I'm loving. But this song is short. This song is 5 minutes, and like a minute and a half of it is intro. So it really feels like the world is ending before you're ready for it to go. It's incredible. Then we get to the last song, Over and Over.
So fucking good. What an ending.
Masterpiece. So I enjoy my life. I'm an upbeat guy, a happy guy. Were I to go down a path of self-harm and decide to end it all because I can't move on, the song I would choose for those final moments must be Over and Over. This is the absolute, like, this is a song where I could say, like, legitimately, like, to quote Manowar, all men play on 10. You could say the best vocal performance, the best guitar performance, the best bass guitar performance, the best drum performance in heavy metal history is all on this one song. The riffs are beautiful. It's a more harmony guitar style, but all of the desperation from Dio's performance, like this is really absolute magic. And like, you know, like I mentioned, Stargazer and Southern Cross at the top tier, like there's not much difference between those and this one. The clobbering Vinny Appice feels of like the Vinny Appice fills, that's definitely like you're running that theme. Your life, you're gonna end it. This is the song. I've been waiting for this song, so now I can end my life in a good way. And it's just like, in terms of Dio's emotional connection is just it's just great. And then the unexpected high notes again from that guy, but the oh how I need to be free of this pain. It's really like, this is really, really somber stuff. I don't know if like you're moved to tears whenever you hear this thing. But it's like, it's not like I finished the song and I want to go listen to a bunch of other music or something like this. Like, I need to take a moment. Like, there's some recovery from the experience of this song, and everyone has their moments. The gigantic fill that brings in the second verse from Vinny, the sometimes I cry for the lost and alone. Like, all of that stuff is great. Geezer's leads at 319, the like, all of this stuff. It's just four like God caliber musicians giving it their best in a song where they all have space to shine, and in gorgeous production choices like the over and over and over again. That's buried underneath the solo, which is Tony Iommi's best solo. That isn't really a discussion, just sort of a statement of fact. That climactic sliding note at 4 minutes 45 seconds, where he builds to that, it's unbelievable. Like, this is like, to me, Vinny Appice, Geezer Butler, and Theo are regularly performing at the highest level ever in terms of with their instruments. Iommi is one of the great, the great riff writer of all time. But in terms of a solo that's as good as his best riffs, this is the one. Like, he has a bunch of great solos, and he actually got, I think, better after the Ozzy era in terms of solos that have a nice shape and climactic moments. But this stuff is absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. So, I mean, Mob rules. This album, whatever, it was like 22, 23 years ago when Marty turned me on to this thing. And this thing has been in the safe. This is an album, special occasions. I don't necessarily have to finish a project, but special occasions for it. And also because Over and Over is so emotional, and this album gives you really the very colorful experience in terms of all the different emotional hues it presents. But man, is that like just a devastating closer. Like, there's a whole field of like a genre of doom metal, and I listen to a fair amount of it. That's like, man, it's like the aspiration is do that song. No one has other than these guys this time, but absolutely amazing, amazing stuff. So yes, thank you for playing it for me that time, Marty. It has been a hallowed treasure ever since.
Well, we share in our musical journey, that's for sure. All right, Alan.
Yeah, great thoughts on it, Craig. And something there, like you said, that by the time you finish Over and Over, you kind of feel like you need to pause. Something I've always noticed about that album, as much as I love it, it's not an album I ever play back to back. It's not like it gets to the end of the album and I want to, start it right over again. And that kind of makes sense. I'd never really thought of it in terms of like the last song. You need to take a break afterwards, but yeah, that definitely clicks now that you've articulated it so well.
That's the apex achievement for me. If I've got to end my life over and over, there it is. It's all those feelings expressed musically by all four musicians, and it's a masterpiece.
I feel the exact same way about The Locomotion, but my final moments are going to be much different than yours.
Yeah, I'm going to pick a Gutalax song and probably shit myself to death.
If yours doesn't involve a laser shooting dinosaur, then you should review your choice.
It can be why settle for just one? It could be both, can it?
All right, number 2. No need to build this up. It is Overkill's The Years of Decay.
I knew that was going to be in there. I knew.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, so
it's a great album.
This shouldn't surprise folks. It is.
I'll be right back. Gotta pee.
And I understand, for other people are going to have other thrash albums higher up than this. I get that. But again, this is my favorite. I'm not claiming it's the best or the most technically proficient or anything. Nostalgia connection to this for me is off the charts. It's one of the first quote unquote sort of deep or true or cult, however you want to phrase it, heavy metal albums I ever got. It's not the first. I had gotten a few albums here and there. I had And Justice for All, a few other things. But this ended up in my hands really early in my heavy metal explorations, and it was kind of the first one that was maybe a little bit off the beaten path. Again, everybody at school had And Justice for All, and everybody had like Dr. Feelgood and these kind of things. But Overkill wasn't something that you just heard kids talking about at lunch or anything. That was an unusual one. And the way that I stumbled into it, it was weird. My sister is like 18 months younger than me. She was also listening to like a lot of just the popular music there in the late 80s. A lot of the she was more like the hair, what we'd consider the glam metal stuff now. And she would occasionally get one of those magazines like from the grocery store, the like Metal Edge type things, where it was mostly pinup pictures of Sebastian Bach showing no with his shirt open and half a nipple and just lame stuff like that. One random day, live with that image now, Melanie. I'm stuck with it and I'm sharing it, and now everybody else can suffer too. But anyway, she had left one of those just laying out in the living room one day, and again there were some albums we liked, so there was a little bit of overlap in taste, so I'm like looking at the cover of it, and it's all Rat, Poison, Skid Row kind of stuff, but like across the very bottom of the cover was the tagline was something similar to this. It said something like Overkill. Why does Bobby Blitz hate? And I'm just like, it caught me because this was not a magazine about hateful heavy metal or anything. Again, this was meant to be eye candy for teen girls. I'm just like, I don't know that band, but they're describing it very differently. So I flipped to the page. They had like a 2-page interview with Bobby about this album that had just come out. I was just like, wow, that sounds interesting. That actually seems that's not something that's going to be on MTV, where we're seeing a lot of the other things we run out and buy. So again, filed it in my brain. So it's like I want to check that out. Sometime there was no record store in the town we grew up in. You had to wait until mom and dad had to make a trip to some other town. Went to another little town. They had one little record store. I went inside and checked. They had the cassette sitting there. I picked it up, went up to buy it. They looked at me. They was like, "You can't buy that." I'm like, "Why not?" I like show them like I have money. They're like, it had one of those parental advisory stickers on it, and they wouldn't sell it to anybody. I don't know if the age was 16 or 18, but the bottom line was I was neither, so they would not sell it to me. I walked out of the music store, walked back over to the car, all dejected. Mom's just like, "Didn't you buy anything?" I'm just like, no. She's like, "Didn't they have what you wanted?" I'm like, "Well, they did, but they won't sell it to me." She's like, "Why?" Like, it's got one of those parent stickers on it. She's like, "Wait here." Gets out of the car, goes in the store, comes back 2 minutes later. She's like, "There you go." Thanks, Mom.
Yep.
So yeah, again, this kind of started getting me interested in more serious heavy metal bands. Yes, I was still listening to a lot of the MTV kind of stuff, but this started to open that door into the whole world of stuff that you weren't seeing on just Ricky Rackman's favorites or the MTV 4 o'clock in the afternoon top 10 videos of the day. This starts down the rabbit hole, and it's a hell of a rabbit hole opener. Time to Kill feels like it's meant to just kind of rev up the engine a little bit. It's not the best song on the album. It's not bad, but it's getting things warmed up. And after that, they just absolutely cut it loose. You've got, Elimination, Bobby just spewing anger in every direction. Very fast, classic thrash metal. Just, pissed at the world. The third song, I Hate, which I'm guessing was the inspiration for that weird little magazine cover tagline that got my attention. And again, it's just, hates, I hate people who make you feel small. I hate having your back against the wall. I hate being talked down to. Just rapid fire. Listening to it now, of course, I know he's drawing a lot again from their tastes for punk and stuff. It's channeling that same kind of snotty, pissed off vitriol, which I had no exposure to at the time. So it wasn't to me like, oh yeah, that's, their punk side genre. It's just like, wow, this is real fucking heavy metal and this guy's really bad at things. Let's see, you get to track 4. Okay, once again, even my number 2 album, there's a song I can do without. Nothing to Die For is nothing to write home about.
I like that song.
It's okay. It's not horrible, but if it could be rotated out for something different. But it's okay. It's not a particularly long song, and it sets the stage for, just one of the monster moments in their whole career, playing with Spider's Skull Crusher. This is not a typical Overkill song. It's
not. It's cool.
It's Overkill channeling, masters of reality and making it work beyond anyone's wildest expectations.
Kind of channeling like Morbid Angel's God of Emptiness before that song was ever wrote.
They've reached into the future and brought it back with them and slowed it down, and it's
kind of a similar vibe to it. You know?
And Overkill, they very rarely ever went back to this well. I mean, they've done 20 total albums. We've ranked them all on Heavy Metallurgy in the past. There's very, very few times they go back to that doom well, which is funny because when they do,
it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate they don't go back.
Yeah, I wouldn't want them to do it. I don't want 2 or 3 songs per album. Don't get me wrong, but it is just funny that it's so good here, and it really almost stands alone in the whole catalog. Anyway, you get on to side 2, Birth of Tension is very good. Again, it's just this angry, seething, tense hate that's fueling this album. Bobby's push. I like all the performances on it, but Bobby really does make it work. Who Tends the Fire kind of the same way. This one's got this kind of dark or almost slightly drony chanting thing going on with the drum patterns, almost a little hypnotic. It's great. After that, you have the title track, kind of bigger, a little bit more of this, sing along, shout along thing. And then it wraps up, with the END, Evil Never Dies, which again kind of ties into the whole Overkill trilogy at this point they had been working on. And again, just absolutely cuts loose, just Bobby rapid fire snarling out. Let's see. Do I still have it open here? It's there's no singing it. It's not meant to be sung. It's just meant to be like screamed. But how does it go? Money hungry, power thirsty, penny pinching, fear inflicting, double crossing, backstabbing, promising eternity, for price, sucking, brainwashing, mind raping, soul stealing, constant preaching, salvation reaching, lowest form of human fucking life. Evil never dies. Just like. I think I know why I had the parental advisory sticker on it. Thanks, Mom.
No side boob on it like Scorpions, though. I mean, what are you gonna do? Come on.
Well,
give us a little Charlie side boob.
If you squint and you turn it this way, Marty, maybe the wings. I don't know. But it has always been just a classic defining album for my personal metal journey. Love all the band's early stuff. Feel the Fire, you mentioned it at the start tonight, Marty, and yes, that album that I may have been. It's like where I get a little tripped up. Feel the Fire, I guess, was my second one. This had to have been the first Overkill I heard, but Feel the Fire I heard very soon afterwards and loved that one too. But it has always been my number 2. I suspect it always will be my number 2. There's just too many good memories. It's part of my origin story with real heavy metal, and you've got 8 out of 9 tracks that I still know and love inside out to this day. So Overkill's the Years of Decay, number 2 on my list, and now we've got Marty's penultimate pick.
All right. Yep. Well, the most evil album ever. And people have called it
Taylor Swift's Eras. Damn, it did make the list.
Don't break the oath. I gotta say, the Michael Denner, Hank Sherman guitar duo is one of my top 5 maybe the top guitar duos of all time.
Got to be in the conversation.
They got to be in the conversation. The way they construct songs and layer the guitar stuff, trade off solos. They just had such a unique and amazing sound and style of playing. So unique. And you add King Diamond, Kim Bendix Peterson to the mix. And there's just an atmosphere here. It just was, again, I mentioned the Satanic Panic. It was a thing. It was a thing back in the 80s. And this album was the spiritual successor of that whole era. You know, people were talking about Judas Priest and Iron Maiden, all the TV and evangelical Christians on TV were talking about that, when this was way more evil than any of that stuff. I mean, the whole prayer / statement at the beginning of the oath, then the laughing, that slightly pitched down, evil as shit. It's so fucking evil. Dangerous Meeting, Night of the Unborn, that song was so atmospheric, and King's vocals on it are just, I loved it when he's starting to do it again. Ever since he quit smoking and he had his triple bypass or whatever, his voice has gotten better again. Craig, you've seen him a couple times live.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him the October 30th with King Diamond, and then 2 years before that with Merciful Fate. He sounds great.
Yep.
He
had his wife. Yep, he had his wife on tour, backing him up, and now he's got the lady from America. Yep.
Yep.
And I don't know if he needs it. I don't know if he needs that backup, because he's there again. But
there's a difference between. I mean, there were, like, when I saw him on the Puppet Master tour, there might have been spots where I wasn't sure, was he singing the line or was somebody else. Yep. But in terms of backing, I think it's a good, like, he's multi-tracking the studio. I think anyone like that should go around with backing vocalists.
Yep.
It's the thing that I wish more bands did, and a lot of bands that I think are really good live, like a Blue Oyster Cult, or actually Journey. Like 4 or 5 of the people in that band can lead sing, so I think it makes your sound richer. So I know what you're talking about, and I think there was a time, like when I saw him on the Puppet Master tour, I think that there were some spots where I wasn't sure who I was hearing in terms of a lead line, but now it's clear accompaniment, and I think that's to the benefit of the band. So anyways, yeah, he sounds great.
Well, this thing was recorded in Copenhagen, Denmark, and at Easy Sound, produced by Henrik Lund. There was an evilness and an atmosphere that analog recording gave this band. You can listen to this album and Melissa as well, and you can hear the room. There is a wonderful warmth to this, organic tone to this stuff. As soon as he moved to America and started with King Diamond and even Merciful Fate recording at that place in Dallas, I can't remember the name of it, something Tracks, I can't remember. It was a digital studio. It kind of lost that 6th member of the band, which was the overall room vibe, that cobblestone path in your mind fucking sound. And this album benefits from it so much. Like Night of the Unborn, last song on side A, one of my favorite songs on this album. It's so evil, that type, just the layering, how high and shrill he is at the end. It is so good. The Oath, of course, I already mentioned. Dangerous Meeting. Gypsy, this kind of the fun, evil woman kind of thing. You got to have the Dio evil woman thing going on in there, but it's still a good song.
That's a good song, though.
Welcome, Princess of Hell's another evil, scary one on here. To One Far Away, awesome. Come to the Sabbath, of course, absolute classic.
Come to the Sabbath.
His mid-range is really tasty too.
His mid-range is amazing.
He's got a great mid-range. This is just a good mix of King Diamond vocals on here, and this is another reason why I love Fatal Portrait, the first King Diamond album, so much, because it's in this pocket. It's recorded overseas. It's got the, so is Abigail. It's got that warmth to it. King his high register is searing and evil. The subject matter on here rules. God, see him coming out of this fake black church on here. I got this record. I was so fucking captivated. This band, and of course, Kim Russ, he's kind of like the Clive Burr of Denmark. He's got that really crisp, really cool riff, fills, and solid, tight performance. And there's no understating how amazing of a bass player Timmy Hansen is. My God, rest in peace, Timmy Hansen. He is just a fantastic bass player. He just is, and he's got the geezer thing where his riffs and his licks, they cut through the mix, and they add a lot to the song. There's just, this band had the whole fucking package, and it all stems from the Sherman Denner guitar duo, and you put the icing on the cake with King Diamond. I get the fact that this is a love or hate vocal style. I get it. I was kind of when I heard King Diamond for Merciful Fate for the first time, I'm like, what the hell's up with those vocals? But once it clicks and you start paying attention to the lyrics, how evil they are, and it felt like an authenticity. That shit felt like real evil. Like this this guy is hanging out with Satan. They're in the woods killing shit, and there's stuff happening out there.
I thought they were vegetarians eating green bean casserole.
Yeah, Jack Van Impe and Rexella were freaking out about it. But this is
sacrificing goats.
This should be number one, and people are going to think my number one is weird, maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, I love this record. I love Melissa as well, even though we won't go there.
Yeah.
Will we, Craig?
Folks are scrambling to figure out your number one, Marty, now that you've shown this and Guardian and Creator and stuff. The chat is very curious what's left in your tank.
Come to the Sabbath! Sabbath!
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. That's a great album. I mean, it's like there aren't many people who have written as many excellent songs as King Diamond, and I say him as like
he's a songwriter. He's not just singing on this shit. He does write
him. Like,
and
there are a couple of reasons why I like that one more than Melissa, and one is like there are a bunch of King Diamond compositions, and I definitely like King Diamond the band more than Merciful Fate the band. Like it's not even close with who has a higher number of amazing albums. But great to see that on there. It was tough. I really wanted to get The Eye or Abigail or that one, like all of those. Fatal Portrait. Those are all amazing albums.
Yeah. I did forget to mention my son's number 2, by the way. This is an odd pick. I'm kind of surprised that it ranked higher than the other one, but Halloween Straight Out of Hell is his number 2.
It is really good.
It is good. 100%. All right, Melanie, you're back. How you doing? Number one. Yes.
There it is.
I mean, I don't know how to follow Marty already talking about this album. I will say a lot of people assume
we need to get together this year, drink some beer, and listen to this record loudly.
Yes,
Let's do that.
We
Can we do that?
We
Is
do.
that all right?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. That I am looking forward to that more than anything in the world right now, because I don't have enough friends in my life that appreciate this album as much as you guys do.
Fucking good.
A lot of people assumed I was going to hold up Tool Lateralis, and I would have, but they're not technically a metal album or metal band. If you really think about it, it's alternative rock, prog rock. But this is, my all-time favorite album. Everybody knows that. I'm a huge Tool fan. But when it comes to metal, this is by far a perfect 10 out of 10 album. I will get this plastered on my back, tattooed someday if I ever can afford it.
I'm gonna have to have the pumpkin guy blowing the horn removed.
I think this is King's finest hour of vocal style that he's ever done, and that's saying a lot because I think he is still phenomenal. I saw him live back in October. I thought he was absolutely incredible. But just like I said, like you said, Michael Denner, Hank Sherman, 1-2 punch of guitars is just,
they complement each other so fucking well. Yep.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I like Zahler. I am more of a King Diamond fan than I am Merciful Fate. I much prefer more of the King Diamond albums over the Merciful Fate ones, but and like I've always said, like Andy LaRocque is like just one of the greatest guitarists ever.
Yes.
But for this album, like Michael Denner really and Hank Sherman, they just are so excellent. Like this is the one exception where they outshine some of the other King Diamond albums. Some of the just greatest riffs I've ever heard in my life. And the first time I ever heard this album, I was like, what am I listening to? Like, what is this? Because it was the first time I'd ever heard King Diamond. The album cover alone was essentially what sold me. Like, look, you see that. I'm like a 15-year-old who's just so obsessed with being a rebel, you know? And I see this and I turn it on and I'm like, that sounds odd. Like I expected like really like demon lower guttural style of vocals like in death metal, but I immediately was infatuated with it. And I didn't
Good thing your wife did when you met. Your wife didn't hear that album first.
She went with me in October to see him. I made her go. That was
like
the
it?
Compromise. Yeah, that was the compromise of our marriage. She made me into a dance mom, like, and that is not something I ever thought I'd see myself doing. So I made her go to a King Diamond concert with me, and she had a good time.
Good.
She had a good time. She thought he was incredible. She thought he was phenomenal, and it was a really good show. So yeah. I love this album. I think probably my favorite song is Welcome Princess of Hell and then Come to the Sabbath. I just think it's a perfect ending. But obviously, like Alan said a while ago, A Dangerous Meeting is by far one of the greatest album openers ever made. Ever. Yeah. And like once you hear that, you're so pumped up and amped up. The whole rest of the album is just an experience in itself. Like you just cannot turn it off. And this is one of those albums where I'll play back to back to back to back to back and just continuously listen to it. So I don't know. For so long I've said this is my favorite metal album for so long. And I have always like told myself I will eventually get my kids to listen to this and appreciate it. Right now they're a little too young. So we'll get there someday. If there's one album that I want them to appreciate that I absolutely love, that I have always told people to like if I get cremated or buried, like burn this with me or bury me with it, this will be the one album I want my kids to actually appreciate and enjoy. And I think they're getting there. They really like, you know, the corpse paint that he has and stuff like that. They think it's cool. So we're getting there. We're getting close.
They gotta make sure you stiffen up like this. And you hold the album in the other hand when you're burnt. You're like this.
Yeah, you might need a horn transplant prior to the cremation.
Fuck
Kids,
freak everybody out.
Casserole.
Terrify your family.
Yourself killed.
Did you brush your teeth?
But yeah, I don't know. Marty, you nailed so many things about it. But yeah, I honestly, for a minute, I thought this is going to be your number one. So now I am actually really curious to see what your number one's going to be after this.
The chat is guessing all over the place on Marty's number one.
All right. That's Craig Zahler. Pull it out.
Yeah, it's not like the King Diamond show I saw. He stayed like the show finished, and then there were just, I don't know, like 150, 200 people who just stayed and continued cheering long after any music. Yeah. He just came out and just shook hands, and like he seems like a really good dude. Like we're just, all you're doing is just applauding him existing. Like he's not performing. It's just you're applauding his existence. How, you know, some of the performance you just saw, but really, really, phenomenal stuff. And you know, you say in terms of getting your kids into it, and it's complicated music. It's not, that's like, even like Dangerous Meeting, which is like, has hooks that you get the first time. These are all intricate songs. I'm trying to, like, other people weren't really doing this at that time in terms of like, if you date that, then like the amount of time changes and playing like different, like just different meters and riffs, the amount of material they're they're putting like an album's worth in probably like 2 songs. It's a lot of material. So it's great stuff. I think it does take a little bit of effort on the part of the listener in terms of really comprehending. Same with King Diamond solo stuff.
I got to say, and to be as out there and doing what he's doing and sounding as good as he sounds, he is 68 years old.
Holy.
Yep.
His wife is 40. Wow.
He was smart guy.
Yeah. And they have a young child. Anyway. All right.
They're great. So on to the least surprising number one that will happen this evening.
Yeah. The foreshadowing was obvious early in the evening.
So,
and this is the guy that wiped his ass with your review of Risk, was it?
it was the review of it was a world needs a hero.
Yeah, he wiped Dave Mustaine wiped his ass with S. Craig Zahler's Metal Maniacs review on stage at a Megadeth concert.
Yes, he did. And I mean, one of these things as a when I was writing in my 20s, I certainly said some provocative stuff, and I took a personal shot that was immature. Like, I would not take that shot. Most of my
we learn over
right.
years.
Most of my review was track by track, riff by riff, pointing out what he'd stolen and what was garbage, and I would stand by all that. Some of the personal stuff in there was not appropriate. So it's not something I would do now. And at the same time, I can say that it does connect to my affinity for this album and ranking it as like a pinnacle work of art of the last 35 years, because this album was followed up by Countdown to Extinction, which I think is good, but was a colossal disappointment at the time. And so eventually, if you're talking to someone who made the pinnacle like piece of art of the last 35, 40 years for me, turning in something like Risk or World Needs a Hero, like it came from that disappointing place. But as an adult, I can look back and say, in terms of disappointment, like, yeah, I was disappointed with Countdown to Extinction and Euthanasia, but I enjoy both of those albums quite a bit now, particularly Euthanasia. So, this is the riff album of all time. I think that there is I don't think that there's a conversation beyond. I don't think that there's a conversation in terms of like what album has as many good riffs as this in terms of like the best, like that, like the masterful level. And again, it's like, this is when you go back to like Tony Iommi or Jimmy Page and these riffs that have swagger and syncopation and are these unique like specimens floating out in space, like something like, Melanie brought out earlier, Destruction, that first riff in Ritual. Or my favorite riff in Slayer's catalog, the last riff in Cryonics, that thing. That thing's incredible. I wish they played that thing for 3 minutes. You only get it for like 20 seconds or however long they play it. So in terms of riffs, which tons of the metal we're talking about is built on that, though Lost Horizon and the Scorpions album I mentioned less so. Those are built more, I think, with layers and everyone working with synergy. There was not necessarily like riffs that would be laid down in a demo and you'd say this song is amazing. With Rust in Peace, these are songs you lay down the riffs in a demo and these songs are amazing. So this really, there was an Onion article like a bunch of years ago that I remember seeing, and it said, just humanity still continuing to make art as if Rust in Peace doesn't already exist. And that sort of sums up like my feeling in terms of this as a real zenith achievement in music history and art history. I think there's one other work of art, no movie, no novel in the last 40 years that I would say ranks with this. It's a comic called Rusty Brown by Chris Ware's, completely unrelated to metal, but it's something that I feel is the best comic ever made and it's using the medium at the highest level. So in terms of somebody's confidence and arrogance and will to superiority manifesting in sonic form, it's this thing, like just loaded top to bottom with riffs. So the production is incredible. I don't think there's a better sounding drum kit ever. So this is produced by Mike Klink, who came off of Appetite for Destruction, which is my favorite glam album of all time. And this is someone who like got the best all-time performances in a couple different genres. And it really just feels like this just manifesto of excellence. And so Marty brought up the whole So Far So Good So What thing, and I like that album a lot. I know Marty doesn't like it.
Crap.
In so far as what I recall reading in interviews at the time, and I haven't dug a bunch since, So Far So Good So What, they were pretty deep into drugs and heroin and all that sort of stuff.
There's some moments, but it's bad. It's bad.
I think it's a very good album. But regardless of Marty's wrongness on that topic,
the Sex Pistols cover what a goddamn abortion. Abortion.
No, Marty, they cover Anarchy, not Abortion. That's a different Sex Pistols song.
Cover is not good, and I don't like punk music, so I'm not like, even if it were good, I wouldn't want to hear it on there. But there's a bunch of stuff I like on that album. But let's not derail what is already going to be a lengthy song-by-song description of this album with me defending So Far So Good So What prior to getting into this.
They should have covered Bodies about abortions as opposed to that abortion of a song they chose by the Sex Pistols. Anyway.
Bodies is a different song. You've got the wrong Sex Pistols song. You're naming every song except the one they covered, Marty.
Well, the one Bodies was about abortion, so they should have done that one, and it would have fit. Anyway, go ahead.
Hook and Mouth, in my darkest hour, those songs.
In My Darkest Hour is the best song on the album. 100%.
So in terms of riff royalty, like it's Iommi, Jimmy Page, and Dave Mustaine, and certainly there's a ton of stuff that Dave Mustaine has done in interviews or wherever that get people to dislike him, and that's fine. I think there's probably no better Just Say No exhibit in like art history than this. Because as far as I know, this was the album they did when they were clean. So in terms of explaining why there's this meteoric rise from what I feel is a good album, what Marty doesn't like, to the zenith achievement in heavy metal, the driving force of my life, that's it. Like this guy's brilliance, I felt, was clouded by the drugs rather than fueled by it. And some people are fueled by it. Obviously, they're different artists, and I listened to tons of jammy shit from the 70s, so obviously a lot of that stuff.
It affects everybody differently. Like Miles Davis. I mean, his heroin albums, people still say are the best things ever made. So.
Yeah, sure.
They are. Hands down.
Yeah, and I get that. And insofar as this thing goes, it like the syncopation in the riff and the lines in the riffs. It's just, there is this will to excellence. And like just jumping, like the first song, you get the intro, Hollywood. And then just the beginning of the guitar, and then the drums doubling up. And then it switches to the verse version of it. The bum, 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 dun, bum, bum, like it moves to that version. And then it moves into this like rocking chair, all that sort of stuff. And this intro has 13 parts of moving through these things, elongating the tags in a way like Melanie, Marty, and I discussed the new Nile album. In a way, that's kind of the spiritual successor to this in terms of these guys just playing the living shit out of this, rocking all of these things. The best sounding kit in drum history. The sound of the toms here. Like, yeah, I've been in the studio like, how do we get it to sound more like these toms? And I love Vinny's toms, but in faster music, there's not necessarily space for the Vinny's toms. All of that stuff is just the intro, and how much thought and detail went into that. And so it flies through these verses of brother will kill brother, and his high voice, which at the time took some getting used to for me. And there's a plaintive quality. There's definitely an arrogance with him, and there's a snarl. Like in some of the stuff here, I know I think Melanie just doesn't like Mustaine singing. Some of the character voices that Mustaine does, it's like to me, there's a definite overlap with King Diamond. Like I definitely hear some of the dramatic stuff they do, some of the kind of talky stuff, and I'll point out those moments kind of as I get there. But you have this flying section, like you go a minute 30, you're going through 13 different sections of this incredible intro, and the brother will kill brother. You get pulled across all of that sort of stuff, and then it drops on the Holy Wars, and then it drops down as the Middle Eastern break from Marty Friedman, who's a terrific lead player, and the dun, 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 this very, very heavy part where he's singing about the pulpit, and like it's just riff after riff of each one is they're different, and they all function like it feels so through composed. Like these riffs had to go to these next riffs, and one of the parts where it leaps up to like going back into the verse. Eventually, you get to totally expose that, like those triplets, like the ringing quality of that guitar. You know, the right hand sound on that, like that hasn't been beaten. Like the exposed quality of those strings, just phenomenal sort of stuff. The solos are great, and there's some like panning from right to left. Builds through the whole thing, and then the when he gets into the mercy, all of a sudden the rhythms shift underneath it, and eventually the drums go into a double time when Dave's yelling the killers, killers, and there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triplet accent, and all these parts are so beautifully detailed. Song's a masterpiece, followed by Hangar 18, another incredible song. It's interesting whenever like there's a whole school of like the Gothenburg sound, like In Flames, I think probably has 6 songs that feel like they are the chord like episode 666 that feel like they're the chord progression from Hangar 18. So I'm not sure. I don't know enough music theory to say what that is, but a lot of nice harmony guitar parts, and the sliding lick, the possibly I see too much, Hangar 18, I know too much, and then leads into a section that I feel is the whole guitar duel at the end of this song. That to me ranks with Thin Lizzy's Emerald as like the best dueling guitar. It's like these trade-offs are unbelievable. Two guys at the height of their game with very different styles. Marty Friedman is definitely leaping around all these exotic modes, whereas Mustaine is kind of cutting across a little bit more. Great stuff. Take No Prisoners. Get the opening of dun 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 dun, like for. I mean, Mustaine has talked about in terms of what he's looking for in riffs and what he tries to come up with, and that sort of syncopation might appeal to me more because I'm a drummer. But it's always there. Like these riffs are so well written, and so Take No Prisoners brings in a lot of the gang hall voices. Really good stuff. We get the third masterpiece on this album, which is Five Magics, and this is just like a progressive thrash metal song. This is really this arrangement is like there's just a salt at the beginning, and then opens up with bass, a bass line, and then the guitars come in with this creepy harmony of the and then there's a moment where they all kind of hook up with a dun dun and kind of a palm muted like all of this stuff. Like the first 2 minutes of this song is this like prog metal tour de force, and then it takes off, and all of a sudden there are a bunch of like just chugs, and there's a lot of momentum going on, and that builds to this part of this give me alchemy, metallurgy, like that whole section, and this really like kind of creepy, uncomfortable voice where Dave's saying like the I master 5 magics, and eventually this part where it moves into he's kind of doing the possessed with hellish torment, and then there's the answer voice, the possessed with hellish torment, and when he goes to that deeper voice, putting all these triplets underneath. And this is the kind of like this band is doing this stuff all the time, like they're alternating these lines, shifting the rhythm, shifting the riff underneath, and with that like alternating of his like ordained by the abyss lord, ordained by the abyss lord, and the riffs are switching underneath all of that sort of stuff, and then you get to 4 minutes 47 seconds in this song where it's this and then the catches bump 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 straight into a phenomenal solo. Amazing masterpiece song. Who was doing anything quite like this? And so
not Metallica.
In the
just saying.
In the eternal Metallica Megadeth thing, and I like Metallica.
I do too.
I'm not going to bag on them, but I will say if I took my 5 favorite Metallica songs, which would definitely include Creeping Death, which has a riff, the main riff by Dave Mustaine, but Creeping Death, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Orion, and Dyer's Eve, the last one on Injustice for All. And let's say Eye of the Beholder. Let's say it's those 5. The five songs on this album that I rank as masterpieces are better than the 5 best songs in Metallica's catalog. So I've always sided on that side of that argument, and largely because of this album. But P-Cells, But Who's Buying is an incredible album as well, and I can make some arguments for that. I mean, this is clearly my favorite metal album of all time and my favorite thrash album, and P-Cells would be number 2. Poison Was the Cure. I enjoy that song. That's the only one here that feels like it could have been on an earlier album, mainly because the vocals are really crammed in there.
I like that. I like the feel. It's kind of like a slithering kind of. I miss that warm embrace I felt first time you touched me. It kind of all fits in there.
Yeah, so I mean, it works. It's but this sounds like slightly like blues played at like quintuple time.
Oh yeah. Stuck beneath your shadows. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, but the to me the vocal refrains weren't quite there on this one. I like this song. This is for me the slipping away of this album. Insofar as I think definitely all the other fully realized song. There's an interlude thing coming up. I'm not including that. Of the fully realized songs, this one to me is the cut below, because this is a little bit that whiny. Like on the first album, like, my body's not from the hate. Like, it's not, he's just sort of jamming those words in there. That's not really, in mechanics. Like that stuff.
Well, the first album, he's not a singer. He's trying to figure shit out. He's like, he has to do it. Yeah.
My body's not from the hate. Like, it's not, it sounds like soup. Lucretia, really enjoyable song. I think that's about Dave Mustaine's grandmother. And another intro that has a million parts, but the main riff, like incredible stuff. Also an interesting thing, I think the very end, maybe someone who has a better ear than I do can let me know, but I believe that end riff, it always feels like they've inverted the main riff, like he's playing some sort of backwards version of the main riff. It always sort of puzzled me, and I think he did that there's a song called Vortex on Cryptic Writings where there's something sort of similar. Then we get to Tornado of Souls, the fourth masterpiece. This, to me, is the first time Dave Mustaine really landed truly excellent vocal chorus ideas, which is not clearly. This album is loaded with masterpieces. That's not what he's trying to deliver. Five Magics and Holy Wars are not about landing in the. But now I'm safe in the eye of the tornado. Like, it's not about that. I can't replace the lies that let 1,000 days go. It's not this, but this song is, and all of that. I mean, the beginning. You can't even sing how fast all those hammer-ons, but it's just these amazing winding riffs. And again, like if tasked with coming up with 100 best riffs in heavy metal history, I'm going to say 30 would come from this album. So Tornado of Souls is incredible. The solo is great. This employs a technique that Dave Mustaine would use a lot going forward, which is the switching into double time for the final choruses to kind of bring to a different place. But then this also has a key shift where the and that whole section and going into the double bass stuff, it's the you feel my cold breath. It's the kiss of death. That shit is great. All this stuff, it's just phenomenal stuff. Then we get to Dawn Patrol, which is an interlude. I mean, I've never I know
it's an interlude. It's
like,
kind of pointless, but it's fun. It's fine.
It's fine. I mean, let's put it this way: it's better than Grandfather, tell me a story. Like to hear, lad. It's better than Grandfather, tell me a story. But considering that how the next song begins, Rust in Peace Polaris, that actually begins with an intro, like a drum intro that could come off of anything. This album would be better without Dawn Patrol. But I don't I've heard people get really upset about Dawn Patrol. It's like it's not even 2 minutes, and it's an interlude. It's narration. And it does, I will say that the lyrics do paint a nice post-apocalyptic vision. So the best riff song in music history is Rust in Peace Polaris. Again, statement of fact. And I can't even believe that there's a song that has 5 riffs at like this level. And it's an unbelievable tune. And also I guess a really, considering Painkiller, a really good year for drum intro songs, because and so that's
amazing drummer too. Nick Menza was amazing.
Nick Menza, yeah, rest in peace. That sets up the skeleton for the song, and then Mustaine comes with the and putting in those extra little pauses and changing where the accents are. It's phenomenal. You're already on board for like one of the great human experiences before, in just the intro is so good. And who but Dave Mustaine in 1990, off of drugs and the most and feeling mighty superior, is writing a song where you are first person perspective of a nuclear warhead. This is Dave Mustaine at this time in history. Like, tremble, you weaklings, cower in fear. I am the ruler, land, sea, and air.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff. But all of it. Another masterpiece, like as good as the Best Iomi and Jimmy Page. Completely amazing stuff. Really, I mean, just unbelievable. And then switching from that winding lick to the complete rhythm thing. I spread disease like a dog, discharge my payload, mile high, rotten egg, Arab death. Like all of that stuff. He's switching from things that are kind of long and winding melodic phrases to something that's almost like, let's say, a precursor to gent, and really amazing stuff. And then like the launch of Polaris, all of that winding stuff. It's just, I mean, it's just like these riffs. This is the tour de force on an album of nonstop tour de force. And then there's the cymbal swell that brings us into the Polaris section. And all of that hesitation, all those stuttering riffs, absolutely top tier. And then that section is broken up with all these solos with a like it's the kind of thing, like I don't even know where this much will to kill through riffs, how that possibly manifests itself, but it's here at this highest level. And again, I think, as I said, this is the best "just say no to drugs" statement of all time. This is what was in his mind that he was then able to get out unclouded with 2 other phenomenal backing musicians with him and Ellefson, who'd been there all along. But like that. So some of these albums we've talked about not ending on a strength, or Mob Rules ends on a masterpiece. This album ends on a masterpiece. This album, I think, has 5 legitimate masterpieces and more S tier Valhalla riffs than any other album ever made. So has always been a huge album for me, and just and I think like depending on what you look for in riffs, and I wasn't surprised to learn later on that he was a fan of Jimmy Page, and they did actually a really good cover of Out on the Tiles, because there's that kind of swagger and those sort of and all that odd syncopation, and to me, and it might be just my ear because I'm a drummer, so much of what makes this at that level is all of that uniqueness and all that quirk. And there are a bunch of bands that like I'm sure the three of you love that I just don't get into because I'm like the riffs don't have this swagger or the riffs don't have this personality. Not even bands I hate, but just like I've never seen the magic there. And the magic is here. And even later when his stuff got simpler, you listen to a song like Disintegrators or She-Wolf or Scorpion, all of these things have riffs by a guy who is, I think, one of the three kings of riff writing. So absolutely amazing stuff. The best sounding drum kit. Tons of amazing shred. I could talk for an hour, but I won't, just about the shred leads because those can leave me cold. Marty Friedman's lead on Lucretia is one of the all-time great shred solos. It's like and that is like you go from Highway Star with Richie Blackmore straight to Lucretia, and you can see the line and also the progression of someone who has the finesse and the accuracy and the creativity of Marty Friedman. So a surprise to no one, considering like it's that I don't know what will change. I will say in listening through all these albums for this, the difference between this and Mob Rules was a little smaller than I thought. Like that's something, could I see 10 years from now it's Mob Rules? Maybe, because there are other emotional colors on Mob Rules, particularly the closing song that brings me to tears. But in a way, in terms of the pure metal empowerment experiences and in a world of like a landscaping with riffs, this is the pinnacle achievement. So my number one and a surprise to nobody.
And I gotta say, the first time I watched some kind of monster, the Metallica therapy session, Dave Mustaine on there crying. Granted, he lost friends during this whole firing thing. I get it, but he's sitting there crying. I'm like, I stood up. I was a little tipsy. I was drinking as I was watching. I'm like, motherfucker, you wrote Rust in Peace. You don't owe him your tears. You owe him nothing. He wrote most of the best Metallica riffs are Dave Mustaine riffs. Come on.
I mean, Jump on the Fire, Creeping Death. Yeah, he wrote a
Phantom
lot.
Lord, Seek and Destroy. Come on.
Yeah, so I had a similar experience to you where I was, like twofold. I was pretty depressed. I was like, a guy who's made what I consider probably the best work of art of the last 40 years, though back then I guess it would have been the last 20 years, is lamenting. But at the same time, look at the amazing product that bitterness had wrought, like the will to prove that he is the best in the world without a doubt. Like that's clearly fueling this.
Yeah.
The level of detail here, like he heard in Justice for All, which I'm a huge defender of, by the way. That's my favorite Metallica album. But I think he heard the complexity of that album, and he's like, okay, well, I'll do it, but everything will be better played, and the riffs are going to be better, and singing will be better, and the leads will be better.
Yeah.
But I remember I had that moment when I watched Some Kind of Monster. I was like, this guy's created what I consider the great work of art of like the last 40 years, and he is lamenting getting kicked out of this other band, and he's running this band.
But it's funny, I watched a recent-ish interview with him where he's in his home studio, and behind him are gold records of Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets. He's got his due. He got paid. He gets paid royalties from those records regularly. So it kept him going. It kept Megadeth going. So it's not like even though when he left, he said, don't use my riffs. They used his riffs, but they also paid him for them. So
I saw one interview once. I tend not to watch too many interviews with him. There are usually some spots I don't enjoy. But I watched one where he said, yeah, he's getting paid for some of it, that there's stuff in some of their things where he's not credited, but probably should be. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case for real. That's something that I heard him say on some clip I saw that just popped up on on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, we know like Jump in the Fire and like that sounds like a Dave Mustaine riff, and Creeping Death, my favorite Metallica song ever. Like that has his imprint. And but yeah, he wanted to prove that he was superior, and for me and for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of metalheads, he did. And for a bunch of people, he didn't. He never had the popularity that Metallica did, and and there is also the reality of sort of one step behind. They do their tech album with Injustice for All. He does Rust in Peace. They're techiest. They do their simplest album. He does his simplest album. Like there is that lockstep progression. Yeah. I just tended to like the Megadeth ones more up to. I mean, I didn't like any of the Metallica '90s albums. I think that they're all dull. I don't dislike them. I just when I can put them on occasion, I put them on occasion, but I think they're dull. Whereas there are amazing Megadeth songs from the '90s, even on the albums that are so-so, like Wolf, Disintegrators, or two real good examples. Trust is really enjoyable.
Yeah. All right, good one. Nice breakdown of a classic album, Alan.
Yep, indeed.
Wait. Hold on. Let me get ready to drink. Go ahead. Show it.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Yep. It's no surprise. I've said it many a Friday evening. Number one for me is Halloween Keeper Part 1. Lots of reasons for this. I go way back with this album. This is another one I got pretty early in my heavy metallurgy development. Was introduced to the band on a $5 cassette tape bought off of the counter in a truck stop in the middle of the night somewhere along Interstate 77. And I'm not even making this up. My dad and I had probably been out, hitting like, flea markets and stuff like that all day. Driving back, just stopped somewhere to take a leak, grab a thing of Mountain Dew. And they always had, those, a few random cassette tapes up, near the cash registers back then. And they always had some kind of, lame ass heavy metal compilation tape, Metal Thunder featuring Samantha Fox or something. But I always looked at them.
Okay. She gets a pass.
I always looked at them, to see, and they had one. I still have it back here behind me somewhere. It's one of the only cassette tapes I still have. It was just called like thrash metal, and it had honest to God thrash metal on it for the most part. Like, Megadeth, Anthrax, Death Angel, Nuclear Assault, Slayer. The list goes on. But it also had a track by Halloween. And, I bought the tape. It was my introduction to a lot of those bands, or like maybe the second or third track I got to hear by some of those bands. Again, getting me deeper and deeper into, the real heavy metal territory. But the standout track for me was the Halloween track. It was I'm Alive, which was on this. So weeks, probably months later, once again, I think it was on a band field trip, and the great thing about band field trips were with that many kids, you had to stop like at a mall to feed everybody so that everyone could spread out in the food court. And that meant you could skip eating, fuck food, and just take the food money and go buy, a couple of things at the record store, because it was a rare opportunity to walk into a record store. So yeah, this was one of the things on my find list. Bought this, and yeah, I can remember like sitting. That was actually, we were doing like a weekend trip, because I remember getting that tape that day, and then like that night sitting in a hotel room in Atlanta, Georgia, with a bunch of guys from band, who of course they're like hey we've got it's of course it's like Babylon, because you're out from under the parents for a while, so everyone's like sitting in the room smoking and playing poker and hoping the chaperones don't come by, and the chaperones were probably drunk and not even around. Yeah, and I was sitting there with my Walkman with my headphones on, reading along word for word for word, as this played, reading the lyrics off the J card, and just absolutely blown away by what I was hearing. Had never heard anything like this before. Comparing it to what Halloween had done before. Again, there's still a lot of the speed from Walls of Jericho. Marty and I have talked about that one some tonight. But you've got a new vocalist in town. Michael Kiska shows up here for the first time. And just absolutely amazing. The polar opposite of a vocalist from Kai with that, raspy reptilian voice of his. And here you just have the golden child has shown up and he's pointing at a pumpkin. And it's just like, holy crap. And the music,
Kai backs them up really well. They complemented each other relatively well.
That's the crazy thing. It does. It works together absolutely fine. But it also gives them a whole new dimension of what they can do sonically. And they take advantage of it. Let's do the track listing here. This, it starts, with the initiation. It's just, a 90-second, intro, which nowadays is very cliche. Every power metal band in existence does it anymore. Back then, Halloween weren't the first to do it. You can find sort of, the little intros on earlier albums. Germans seem to have a thing for it, Accept did it on Restless and Wild, of course. Halloween had done it on Walls of Jericho with, the little London Bridge clip, before the amazing Ride the Sky that Marty talked about earlier. But so, yeah, you have, a good build here with initiation going then right into I'm Alive. And just the guitar opening, just, letting it break down before the drum roll kicks in, and then Kiss just puts on a clinic. It's if I have to pick a favorite heavy metal song off the top of my head, I'll name that one. I'm Alive by Halloween. It blew me away. The guitar interplay back and forth between Kai and Michael. When you get into the, soloing section of the song, Kai plays, then they play together. Then Kai does another lead. Then they're harmonizing again. It's just like, again, just, absolutely redefining for a very young me what heavy metal was going to be and could be and was. Is an amazing song. And it's a song that, again, is, like we've talked about with some other power metal things before, it's very sort of, for lack of a better term, life affirming. It's not, Satan will kill you. It's not, stay away, white magician. It's like, I'm alive. It's positive, which was just like, holy crap, these guys can play. They can play top-notch stuff, and they're not trying to be some kind of, true cult, grim, evil bunch of badasses. It's fine. That's part of metal. It's not a big deal. But I've never been interested in, like, who can be, the most, grim, or, who can, come across as the biggest tough guy, Billy Badass. I don't give a fuck about that. But it was really novel and interesting to see a, heavy metal band that actually looked like they were having fun. Not like somebody just pissed in their cornflakes and they were walking around with an 8-ball in a sock trying to kick their ass for it. Just like, hey, cool, check us out. This is fun. We're enjoying it. Again, it was just like, holy crap. You don't have to, look like, some kind of pissed off guy looking to fight and be in a metal band. These guys can do it too. So yeah, I'm Alive. Amazing track. A Little Time as another one, just, the little guitar stutter that leads into it. Kiska, again, just soars. Twilight of the Gods, huge, big, epic vibes to this song.
Crazy.
Should mention the production throughout this one. It's not the cleanest. It's not like a big, full, clean production necessarily, but it works incredibly well with the material. Everything cuts through it just fine. Everything sounds balanced fairly well. It really does work with the music that they're doing. Even on my favorite album of all time, I can find something to bitch about. A Tale That Wasn't Right. It closes side A.
I like it. Come on.
It's not bad. It's not bad. But after what we've already been through and what's going to come, it does feel like this is the song that is, it's the breather. It's like, this is the one that gets played during the timeout. I was like, okay, everybody come over here. Let's huddle up, figure out what to do next. Here's something to amuse you while we kind of regroup for round 2. It's okay. It is not going to make my personal Halloween mixtape. Side 2, the structure is, a little strange. You have the, iconic song Future World opens up. Then, of course, you've got, this 13-minute epic, the, track Halloween, which again, not a lot of bands were doing these incredibly long form songs then. Maiden had done it a few times by now. I'm sure a few others had if we stop and think about it, but it's, kind of new territory. It's a pretty unique and pretty adventurous take. You've got a new vocalist, you're going in a new direction, and you're going to right off the bat try to do one of these very big epic songs. And it works pretty well. The song moves along well. It has its different sections. You never feel like it's dragging or that it's getting too boring. And then, it wraps up with an outro. Follow the sign, which is kind of meant to be the to be continued moment.
It was supposed to be a double album. Yeah.
Where it could have been a double album, but ended up, you had to wait a year or so for part 2 to get released. So yeah, we've said it many times. It sort of reinvents power metal and establishes what we tend to refer to now as European power metal. It's the album that
defines a genre.
Yeah, it's the album. It launches 1,000 clones over the next 40 years
that are still cloning.
that are still, this is still the album they want to be. This is what they want to be right here. Again, the one track could be better. One other gripe about this album is that it is short. You have only 6 real songs. You have an intro, an outro, and 6 songs in between it. Total running time is 37 minutes. So in terms of like those 6 tracks, it's maybe 35 minutes. This album did need one more song, and they probably had enough on, to be honest. Part 2 has always felt just a tad long to me. If one of those songs had ended up on this album, I think both albums would be a little better balanced in terms of their lengths.
March of Time would have fit very well on part 1.
Yes, March of Time would have been an excellent one.
It would have been a perfect addition to side 2.
Yep. Yeah. Side 2 needs one more track. So again, it's my favorite album, but it's not perfect. There are a couple of little things that could have been done to make this even better. But again, it defines a genre. It defined a lot for me. I spent basically most of the 1990s chasing this sound. While everybody else, really stuck with death metal, got into black metal early in the 90s, went down the Pantera and Biohazard kind of paths. This was the sound I spent most of the 1990s chasing, trying to find more Halloween material, leading me to Stradivarius, leading me to Running Wild, leading me to Gamma Ray, leading me to Blind Guardian, leading me to Scanner, leading me to Angra, leading me to Rhapsody and Hammerfall. I spent forever chasing this stuff, leading me eventually to Lost Horizon. Yep. Funnily enough, by the time Lost Horizon showed up, I was in a period where I was off the power metal kick. So I still heard them when they came out because they made quite the splash on the forums. But yeah, it's all, it defined a huge chunk of, how I approached heavy metal throughout the 90s. And we all know there was no better time to be exploring European power metal bands in the United States than in the 1990s. It was truly a golden age that I lived in. Couldn't have timed it better.
Yeah.
That's my number 1. Marty, folks are dying. Everyone knew what mine was going to be. Folks are dying to know what yours is. So please enlighten us.
Tim says no one gets an A+ in Professor Steele's class. Someone else told me it must really suck to be in Alan's class. I bet she's a hard ass on grading. Well,
tough but fair.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, my number 1.
Big reveal here, Marty.
T-Rex tibia.
Melanie, do you have any? Craig, Melanie, do y'all have any guesses left? Because the chat has been throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Marty about what his number 1 is.
Either Dark Throne or no. Okay.
I don't think the Dark Thrones would be that high. I really don't.
I love the Soulside Journey, but no.
People have been guessing the Eternus album too, but I don't think that's going to be this high.
I mean, I don't know. But you already said that. I was wondering about necroticism, but you already did that. Like in terms of going into, and which Halloweens did you show? Walls of Jericho.
Keepers 1 and Walls of Jericho. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Halloween self-title?
He could actually.
Oreo.
Now that's a good guess, Melanie. That is a possibility. It was his favorite Halloween album when we ranked Halloween. Although that's been a while. He's had some time to recalibrate.
I think it had
he's also had 50 top 5 albums of all time since.
I know. Totally. I've had 50 top 5 albums. That's not even a lie. My son was asking me about this. He's like, "You can put Trapped on your list?" I'm like, "It's too new. It's too new. I can't do it."
What's your son's number one? Let's start with your
Good idea.
Yep. My son's number one of all time, his top 5. Go ahead. What?
Kiss the Elder. I'm going to throw out a curveball of an album.
I love Kiss the Elder. I love that fucking record.
Battery of Blood on Ice. That's my guess.
Oh, dude, that should have been on my goddamn list. I totally forgot to put that on there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's a good guess. What would Parker's number one be? I don't know. I don't know enough of which ones he's really into.
Parker's number one album of all time at 14 years old is Lost Horizons: Awakening the World.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. This is going to be son exceeds father because there's no way whatever you have to anyway, Parker put one of my honorable mentions as your number one. Like already, like when can we take over your spot? Clearly.
Congratulations, Marty. You're Darth Maul, and the Emperor just met a young Skywalker.
Yes.
You're laying at the bottom of an escape tunnel with your legs chopped off.
Oh, it's a tough room when you're pulling out references from the fucking prequels, Alan. Let me tell you right now.
It's 2 a.m.
I just threw up in my mouth a little bit, just saying.
Yeah.
But
Blood on Ice was a good guess, Craig. I had not.
No, I love that album. That should have been on my fucking list somewhere.
Melanie might have it though. Melanie might.
Yeah,
have
Blood on Ice and the Elder. Kisses the Elder is sort of my last 2 guesses for you, but it seems like those are not those.
What did you pick, Melanie?
Halloween self-titled.
No. Oh, look at this guy, Dizzy Orange Droning.
Yeah. Oh, we forgot
Voivod.
Yep.
Man, it's weird to be at the top of this list, but I cannot tell you how many times I have spun this record. This record is the best Voivod has ever been. I'm sorry to all the people that like their prog era. Cool. Their new stuff, Chewy is great, a great addition. He's given the band legs. The Wake is a great record. Synchro Anarchy is a great record, but nothing compares to this. This is the culmination of their early raw thrash element. I mean, their first album, War and Pain, is very much a product of Venom and other weird Canadian just weirdness. Roar is just a thrashing mess of awesome. Killing Technology is where they start to hone it into actual songs. This here album, Dimension Hatros, is they refine the songs down to atomic level, and from start to finish, it's a concept record. It's Voivod getting their most social, political in the concept. The music is fantastic. It's so dense. It's proggy, but not overbearing. And it's got a vibe, a creepy, weird vibe. Tribal Convictions is, of course, the song I think they launched the video. That was the video for on MTV, wasn't it? What a great song. Chaos Mongers, of course. My favorite song on this album is Brain Scan. Wow. Just dark. Piggy's tuning, his playing style is just otherworldly. No one played guitar like him, and no metal band sounded like Voivod. It just didn't. They were complete, and that's why people either love them or hate them. I've loved them. I've hated them. all in the same voice. And they got Nothing Face. They started to change. It was still Voivod. It was still good. Angel Rat, I bought that tape and threw it up against the wall. I was so pissed at what happened. It was like a prog rock album. I was like, what the hell? This isn't what I want to hear from Voivod. But my friend Jeff Wagner, Zahler's friend Jeff Wagner, he told me to keep on it, and years and decades later, I finally clicked with that record. I get it. I love it. But this is the one for me. Every song on here, there is not a song that's out of place. The vinyl is the way to go. The CD has the completely out of place, stupid Batman bonus track of the Batman theme song from the 50s or 60s.
No.
It's stupid.
Garbage.
It's stupid. It like totally deflates what you just listened to. And but I love the production. I love how full and weird, and it sounds like there's 50 guitars on here, and Piggy's, chording, the way the chords he uses is unconventional. I don't know if it's the chords or if it's the tuning. I have no idea what makes it tick. I'm not good enough guitar player to figure that shit out. But yeah, I mean, I looked through this Tribal Convictions, Experiment, Chaos Mongers, Technocratic Manipulators, Macro Solutions to Mega Problems, Brain Scan, Psychic Vacuum. What a awesome fucking song. Cosmic Drama. Man, it's just a perfect record. It's perfect. It's an experience. I don't know what to say. It's so good. I've listened to it so many thousands of times, and it still sounds just as fresh as the day I heard it. So it's got to be up there. I'm bummed I didn't get to pull, like Bathory and Holy Terror albums. But, that would be those will all be in the conversation for top 50 for sure. But holy crap-a-moly. Yeah. Oh, I told my kid was Awakening the World. Yep.
Yep. That's,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So when Melanie gets back, we can vote on replacing you with Parker.
He's way better looking and taller. And
well, I mean, let's say in terms of his choices, his number one makes sense to an intelligent adult who's been listening to metal.
You don't like Dimension Hatros? I'm a little surprised.
I'm not into Voivod. I've never been into that thing. So.
You and Alan should go start your own channel out on an island somewhere out in the.
Maybe we will.
There's interesting stuff there. It's just not. Yeah, I've tried. There's interesting stuff on a bunch of their albums, but I don't. But I'm not into Voivod.
Yep.
So yeah, no, that. But your son is into Lost Horizon, and he's in the same house, has access to all the same equipment.
Yep. He does. He's got so
no
many
Altars
albums.
of Madness, Marty.
No, I know. No Altars of Madness. No Bolt Thrower for Victory, which bums me out because it's a perfect riff album. Another one of those perfect 10 out of 10 albums for me.
Yeah, five is tough, and it's one of these things. And I said this 30 hours ago when we started. Is just the idea of what where's the peak? Like Heartwork, Domination, Gateways to Annihilation, Altars of Madness, those are all albums I absolutely adore. But is one of those really kicking Lost Horizon or like Mob Rules out of there? They're not. So
no, exactly.
It's like those albums are incredible, but over and over at the end of Mob Rules brings me to tears. And I think Megadeth has 30 of the 100 best riffs ever written, and that Anthem's The Welcome to Dusk. All these different emotions, and it's so forward thinking, and Lost Horizon, and then the Scorps, kind of doing it in a simpler context. So it's that's when you do a list like this, that's what I think, to me anyways, that's what I learn about how I'm prioritizing, and some is going to be how it hits you emotionally. But yeah, Altars of Madness is great. Dominations, Gateways to Annihilation are definitely my favorite of the Morbid Angel albums, but they're not knocking these albums out of the conversation. For me, but they're great, and I can if David Vincent singing, and I don't know that's possible for that to add quite as much to an album as say Dio singing on Black Sabbath Mob Rules. It's a different genre and it's great, but in terms of all the different emotional spots, be it the grit or the glory or the sadness or all that sort of stuff, I don't think I'm hearing a vocal performance in death metal style that would bring me to tears. Maybe someone out there has. I mean,
it's a different vibe. It's just there's no emotional heartstrings. I mean, I sat in the same room with you as we listened to Druk's Estrangement for the first time, and you cried at one of the songs on that album while we were listening to it for the first time.
I listed, The Skies at Our Feet, when I listed the best black metal songs of all time in that conversation. That's still on there. And they have a ton of stuff that's incredibly emotional.
It's so good.
Yes.
Blood in Our Wells is my favorite for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, and Blood in Our Wells and Estrangement and Autumn Aurora, like all that stuff is amazing. And so that stuff through the music gets at me emotionally that way.
Even with the grim vocals, I mean, so it can happen. It can happen. But death metal's not doing that. It's a different vibe.
It's a different vibe, and it's not like. And so if the riffs are the riffs that they are in Mob Rules, but then the vocal performance, and then the bass performance, and then the drum performance is what it is on that album. It's like, then again, like it's splitting hairs, because for me, Gateways to Annihilation is amazing, and Domination is amazing, and Heartwork is amazing, but like my favorite Cannibal Corpse albums are like Torture and The Bleeding. Those are fun as shit. I have an amazing time with those. Those aren't taking me to the emotional heights and depths and touching all of the colors, but they're incredibly fun albums. I mean, like it's hard to like stay still when you hear Scourge of Iron.
Yeah. I think this is probably Opeth's Blackwater Park is probably the closest like death metal adjacent album that has made me feel really emotional.
Right.
But I get that more with black metal, to be honest, and I don't listen to
it's more an emotional outlet. Yeah. I
mean, like anything that Austin makes for Panopticon, just it puts me into like an emotional state. Like I need a recovery after listening to a lot of the albums that he has put out. Death metal is pretty much more of like a comfort style of music for me. There's it's an easy listening for me, which is funny to say because it's not a very easy listen for like normal people. But when I want to feel like moved and emotional, and I'm in the mood for that, I'll go for black metal. I always joke about how I love waking up in the morning and drinking coffee and listening to like depressive black metal. Like it's like a weird thing that I'll do.
Yeah. Well, shit, there it is. Our top 5. We made it. Does anybody have anything to add to close with? Anything you want to promote, talk about?
Just want to say thanks to Craig and Melanie for hanging out with us and diving into this, which, it really fun to articulate and get to, kind of nerd out about, the albums that are kind of the most special to us. It's been a really fun topic.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. Thanks for having on. Melanie, thanks for enduring all of the Megadeth Rust in Peace compliments that I know were not going to be easy for you. Like, I've walked from the beginning. I'm like, you're not into Anthems of the Welcome to Dusk and you're not into Rust in Peace. But, we're all like, that's the way this works. Like, I passionately dislike Overkill in their entire catalog. And the other two guys brought up Overkill. They each brought up Overkill. So I've never been able to get past Bobby Blitz's voice. There's a lot of good music there, but I get it. If that's like, it sounds like the way I react to Bobby Blitz or the singer for Hyrax is the way you react to Dave Mustaine, and I get it. I think I don't know if you'll ever acquire a taste or if you would ever want to, but it's interesting because your channel, I get so many classics, including this thing. Thank you so much for.
Oh God, that album is so good. This
is probably the best thrash album of the last 5 years, and maybe
I need to check them out. I've been lax.
Holy crap! This is like I watch all of the videos you post, and this year I got some black metal and death metal from you, but between this and Helvetet's, this is Alan. Have you heard this?
A little bit. Folks have said it's their best one to date so far. But I haven't given it the time it needs.
The only thing that bugs me on this is there's to me a lot of what sounds like very obvious pitch correction. So it's doing this weird slant thing with his voice. But this is like the best new wave of British heavy metal album you haven't heard. It really is that. But there's a quirky heavy load aspect to it. Like it doesn't sound like some sort of retro thing. You're going to enjoy this thing. But this. Yeah, this is the maybe I like Genesis 19, the Sodom album, but like maybe those are the in the last 5, 6, 7 years in terms of traditional thrash albums, what stands at the top. So anyone who hasn't subscribed to Melanie should subscribe to her station, even if she's not a believer in Rust in Peace. I've tons of great recommendations, and it's great just great content. So I recommend people go over there and subscribe to her station as well.
Thank you.
Indeed. Go check out Melanie Loves Death Metal. Subscribe. Go check out Let's Talk Metal, Alan's channel, every Tuesday. New updates. There's a link in the description to S. Craig Zahler's activities from movies to books. Go check that out. Go check out the Heavy Metallurgy Discord server. It's a lot of fun. A lot of cool conversations on there. Definitely go check that out. And that's it. Anybody have anything to add?
No, I'm good.
All good.
Hang on one second. I just had an idea. Cheers, everyone. We'll see you next week. Bye. Thanks again. Great night. A lot of fun. You all rule.